Walter Benjamin. The Origin of German Tragic Drama, alternately The Origin of German Trauerspiel. Conceived 1916. Written 1925. Then, as now, dedicated to my wife. I. Epistemo-critical foreword. Since no whole can be brought together in either knowledge or reflection, seeing that the former lacks internality and the latter externality, we must necessarily think of science as art if we are to expect from it any sort of wholeness. And it is not in the general, in the boundless, that we should look for this, but, just as art is always wholly present in each individual artwork, so should science always be wholly manifest in each particular matter treated. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, Materials to History of the Theory of Colors 1. It is peculiar to philosophical writing to be confronted anew at every turn with the question of presentation. Point 2. To be sure, in its closed and finished form, philosophical writing will constitute doctrine, but it is not within the power of mere thought to confer on it such closure. Point 3. Philosophical doctrine rests on historical codification. It is therefore not simply to be conjured up more geometrico. If mathematics demonstrates clearly that the complete elimination of the problem of presentation as claimed for every didactics rigorously attuned to its subject is the mark of genuine knowledge, what presents itself no less conclusively is the mathematician's renunciation of the realm of truth intended by languages. That which is method in philosophical projects is not just absorbed in their didactic implementation. And this means quite simply that an esoteric dimension inheres in them, a dimension they are incapable of shedding, forbidden to disown, and which, were they ever to boast of it, would condemn them. It is this alternative presented to philosophical form by the concepts of doctrine and of the esoteric essay that the 19th century concept of system ignores. Insofar as the concept of system determines philosophy, the latter is in danger of contenting itself with a syncretism that seeks to capture the truth in a spider's web stretched between bodies of knowledge, as though truth came flying in from outside. But this studiously acquired universalism comes nowhere near to attaining the didactic authority of doctrine. If philosophy is to preserve the law of its form not as a mediating guide to knowledge but as presentation of truth, then it is necessary to emphasize the practice of this form, not, however, its anticipation within the system. In all epochs in which the uncircumscribable essentiality of the true has come into view, this practice has imposed itself in the form of a propedeutic that can be designated by the scholastic term tractatus, for this term contains a reference, however latent, to those objects of theology without which truth cannot be thought. In their tone, certainly, tractates may be doctrinal, in their inmost disposition they are denied the conclusiveness of instruction that could maintain itself, like doctrine, on its own authority. And no less surely must they do without the coercive means of the mathematical proof. In their canonical form, the authoritative citation will enter as the sole constituent of an intention almost more educative than didactic. Presentation is the crux of their method. Method is indirection. Presentation as indirection, as the roundabout way. This, then, is the methodological character of the Tractatus. Renunciation of the unbroken course of intention is its immediately distinguishing feature. In its persevering, thinking constantly begins anew, with its sense of the circumstantial, it goes back to the thing itself. This continual breathing in and out is the form of existence most proper to contemplation. For inasmuch as the latter pursues various levels of meaning in observing one and the same object, it receives the impetus of its constantly renewed beginning as well as the justification of its intermittent rhythm. Just as the majesty of mosaics remains intact when they are disassembled into capricious bits, so philosophical observation fears no dissipation of momentum. Both come together out of the singular and disparate. Nothing could attest more powerfully to the impact of what is transcendental, be it a saint's image or the truth. The value of thought fragments is all the more decisive the less they are immediately capable of measuring themselves by an underlying conception, and the brilliance of the presentation depends on this value to the same extent that the brilliance of the mosaic depends on the quality of the poured glass. Point 4. The relation of the micrological work process to the global dimension of the work, to its plastic and intellectual entirety, makes it clear that truth content can be grasped only through the Most exacting immersion in the details of a material content. 5 Mosaic and track tattoos both achieve their highest development in the West during the Middle Ages. What makes them comparable is that they are so deeply related. 2. The difficulty inherent in such presentation only proves that it is an original prose form. Whereas a speaker makes use of voice and facial expressions to underscore individual sentences even where they cannot stand on their own and fuses them into an often fluctuating and vague train of thought, as though he were making a boldly expressive drawing at a single stroke, what is specific to writing is that with every sentence it stops and starts anew. 6 The contemplative presentation, more than any other, has to adhere to this. Its goal cannot be to enthrall or excite enthusiasm. Only where it obliges the reader to pause at stations of reflection is it sure of itself. The greater its object, the more interrupted this reflection. Keeping to this side of the imperious word of doctrine, its prosaic sobriety remains the only manner of writing befitting philosophical inquiry. 7 This inquiry has ideas as its object. If presentation is to remain the authentic method of the philosophic tractatus, then it must be presentation of ideas. Truth, actualized in the round dance of presented ideas, eludes any kind of projection into the realm of knowledge. Knowledge is a having. Its object is determined by the very fact that it must be held within consciousness even if it be transcendental consciousness. To such an object attaches the character of possession. For this possession, presentation is secondary. The possession does not exist already as something self-presenting. But truth exists in precisely this way. Method which, for knowledge, is a way of attaining to the object of possession, even if it is produced in consciousness, is, for truth, presentation of itself and therefore is given together with it as form. This form is suited not to a connection internal to consciousness, as is the methodology of knowledge, but rather to being. Again and again the proposition that the object of knowledge does not coincide with truth has proven itself to be one of the deepest intentions of philosophy at its origin, that is, in the Platonic theory of ideas. Knowledge is ascertainable through questioning, but truth is not. Knowledge is oriented to the particular, but not in an unmediated way to its unity. The unity of knowledge, if there is such, would instead be an interconnection producible only in a mediated way, namely, on the basis of distinct pieces of knowledge and, to an extent, on their alignment and balancing, whereas truth in its essence is determined as a unity in a thoroughly unmediated and direct manner. What is peculiar to this determination as something direct is that it cannot be ascertained through questioning. If the integral unity in the essence of truth were indeed ascertainable through questioning, then the question would have to be, to what extent is the answer to the question already given by any conceivable answer that truth might make to questions? And before this question could be answered, it would have to be asked once again, in such a way that the unity of truth would elude every form of questioning. As unity in being and not as unity in concept, truth is beyond all questioning. Whereas concepts arise out of the spontaneity of understanding, ideas are given to contemplation. Ideas are something given in advance. Thus the differentiation of truth from the interconnectivity of knowing defines the idea as being. That is how the theory of ideas bears on the concept of truth. Defined in terms of being, truth and idea attain the supreme metaphysical significance that the Platonic system expressly attributes to them. 3. This is documented above all by the Symposium 8. It contains, in particular, two propositions that are decisive in this regard. It expounds truth, the realm of ideas, as the essential content of beauty. It declares truth to be beautiful. Not only is insight into the Platonic conception of the relation of truth to beauty a chief concern of every endeavor in the philosophy of art, but it is indispensable for the determination of the very concept of truth. A systematizing conception that sees in these propositions merely the time-honored design for a panegyric to philosophy would thereby inevitably sever itself from the intellectual sphere of the theory of ideas. This intellectual sphere brings to light the manner of being of ideas, and perhaps nowhere so clearly as in the two aforementioned propositions. The second of these needs closer qualification at the outset. If truth is termed beautiful, this is to be understood in the context of the Symposium, which describes the stages of erotic desire. Eros, it must be assumed, does not betray his original aspiration when he directs his longings toward truth, for truth, too, is beautiful. It is beautiful not so much in itself as for Eros. The same relation, in fact, obtains when it comes to human love. The human being is beautiful for the one who loves, though in himself he is not, and precisely because his body presents itself in a higher order than that of the beautiful. So, too, with truth, it is beautiful not so much in itself as for the one who seeks it. If there is an air of relativity wafting about this, it does not in the least mean that the beauty that is said to be suited to truth has become a metaphoric epithet. On the contrary, the essence of truth as the self-presenting realm of ideas guarantees that what is said about the beauty of the true can never be impugned. This presentational moment in truth is the refuge of beauty in general. That is, the beautiful retains its appearance, its palpability, as long as it frankly and freely acknowledges itself as such. Its appearing which misleads so long as it does nothing but appear and seem draws the understanding after it in pursuit and lets its innocence be recognized only where it itself flees to the altar of truth. 9 Eros follows it in this flight, not as pursuer but as lover, with the consequence that, for the sake of its appearance, beauty always flees both. In fear it flees the knower and in anxiety the lover. And only the latter, the lover, can attest to the fact that truth is not an unveiling that destroys the mystery but a revelation that does it justice. Can truth do justice to the beautiful? This is the core question in the symposium. Plato answers it by assigning to truth the role of guaranteeing being to the beautiful. In this sense, then, he expounds truth as the content of the beautiful. But such content does not come to light in an unveiling so much as manifest itself in a process that can be described figuratively as the flaming up of the veil as it enters the circle of ideas, a conflagration of the work in which its form reaches the acme of its radiance. This relation between truth and beauty, which shows more clearly than anything else how different truth is from the object of knowledge with which it is customarily equated, contains the key to understanding the simple, if unwelcome, fact of the relevance and actuality of even those philosophic systems whose fund of knowledge long ago forfeited any relation to scholarly knowledge. 10 The great philosophies present the world in the order of ideas. As a rule, the conceptual framework within which this order was devised has long since become brittle. Nevertheless, these systems retain their validity as outlines of a world description, such as Plato proposed with his theory of ideas, Leibniz with his monadology, and Hegel with his dialectic. It is characteristic of all these efforts, in fact, that they still retain their meaning, often, indeed, first begin to unfold the full potential of that meaning even when they have reference to the world of ideas instead of to the empirical world. For it was as the description of an order of ideas that these intellectual formations originated. The more intensively the thinkers sought to conceive the image of the real within these formations, the more richly they were bound to elaborate a conceptual order that, for the later interpreter, would necessarily favor that originary presentation of the world of ideas as the one fundamentally intended. If the task of the philosopher is to practice the descriptive exposition of the world of ideas, such that the empirical world enters of itself into the world of ideas and dissolves in it, then the philosopher attains the elevated midpoint between scientist and artist. The latter devises a diminutive image of the idea world, and precisely thereby because he renders it as figurative devises an ultimate image in each present. The scientist predisposes the world to dispersion in the realm of ideas by dividing it up from within by means of concepts. An interest in extinguishing naive empiricism allies the scientist with the philosopher, while the task of presentation allies the artist with the philosopher. A prevailing view has the philosopher associated all too closely with the scientist, and often in his lesser instauration. Nowhere among the tasks of the philosopher, it seems, has there ever been a place for concern with presentation. The concept of philosophic style is free of paradox. It has its postulates, namely, the art of interruption, in contrast to the chain of deduction, the perseverance of discourse, in contrast to the gesture of the fragment, the repetition of motifs, in contrast to a flat universalism, the fullness of compressed positivity, in contrast to negating polemic. For truth's presentation of itself as unity and singularity does not in the least necessitate the seamless deductive connectivity of science. Yet precisely the seamlessness is the one form through which the logic of system relates to the notion of truth. Such systematic closure has no more in common with truth than does any other mode of presentation that aims to assure itself of the truth in mere pieces of knowledge and their contexts. The more painstakingly the theory of scientific knowledge probes the disciplines, the more unmistakably their methodological incoherence is revealed. With every specific disciplinary domain come new and indemonstrable assumptions. In each domain the resolution of inherited problems is asserted as emphatically as their insolubility is argued in another context. 11. It is one of the most unphilosophical features of this theory of science, which in its investigations proceeds not from individual disciplines but from supposed philosophical postulates, that it regards such incoherence as accidental. This discontinuity of scientific method, however, is so far removed from constituting an inferior, provisional stage of knowledge that it could, on the contrary, positively further the theory of knowledge, were it not deterred by the overweening ambition to take possession of the truth, as an undivided unity, in an encyclopedic embrace of what is known. Only where the system in its basic layout is itself inspired by the constitution of the world of itself does it have validity. The great generic divisions that determine not only philosophical systems but also their terminology, the most general being logic, ethics, and aesthetics, have their significance, then, not simply as names of specialized disciplines but as monuments of the discontinuous structure of the world of ideas. Phenomena, however, enter the realm of ideas, are saved not integrally in their raw empirical state, mingled as it is with appearance, but in their elements alone. They are divested of their false unity so that, divided out, they can participate in the genuine unity of truth. In their division, phenomena are subordinate to concepts. It is the latter that effect the resolution of things into their elements. Conceptual discrimination is above suspicion of pernicious sophistry only where it has in view the salvaging of phenomena in ideas, the Platonic ta phenomena sozion. 12. Through their mediating role, concepts enable phenomena to participate in the being of ideas. And it is precisely this mediating role that makes them fit for that other, equally original task of philosophy, the presentation of ideas. As the salvation of phenomena comes about by means of ideas, the presentation of ideas comes about in the medium of the empirical. For ideas present themselves not in themselves but solely in a correlation of the elements of things in the concept, indeed, as the configuration of these elements. 5. The set of concepts operating in the presentation of an idea makes that idea manifest as a configuration of concepts. For phenomena are not incorporated in ideas. They are not contained in them. Rather, ideas are the objective virtual arrangement of phenomena, their objective interpretation. If ideas neither contain the phenomena through incorporation into themselves nor evaporate into functions, into the law of phenomena, into the hypothesis, then the question becomes, in what form and manner do they reach the phenomena? And the answer will be, as their representation. As such, the idea belongs to a realm fundamentally different from the realm of that which it grasps. To know whether it comprehends under itself its contents, as the concept of genus does for its species, cannot therefore be taken as a criterion of its existence. For that is not the task of the idea. A comparison may bring out the significance of this task. Ideas are to things as constellations to stars. This is to say, first of all, they are neither their concepts nor their laws. They do not serve the knowledge of phenomena, and in no way can the latter be the criterion determining the existence of ideas. Rather, the meaning of phenomena for ideas is exhausted in their conceptual elements. Whereas the phenomena through their existence, through what they have in common, through their differences determine the scope and content of the concepts that encompass them, their relation to ideas is the reverse of this, insofar as the idea as objective interpretation of phenomena or, rather, of their elements first determines the way these elements belong to one another. Ideas are eternal constellations, and inasmuch as the elements are grasped as points in such constellations, the phenomena are simultaneously divided out and saved. Moreover, these elements, which it is the task of the concept to resolve out of phenomena, are manifest most distinctly at the extremes. The idea can be described as the formation of the nexus in which the uniquely occurring extreme stands with its like. Hence it is a mistake to understand the most general references of language as concepts, instead of recognizing them as ideas. To insist on explaining the general as an average is wrong-headed. The general is the idea. The empirical, on the other hand, is more deeply penetrated the more distinctly it is seen as an extreme. The concept issues from the extreme. As the mother visibly begins to draw on her powers and live fully only when the circle of her children, all feeling her nearness, closes around her, so ideas come to life only where extremes gather around them. Ideas in Goethe's parlance, ideals are the Faustian mothers. Point 13. They remain dark so long as the phenomena do not declare their allegiance and flock around them. The assembling of phenomena is the affair of concepts, and the division effectuated in them by dint of the discriminating intellect is all the more meaningful in that, through one and the same operation, it achieves a twofold result, the salvation of phenomena and the presentation of ideas. 6 ideas are not given in the world of phenomena. Consequently, the question arises as to what their givenness, as indicated above, consists in, and whether the responsibility for an accounting of the structure of the idea world is to be unavoidably left to a much vaunted intellectual intuition. Point 14. If the weakness imparted to philosophy by every form of esotericism is painfully clear anywhere, it is in the vision that all the Neoplatonic teachings of the pagan world prescribe to their adepts as philosophic comportment. The being of ideas simply cannot be conceived as the object of an intuition, not even an intellectual intuition. Even in its most paradoxical formulation, as intellectus archetypus, such intuition does not prove amenable to the peculiar givenness of truth, that mode of being given to which every sort of intention remains foreign, it being out of the question that truth itself should appear as intention. Truth never enters into a relation, let alone an intentional one. 15. The object of knowledge, an object determined in conceptual intention, is not truth. Truth is an intentionless being formed from ideas. The comportment appropriate to truth is therefore an entering and disappearing into it, not an intending in knowing. Truth is the death of intention. Precisely this can be gathered from the fable of a veiled image at Sais, the uncovering of which is fatal to anyone who seeks to ascertain the truth by questioning. 16. It is not some enigmatic horror in the situation itself that occasions this, but rather the nature of truth, before which even the purest flame of inquiry is extinguished as though under water. Since it is of the nature of ideas, the being of truth differs from the mode of being associated with appearances. Thus the structure of truth calls for a kind of being sen that, in its intentionlessness, resembles the simple being of things, although in its constancy it would be superior. Truth subsists not as an intention or meaning that would find its determination through the empirical world, but rather as the power that first stamps the essence of that world. The being distant from all phenomenality in which alone this power inheres is that of the name. It is this being that determines the givenness of ideas. They are given, however, not so much in a primal language as in a primal hearing, in which words possess the nobility of their naming power undiminished by the signification necessary to knowledge. 17. In a certain sense it may be doubted whether Plato's doctrine of ideas would have been possible if his linguistic sense had not suggested to the philosopher, who knew only his mother tongue, a deification of the concept of word, a deification of words. Plato's ideas are fundamentally, if we may for a moment consider them from this one-sided viewpoint, only nothing but deified words and word concepts. 18. The idea is something linguistic and, indeed, in the essence of the word it is in each case that moment in which the word is symbol. In empirical hearing, in which words have been disfigured, there attaches to them, along with their more or less hidden symbolic side, an overt profane meaning. It is the concern of the philosopher, through presentation, to re-establish in its primacy the symbolic character of the word, wherein the idea comes to a self-understanding that is the opposite of all outwardly directed communication. Since philosophy may not presume to speak in tones of revelation, this can happen only through a remembering that goes back first of all to the primal hearing. Platonic anamnesis is perhaps not far removed from such remembrance. Only it is not a matter of an intuitive making present of images, rather, in philosophical contemplation the idea as the word that claims anew its naming rights is released from the innermost reality. In the end this stance is not Plato's but Adam's, the father of humankind regarded as father of philosophy. The Adamic name-giving is so far from being an arbitrary game that precisely in it is confirmed the paradisiacal state as such, a state that did not yet have to grapple with the communicative significance of words. Just as ideas manifest themselves without intention in the act of naming, so they have to renew themselves in philosophic contemplation. In this renewal, the originary hearing of words is restored. And thus in the course of its history, which has so often been an object of derision, philosophy is rightly seen to be a struggle for the presentation of a limited number of words, which are always the same a struggle for the presentation of ideas. The introduction of new terminologies, insofar as they do not keep strictly to the conceptual sphere but are directed instead toward ultimate objects of consideration, is therefore something dubious within philosophy. Such terminologies, feudal nomenclatures in which the act of meaning something plays a greater part than the language, must dispense with the objectivity with which history has endowed the principal formulations of philosophical observation. These latter stand, as mere words can never do, in perfect isolation, each for itself. And thus the ideas profess the law that all essentialities exist in complete independence and inviolability, not just from phenomena but above all from one another. Just as the harmony of the spheres depends on the orbiting of stars that never touch, so the existence of the mundus intelligibilis rests on the ineluctable distance between pure essentialities. Each idea is a sun and comports with its own kind, as suns comport with one another. Truth is the sonorous comportment of such essentialities. Their denominated multiplicity is numerable. For discontinuity is characteristic of essentialities, that lead a life toto scylla at variance with objects and their properties. The existence of these essentialities cannot be dialectically decreed by our fastening on some arbitrary, complex which we encounter in an object and appending the formula cath auto in itself. Rather, their number is finite, and every single one of them must be laboriously sought in the place allotted to it in its world, until one bumps into it as into a rocher de bronze, or until the hope in its existence is proved illusory. 19. Not infrequently, ignorance of this discontinuous finitude has crippled energetic attempts to renew the theory of ideas, including, in the end, that of the early Romantics. In their speculations, truth assumed, instead of its linguistic character, the character of a reflecting consciousness. 7. The Trauerspiel, as treated in the philosophy of art, is an idea. 20. Such a treatment is distinguished from the literary historical principally by the fact that where it presupposes unity, literary history is obliged to demonstrate diversity. When developed conceptually, the differences and extremes that literary historical analysis amalgamates and relativizes as evolving concerns acquire the status of complementary energies, with history appearing as only the colored border of a crystalline simultaneity. For the philosophy of art, the extremes become necessary, the course of history virtual. Conversely, the extreme of a form or of a genre is the idea, which does not enter as such into the history of literature. Trauerspiel as concept would fit into the series of aesthetic classifications without any problem. The idea relates to the realm of classifications in a different manner. It determines no class, and does not contain in itself that generality on which, in the system of classifications, each conceptual gradation depends, namely, that of the average. Hence the precarious situation of induction in art theoretical investigations could not long remain hidden. The critical perplexity sets in with more recent researchers. Apropos of his study concerning the phenomenon of the tragic, Skeeler writes, "How are we to proceed? Should we assemble all sorts of examples of the tragic, that is to say, incidents and occurrences from which people claim to derive a tragic impression, and then inquire inductively into what they have in common? That would be a kind of inductive method that could be supported experimentally. Yet this method would advance our research even less than would the observations of our personal ego when something tragic affects us. With what right do we place our trust in people's assurances that something is in fact tragic because they say it is? 21. To seek to determine ideas inductively according to their reach on the basis of popular speech habits, in order to fathom the essence of what has been fixed in its breadth, can lead nowhere. To be sure, linguistic usage is invaluable to the philosopher where it serves to indicate ideas, but it is captious where, through the interpretation of lax speech or thought, it is taken as the formal basis of a concept. Indeed, this circumstance enables one to say that it is only with the greatest caution that the philosopher should ever stoop to the generally accepted practice of turning words into typological concepts, the better to secure them. The philosophy of art, in particular, has succumbed to this temptation, and not infrequently. For when Foucault's aesthetics of the tragic, to choose a drastic example from among many others, includes in its analyses plays by Holtz or Halby alongside dramas by Aeschylus or Euripides, without ever asking whether the tragic is a historically restricted form or one still realizable in the present, then there reigns in such diversity of material, as far as the tragic is concerned, not tension but dead disparateness. 22. With the consequent heaping up of facts, among which the refractory original ones are soon covered over by a jumble of engaging modern ones, the research that took upon itself this compilation so as to search out the common denominator finds itself in the end possessed of nothing more than some psychological data that, in the subjectivity of an ordinary contemporary citizen if not that of the researcher himself, brings the dissimilar into congruence through the uniformity of an impoverished reaction. The concepts of psychology may perhaps allow for a variety of impressions to be rendered. It is irrelevant that these impressions might have been called forth by artworks, but the essence of a field of art cannot be rendered in such concepts. This happens, however, in a thorough and refined exposition of the field's concept of form, the metaphysical content of which must appear not merely as something lying within but as something actively working and, like blood, pulsing through the body. 8. Adherence to a diversity of forms, on one hand, and indifference toward rigorous thinking, on the other, have always been determinative factors in uncritical induction. Always it is a matter of aversion to constitutive ideas, to the universalia in re, an aversion that on occasion is given keen expression by Burdake. I promised to speak of the origin of humanism as though it were a living being that somewhere and sometime came quite whole into the world and then continued as a whole entity to live and grow. In this we are proceeding like the so-called realists among the medieval scholastics, who attributed reality to general concepts, to universals. In just the same way, we set about positing hypostasizing like primitive mythologies a fully real being of unified substance and calling it, as if it were a living individual, humanism. But here, as in numberless other cases, we should be clear about the fact that we are merely devising an abstract conceptual expedient in order to make salient and comprehensible an endless series of many-sided intellectual phenomena and widely differing personalities. We are able to accomplish this, according to a fundamental principle of human perception and knowledge, only insofar as we isolate certain properties that in these series of variables appear to us similar or congruent and, in obedience to an inborn need for system, lay greater emphasis on these similarities than on the differences. These markers, humanism or Renaissance, are arbitrary, indeed misleading, because they give to a life of manifold provenance, form, and spirit the false appearance of a real unity of essence. A no less arbitrary and misleading persona is the since Burckhardt and Nietzsche much-loved Renaissance man. 23. A note by the author at this point reads, the woeful counterpart of the indestructible Renaissance man is Gothic man, who for his part generates much confusion today and haunts the thought of even significant and respectable historians, etro elsk. And in his wake comes Baroque man, as which, for example, Shakespeare is presented to us. 24. As a critique of the hypostasizing of general concepts, though universals do not always belong among them, this argument is evidently in the right. But it completely breaks down in the face of questions about a theory of science with a Platonic orientation toward the presentation of essentialities. It fails to recognize the necessity of such a theory. Only such a theory can preserve the linguistic form of scientific explanations, those operating outside the zone of mathematics, from the boundless skepticism that draws finally even the subtlest method of induction into its vortex, a skepticism that Bourdieu's analyses cannot counter. For his remarks are a private reservatio mentalis, not a methodological safeguard. As for historical types and epochs in particular, one should never assume that ideas such as the Renaissance or the Baroque are capable of mastering the material conceptually, to believe that a modern insight into the different periods of history can validate itself in any polemical confrontations in which, as at great turning points, the epochs encounter one another as though with open visor would be to misconstrue the content of the sources, which is generally determined by the interests of the historical moment and not by historiographic ideas. But what such names cannot accomplish as concepts they can achieve as ideas, in which it is not the similar that is brought into congruence but the extremes that attain to synthesis. In this, one should not forget that conceptual analysis does not in every case encounter wholly divergent phenomena, and on occasion the outline of a synthesis may become visible in it, even if this cannot be legitimate. Thus, precisely in regard to the literary Baroque, in the context of which the German Trauerspiel arose, Strich correctly observed that the formative principles remain the same throughout the entire century 25. 9. Bourdieu's critical reflection is undertaken not so much with an eye toward a positive revolution in method as out of concern with avoiding errors in details of content. In the last analysis, however, methodology cannot be guided by mere anxieties regarding objective insufficiency, cannot be presented negatively and as a cautionary canon. Rather, it must start from intuitions of a higher order than those afforded by the perspective of a scientific verism. The latter, in dealing with a particular problem, must necessarily run into the questions of genuine methodology that, with its scientific credo, it usually ignores. The solution to the problem will regularly involve a revision in the mode of questioning, such as can be formulated in the following consideration: how is the question of how things really were to be posed scientifically, let alone answered? This consideration, as prepared by what has come before and to be concluded in what follows, first makes it possible to decide whether an idea is an inappropriate abbreviation or whether, instead, in its linguistic expression it grounds true scientific content. Scholarship that would operate in protest against the language of its own investigations is an absurdity. Words, along with mathematical signs, are the only medium of presentation available to scholarship, and words themselves are not signs. For the same word that possesses its essential being as idea is reduced to a lower power in the concept, to which the sign would of course correspond. The verism in whose service the inductive method of art theory places itself is not ennobled by the fact that discursive and inductive modes of questioning finally converge in an intuition that, as R. M. Meyer and many others imagine it, would be capable of a broad syncretism of the most varied methods. Point 26. With this, as with every circumvention of the question of method by naive realism, we are back to where we started. For it is precisely the intuition that needs to be interpreted. And the image of the inductive method of aesthetic research displays its customary murk here as well, inasmuch as this intuition is not the intuition of a matter resolved in an idea but comprises rather the subjective states of the recipient projected into a work. The empathy that R. M. Meyer conceives as the culmination of his method amounts to the same thing. This method, the exact opposite of that to be employed in the course of this investigation, sees the art form of the drama and again of the tragedy or the comedy, and further of the comedy of character and the comedy of situation, as given magnitudes with which it reckons. From the comparison of prominent examples of each of these genres it seeks to extract rules and laws by which the individual product can be judged. And then from a comparison of the genres themselves it would aim to acquire general laws of art that would be valid for every work. 27. The deduction of genre in the philosophy of art would accordingly be based on an inductive procedure bound up with an abstracting process, and a succession of these genres and types would be not so much deductively established as adduced in the schema of deduction. 10. Whereas induction reduces ideas to concepts by dispensing with their articulation and coordination, deduction ends up doing the same by projecting them into a pseudo-logical continuum. The realm of philosophic thought unfolds not in an unbroken line of conceptual deductions but in a description of the world of ideas. The elaboration of such a description starts anew with each idea as an original. For ideas constitute an irreducible multiplicity. As an enumerated more properly, named multiplicity, ideas are given for contemplation. Here is the point of departure for Benedetto Croce's vehement critique of the deduced concept of genre in the philosophy of art. With good reason he sees in classification as the framework of speculative deductions the basis of a superficially schematizing criticism. And whereas Berdyaev's nominalism in regard to the concept of historical epoch, his resistance to any slackening of the contact with facts, betrays a fear of deviating from what is correct, in Croce a fully analogous nominalism in regard to the concept of aesthetic genre, an analogous clinging to the particular, bespeaks a worry that removal from the particular means forfeiting the essential altogether. This more than anything else is calculated to place the true significance of the names of the aesthetic genres in the right light. The essence of aesthetic censures the prejudiced belief in the possibility of distinguishing several or many separate art forms, each of which is definable in its particular concept and within its limits and is provided with its own laws. There are still many aesthetic eons who write about the aesthetics of the tragic or comic, of lyric or humor, or about the aesthetics of painting, music, or poetry, but what is worse, in judging works of art, critics have not entirely renounced the habit of measuring them against the genre or the particular art form to which, in the critic's opinion, they belong. 28. Any theory whatever of the division of the arts is untenable. The genre or the class is, in this case, something singular, art itself or the intuition. The individual works of art, on the other hand, are numberless, all are original, and none translatable into any other. In philosophical contemplation, there is no mediating element interposed between the universal and the particular, no sequence of genres or types, no generalia. 29. This argument is certainly well taken as regards the concepts of aesthetic genres. But it stops halfway. For just as it is obvious that a marshalling of artworks with a view toward what they share in common is an idle undertaking where it is a matter not of collating historical or stylistic examples but of extracting their essential nature, so it remains inconceivable that the philosophy of art would ever willingly relinquish its richest ideas, such as that of the tragic or of the comic. For these ideas are not epitomes of rules but themselves constructs whose density and reality are at least equivalent to that of any single dramatic work without being at all commensurable with it. Hence they make no claim to comprehend under them a number of given literary works on the basis of some sort of commonality. For even if there were no pure tragedy, no pure comic drama, that might be named after them, these ideas would still stand. They can be helped in this not by an investigation that takes its cue from everything that has ever been designated tragic or comic but by one that looks for the exemplary, even though it might be able to recognize this exemplary character only in a scattered fragment. Such an investigation does not thereby furnish standards for the reviewer. Criticism, together with the criteria of a terminology the sounding board of the philosophical theory of ideas in art takes shape not according to the external standard of comparison but immanently, in a development of the formal language of the work, in such a way as to bring out the content of that language at the expense of its effect. It follows from this that it is precisely the important works insofar as the genre does not appear in them for the first time and, so to speak, as an ideal that stand outside the boundaries of genre. An important work either founds the genre or dissolves it, and in perfect works the two functions unite. 11. In the impossibility of a deductive unfolding of art forms, in the consequent invalidation of the rule as critical power, it will always retain an instructional power in the arts, lie the grounds for a fruitful skepticism. Such skepticism may be compared to the deep breath taken by thinking before it can lose itself at its leisure, and without ever feeling winded, in the smallest detail. Indeed, the smallest things will always be the focus of attention when observation is immersed in the work and form of art in order to take the measure of its content. The routinier tends to snatch at these things hastily, as though stealing a purse and for no better purpose than to foster bonhomie among Philistines. In the case of true contemplation, on the other hand, the rejection of deductive procedures is associated with an ever more wide-ranging, ever more intense reaching back to the phenomena, which are never in danger of remaining objects of dull astonishment so long as their presentation is at the same time that of ideas, through which alone what is singular about them is saved. Of course, the radicalism that would deprive the terminology of aesthetics of a number of its best formulas and reduce the philosophy of art to silence is even for Croce not the last word. Instead, one reads, to deny the theoretical value of abstract classification is not to deny the theoretical value of that genetic and concrete classification which is not, in fact, classification at all but what we call history. 30. With this obscure sentence the author touches unfortunately, all too hurriedly upon the core of the theory of ideas. He is kept from full awareness of it by a psychologism that dissolves his definition of art as expression into that of art as intuition. He cannot see how the mode of observation he designates genetic classification converges with a doctrine of ideas, one subtending a theory of artistic kinds, in the problem of origin. Origin, although a thoroughly historical category, nevertheless has nothing in common with Genesis. 31 By origin is meant not the coming to be of what has originated but rather what originates in the becoming and passing away. The origin stands as eddy in the stream of becoming and vigorously draws the emerging material into its rhythm. In the naked, manifest existence of the factual, the original never allows itself to be recognized, its rhythm stands open only to a dual insight. On one hand, it demands to be recognized as restoration, restitution, and on the other hand and precisely on account of this as something incomplete and unclosed. Determining itself in every origin phenomenon is the formation in which, again and again, an idea confronts the historical world, until it lies there complete in the totality of its history. The origin, then, does not arise from the facts attested but concerns therefore and after history. The guidelines of philosophical contemplation are inscribed in the dialectic intrinsic to origin. It is by virtue of this dialectic that, in everything essential, singularity and repetition prove to be reciprocally determined. The category of origin is therefore not, as Cohen holds, purely logical, but rather historical. 32 The Hegelian so much the worse for the facts is well known. 33 Fundamentally, it means that insight into essential connections is the task of the philosopher, and essential connections remain what they are even if they do not clearly leave their mark in the world of facts. This genuinely idealist attitude pays dearly for its certainty, since it relinquishes what is central to the idea of origin. For every proof of origin must be prepared for the question of the genuineness of what is demonstrated. If such genuineness cannot be certified, there can be no talk of proof. This consideration would appear to annul the distinction between the quaestio juris and the quaestio facti where the highest objects of philosophy are concerned. 34 That is indisputable and inevitable. It does not, however, follow that any previously attested fact should straightway be taken as bearing the impress of essence. On the contrary, just here begins the task of the researcher, who then has to consider such a fact as certain only if its inmost structure appears so essential as to reveal that fact as an origin. The seal of origin in phenomena is an object of discovery, a discovery bound up in a unique way with recognition. In the most singular and eccentric of phenomena, in the feeblest and clumsiest attempts no less than in the overripe manifestations of a late period, discovery is capable of bringing the genuine to light. The idea takes in the series of signature historical formations but not for the sake of constructing unity out of them, still less of extracting a common denominator from them. Between the relation of the particular to the idea and its relation to the concept there is no analogy, here it falls under the concept and remains what it was particularity, there it stands in the idea and becomes what it was not totality. That is its Platonic salvation. 12 Philosophical history, as the science of origin, is the form that from out of the remote extremes, the apparent excesses of development allows the configuration of the idea to emerge as a totality, one characterized by the possibility of a meaningful coexistence of such opposites. Under no circumstances can the presentation of an idea be considered successful so long as the circle of extremes possible in it has not been virtually traversed. The traversal remains virtual. For what is grasped in the idea of origin has history still only as content, no longer as an event that would have befallen it. What is grasped in the idea of origin knows history only from within, and, to be sure, no longer in the sense of something boundless but in the sense of a relatedness to essential being, which means that history can be characterized as the fore and after history of that essential being. The fore and after history of such essences is, as a mark of their redemption or their gathering into the preserve of the world of ideas, not pure but natural history. The life of works and forms which only in this refuge unfolds clearly and untroubled by human life is a natural life. 35 If this redeemed being is ascertained to be in the idea, then the presence of the natural historical fore and after history as opposed to history proper is virtual. It is no longer pragmatically real but, as natural history, is to be read off the state of completion and rest, the state of essentiality. And with that the tendency of all philosophic concept formation is determined anew in the old sense, to ascertain the becoming of phenomena in their being. For the concept of being in philosophical science is satiated not by the phenomenon itself but only by the consumption of its history. The deepening of historical perspective in such investigations, whether into the past or into the future, in principle knows no bounds. It is what gives the idea totality. The construction of the idea, as stamped by totality in contrast to its own inalienable isolation, is monadological. The idea is a monad. The being that enters into it with its fore and after history gives, in its own hidden figure, the abbreviated and obscured figure of the rest of the idea world, just as, with the monads in the Discourse on Metaphysics of 1686, all are given obscurely in each. 36 The idea is a monad, the representation of phenomena rests pre-established in it, as in their objective interpretation. The more highly ordered the ideas, the more perfect the representation posited within them. And so the real world could well be a task, in the sense that what matters is to penetrate so deeply into everything real that an objective interpretation of the world would therein disclose itself. In light of such a task of immersion, it does not appear strange that the philosopher of monadology was also the founder of infinitesimal calculus. The idea is a monad. This means, in nous, each idea contains the image of the world. For the task of its presentation nothing less is required than to inscribe, in its abbreviation, this image of the world. 13 The history of scholarship on the German literary Baroque lends to the analysis of one of its chief forms an analysis that cannot make do with ascertaining rules and tendencies but from the first must adhere to the fully and concretely grasped metaphysics of this form a paradoxical appearance. Among the various obstacles blocking insight into the literature of this epoch, one of the most important lies in the formal design significant but awkward that is peculiar to its drama. It is precisely the dramatic form that, more decisively than any other, makes an appeal to historical resonance. The Baroque dramatic form has been denied such resonance. The renovation of the literary estate of Germany that began with Romanticism has up to the present day barely touched the literature of the Baroque. It was above all the drama of Shakespeare, with its abundance and its freedom, that, for the writers among the Romantics, obscured the efforts of his German contemporaries, whose earnestness moreover was foreign to theatrical performance. For its part, an emerging Germanic philology regarded as suspect the experiments of a cultivated officialdom, experiments thoroughly lacking in a feeling for the popular. However significant were the services of these men to the language and culture of the people, however conscious their participation in the formation of a national literature, their work was too clearly marked by the absolutist maxim, everything for the people, nothing by the people, for them to have been able to win over philologists from the school of Grimm and Lachmann. A spirit prevented these men, laboring as they were on the framework of German drama, from ever having recourse to the material of the German folk tradition, and this spirit has no small part in the tortuous violence of their style. In fact, neither German folklore nor German history plays any role in Baroque drama. But it is also the case that the broadening, indeed the historicizing flattening, of German studies in the last third of the 19th century did not favor close examination of the Baroque Trauerspiel. its refractory form remained inaccessible to a scholarly practice for which stylistic criticism and analysis of form were auxiliary disciplines of the lowest order, and the gloomy physiognomies of authors peering out from uncomprehended works were no encouragement to historical biographical sketches. In any case, there can be no question of a free, let alone playful, unfolding of poetic genius in these dramas. On the contrary, the dramatists of the period felt powerfully bound to the task of actually developing the form of a secular drama. And although, from Grephius to Hallman, they applied themselves to this task, not infrequently in stereotyped reprises, the German drama of the Counter-Reformation never discovered the eminently supple form, favorable to every virtuosity, that Calderón gave to the Spanish theatre. The form of the German drama was constructed, and precisely because this drama necessarily sprang from its epoch through an extremely violent effort, and that fact alone would suffice to demonstrate that this form bears the impress of no sovereign genius. Nevertheless, in this form lies the gravitational center of all the Baroque plays of mourning. What the individual author might succeed in taking from this form remains unmistakably indebted to it, and his limitations do not diminish its profundity. Recognition of this situation is a precondition of this study. Also indispensable, of course, is a mode of address suited, in general, to the perception of a form that is capable of elevating itself so as to see in it something other than an abstraction from the body of the literary work. The idea of a form, if to repeat this much of what was said above may be permitted, is no less a living thing than any concrete work of literature. Indeed, as the form of the Trauerspiel, it is, in comparison to individual efforts in the Baroque, decidedly richer. And just as every linguistic form, even the most unusual, the most isolated, can be grasped not only as a witness to whoever formed it but also as a document of the life of language and its possibilities at any one time, so also every art form contains, and far more authentically than does the single work of art, the index to a distinctive, objectively necessary constitution of art. This perspective, then, remained closed to earlier researchers simply because the analysis and history of form escaped their attention. But other factors were at work here as well, including a very uncritical attachment to the Baroque theory of drama. This is Aristotle's theory, adapted to the tendencies of the epoch. In most of the plays, this adaptation resulted in a coarsening. Without bothering to look into the telling reasons for this variation on the original theory, recent researchers were all too readily inclined to speak of a misunderstanding that distorted the original, and from there it was but a short step to the conviction that the dramatists of the epoch had in essence offered nothing more than an uncomprehending application of venerable precepts. The German Baroque Trauerspiel thus appeared to them as a caricature of ancient tragedy. It was easy to fit into the scheme what in these works struck a refined taste as strange and even barbaric. The plot of the Haupt- und Staatsaction was said to be a distortion of the royal drama of antiquity, the bombast a distortion of the noble pathos of the Greeks, and the bloody finale a distortion of the tragic catastrophe. 37 In this way the Trauerspiel came across as a pseudo-renaissance of tragedy. And with that a further classification imposed itself, one that had to thwart any inspection of this form. The salient features of the Trauerspiel, considered as Renaissance drama, appear as so many stylistic failings. This habit of inventory remained uncorrected for a long time thanks to the authority of literary historical compendia. That is why a highly meritorious work such as Stehel's Seneca and German Renaissance drama, fundamental as it is to the literature in its field, was effectively excluded from any notable insight into the essence of the subject, something for which, moreover, it was not unconditionally striving. 38 In his work on lyric style in the 17th century, Strich exposed the equivocation that for so long had paralyzed research. It is customary to designate the style of German literature in the 17th century as Renaissance. But if with this term something more is understood than a pallid imitation of the ancient apparatus, then it is misleading and testifies to a lack of historical perspective on style in the study of literature, for this century had nothing of the classical spirit of the Renaissance. Rather, the style of its literature is Baroque, and this is true not only if one thinks of the bombast and excess but also if one goes back to the deeper structural principles. 39. A further error, which has persisted with surprising tenacity in the histories of this period of literature, is related to the prejudice of stylistic criticism. At issue here is this drama's supposed unfitness for the stage. It is perhaps not the first time that discomfort with a strange scene in a play leads to the thought that such a thing never took place, that such works could have no effect, that the stage has always shunned them. At least in the interpretation of Seneca, one encounters controversies that resemble, in this regard, earlier discussions of Baroque drama. Be that as it may, the fable passed down for a century from A. W. Schlegel to Lamprecht, according to which Baroque drama was never destined for anything but reading, stands refuted. 40. In the violent events that stimulate the spectator's viewing pleasure, it is precisely the theatrical that speaks with particular force. Even the theory, on occasion, stresses scenic effects. The Oratien dictum et prod esse volent et delectere poeti brings Buchner's Poetics to confront the question of how delight might be thinkable vis-a-vis the Trauerspiel. The reply, in regard to its content not at all, but very well in regard to its theatrical presentation. 41. 14. Burdened as the research was with so many prejudices regarding this drama, its attempts to arrive at an objective assessment remained, for better or worse, inevitably estranged from its subject. And this only heightened the confusion which every subsequent examination of the matter is forced to encounter at the outset. That the matter could be grasped in such a way as to prove that the effect of the Baroque Trauerspiel corresponds to the feelings of pity and fear that Aristotle ascribes to the working of tragedy, and to conclude from this that the Trauerspiel is genuine tragedy, although it never occurred to Aristotle to maintain that only tragedies could arouse pity and fear, is something one would not have thought possible. An older author makes this altogether bizarre observation: in the course of his studies, Lichtenstein became so engrossed in a past world that he forgot his own, and in expression, thought, and feeling would have been more comprehensible to an audience in the ancient world than to one of his own day. 42. Rather than rebutting such extravagances, it would seem more important to point out that an art form can never be determined by the context of its effect. The perfection of the artwork in itself is the eternal, indispensable requirement. Aristotle, who had before him the most perfect artworks, is supposed to have been preoccupied with their effect. What a disaster! 43. Thus Goethe. No matter whether Aristotle is entirely innocent of the suspect line of thinking from which Goethe exonerates him, it is a pressing methodological concern of the philosophy of art that the psychological effect defined by Aristotle be strictly excluded from the debate about drama. In this sense, while Amoet Smoelendorf explains, it should be understood that the catharsis cannot determine the generic character of the drama, and even if one wanted to consider the affects through which the drama works as constitutive of a specific genre, that unfortunate pair pity and fear would never serve the purpose. 44. Still more inauspicious, and much more frequent, than the attempt to save the Trauerspiel with the aid of Aristotle is the type of appreciation that, by means of cheap apiersis, would like to demonstrate the necessity of this drama, and with it something else. It is usually not very clear whether the something else is the positive worth or the precariousness of every critical valuation. In the field of history, the question of the necessity of its phenomena is, obviously, everywhere a priori. That fake jewel of a word necessity, with which the Baroque Trauerspiel has often been adorned, shimmers in many colors. It means not only historical necessity, pointlessly contrasted with mere chance, but also subjective necessity, a bona fides as opposed to a piece of virtuosity. But clearly nothing much is said with the assertion that the work necessarily issues from a subjective disposition of its author. It is no different with the necessity that conceives works or forms, in a problematic context, as preliminary stages of a subsequent development. Its concept of nature and its vision of art may be forever riven and shattered. What continues to flourish unfading, incorruptible, imperishable are the material discoveries, and still more the technical innovations, of the 17th century. 45. Thus, even the most recent account salvages the literature of this epoch as mere means. The necessity at issue in these appreciations exists in a sphere of equivocations and derives its apparent plausibility from the one concept of necessity that is aesthetically valid, namely, that which Novalis has in mind when he speaks of the a priority of works of art as involving a necessity to be there, a necessity they bear within themselves. 46 It is evident that this necessity is disclosed only to an analysis bearing on the work's metaphysical content. The moderating term appreciation misses it altogether. And in the end the new work by Cicers remains trapped in such an approach. Although earlier studies overlooked the themes made viable by a wholly different mode of address, it is still surprising, in this latest case, how worthwhile ideas and precise observations are deprived of their best fruits by the system of classical poetics to which they consciously refer. What finally speaks here is less the classical redemption than an unauthoritative apology. In the older works the 30 Years' War usually turns up at this point. It is held responsible for all the deviations that people have found to criticize in this form. As has been said many times, these are plays written by hangmen for other hangmen. But for the men of that time there was no alternative. Living in an atmosphere of wars, of bloody struggles, they found these scenes natural enough. They were being presented with a picture of their own way of life. And so, naively, brutally, they savored the pleasure offered them. 47. 15 By the end of the last century, then, research had strayed hopelessly far from a critical exploration of the Trauerspiel form. The syncretism of views, cultural historical, literary historical, biographical, with which it aimed to replace philosophical reflection on art has a less innocuous counterpart in the most recent research. As a patient lying in a fever works up all the words he can hear into the frantic imaginings of delirium, so the spirit of the age seizes on the testimony of cultures remote in time or space in order to clasp them to itself and lovelessly enclose them in its self-absorbed fantasizing. Indeed, this is the signature of the zeitgeist today. No new style, no previously unknown folk tradition, could be discovered that would not immediately, and with full self-evidence, speak to the feelings of contemporaries. This fateful, pathological suggestibility by virtue of which the historian seeks, through substitution, to slip into the place of the creator, as though the latter, just because he has made the work, must also be its interpreter, has been given the name empathy, in which designation mere curiosity ventures forth under the mantle of method. 48 In this venture, the lack of independence of the present generation lies, for the most part, helplessly exposed before the imposing force encountered in the Baroque. Until now, the revaluation introduced with the dawn of Expressionism 49, even if the influence of the poetics of the George School played no small role here, has led in only a very few cases to a genuine insight, one disclosing new connections not between the modern critic and his or her subject matter but within the subject matter itself. 50 But the sway of the old prejudices is fast diminishing. Striking analogies to the current state of German literature have repeatedly given rise to a positively directed, if mostly sentimental, immersion in the Baroque. Already in 1904, a historian of the literature of that period observed, "It seems to me, that in the last 200 years there has basically been no feeling for art so closely related to the Baroque literature of the 17th century, with its constant search for a style, as the feeling for art in our own day. Inwardly empty or else deeply agitated, while outwardly occupied with formal technical problems that, at first sight, seem to have little bearing on the existential issues of the age. Such were the Baroque writers by and large, and, so far as one can see, such are the writers of our time, at least those who put a distinctive stamp on their production." 51 In the meantime, the opinion expressed in these sentences, hesitant and undeveloped as it is, has been borne out in a much wider sense. In 1915 Werfel's The Trojan Women appeared, marking the debut of expressionist drama. 52 It is no accident that the same subject matter appears in opus at the beginning of Baroque drama. In both works the writers were concerned with the voicing and resonance of lament. And in both cases this required not far-fetched artificial developments but a verifying art schooled in dramatic recitative. The analogy between the endeavor of this former age and that of the recent past and present day is especially apparent on the level of the language. Characteristic in both cases is a certain forcing of effect. The products of these two literary epochs do not so much emerge from communal existence as attempt, through violence of manner, to conceal the deficiency of valid productions in literature. For, like Expressionism, the Baroque is an age not so much of authentic artistic practice as of an unremitting will to art. It is always thus with so-called decadent periods. The highest reality in art is the isolated, finished work. At times, however, the achieved work remains attainable solely by the epigone. These are the periods of decline in the arts, the periods of a will to art. That is why Riegel came up with this term precisely in his study of the last phase of Roman art. 53 Only the form as such, never a well-fashioned individual work, is within reach of the will to art. This will grounds the actuality of the Baroque, its continuing relevance after the collapse of German classicist culture. It carries with it the striving for a vigorous style of language that would make it seem equal to the impact of world events. The practice of merging adjectives, such as no adverbial usage, with the substantive to form a single block is nothing new. Großtanz, Großgedicht, that is, epic, are Baroque words. 54 Neologisms show up everywhere, then as now, they bespeak, in many cases, the quest for a new pathos. The writers sought to take personal possession of the most intimate image power, source of the precise yet delicate metaphorics of language. One sought to win glory not so much in figurative speeches as in figurative diction, as though linguistic creation were a direct function of the poetic creation of new words. Translators in the Baroque age took pleasure in the boldest coinages, what today's writers experience primarily as archaism, in which they seek to assure themselves of the well springs of the life of language. This linguistic violence is always the mark of a production in which a well-formed expression of truthful content is hardly to be wrested from the conflict of eruptive forces. In such brokenness and inner strife, the present age mirrors certain aspects of the spiritual constitution of the Baroque, right down to the details of artistic practice. Just as the pastoral play of the Baroque provided a telling contrast to the political novel, to which then as now reputable authors devoted themselves, so today it is the pacifist convictions of certain literati, their belief in the simple life and in the natural goodness of humanity, that forms such a contrast. 55 The man of letters, whose existence now as then unfolds in a sphere cut off from the activity of the common folk, is consumed anew by an ambition which, admittedly, writers in the earlier age, despite everything, had a better chance of satisfying than do their counterparts today. For Opitz, Greffius, and Lichtenstein were able from time to time to render generously remunerated services to the state. And here the parallel finds its limit. The Baroque man of letters felt thoroughly bound to the ideal of an absolutist constitution, as upheld by the Church of both confessions. The attitude of their present-day heirs, if not hostile to the state and revolutionary, is characterized by the absence of any idea of a state. In the end, notwithstanding the various analogies, there can be no forgetting the great difference. In the Germany of the 17th century, literature, however little the nation was inclined to take notice of it, was nonetheless instrumental in the rebirth of that nation. On the other hand, the 20 years of German literature adduced here as evidence of an awakened interest in the earlier epoch represent a decline, however propedeutic and fruitful. 16 All the more forceful is the impression that can be called forth precisely now by the German Baroque's inordinate artistic expression of tendencies related to those of the present day. Confronted with a literature that sought, in some measure, to reduce the world and posterity to silence by means of the extravagance of its technique, the uniform profuseness of its productions, and the vehemence of its value judgments, one should stress the necessity of the sovereign attitude demanded by the presentation of the idea of a form. Even then, the danger of allowing oneself to plunge from the heights of knowledge to the monstrous depths of the Baroque temper is not to be disdained. Again and again one encounters, in the improvised attempts to realize the meaning of this epoch, that characteristic feeling of vertigo induced by the spectacle of the epoch's spirituality, as it revolves in contradictions. Even the most intimate turns of expression in the Baroque, even its details, perhaps these above all, are antithetical. 56 Only a mode of observation coming from afar and, indeed, initially capable of renouncing the prospect of totality can lead the spirit through an ascetic schooling, so to speak, to the fortitude that allows it, faced with the spectacle of that panorama, to remain master of itself. It is the course of this schooling that had to be described here. 2. Trauerspiel and Tragedy. Act 1, Scene 1. Heinrich, Isabel. The setting is the throne room. Heinrich, I am king. Isabel, I am queen. Heinrich, I can and wish to. Isabel, you cannot and should not wish to. Heinrich, who will stop me? Isabel, my prohibition. Heinrich, I am king. Isabel, you are my son. Heinrich, although I honor you as mother, you must know that you are only my stepmother. I wish to have her. Isabel, you shall not have her. Heinrich, I say, I'm going to have her, Orneland. Philidor, Orneland or the fourfold betrothed one. 17. In philosophical investigations, the necessary orientation toward the extreme constitutes the norm in concept formation. This has two consequences for the presentation of the origin of the German Baroque Trauerspiel. First, it encourages research to take the breadth of its material into account in a disinterested way. In view of the nonetheless rather limited number of dramatic works, research on the Trauerspiel should not focus on the search for poetic schools, the epoch of an oeuvre, or layers of individual works as literary history justifiably does. Research should instead always be guided by the assumption that, when adequately conceived, what is disparate and diffuse appears bound together as elements of a synthesis. In this sense, the creations of lesser writers in whose works the outlandish is frequently present will be valued no less than those of greater writers. It is one thing to embody a form, but quite another to shape it. If the former is the concern of the writerly elect, the latter occurs with often incomparable effect in the labored attempts of the weaker sort. The form itself, whose life is not identical to that of the works determined by it, indeed, the form's shaping force may sometimes stand in reverse proportion to the perfection of a literary work, becomes evident precisely in the frail body of the feeble work, as its skeleton, so to speak. Second, the study of extremes includes consideration of the Baroque theory of drama. The ingenuousness of the theoreticians evident in the statement of their principles is a particularly charming feature of this literature. Its rules are extreme simply because they purport to be more or less binding. Thus, the eccentricities of the dramas can largely be traced back to these poetic theories, and since even the few templates available for their plots claim to be derived from theorems, the handbooks used by the dramatists prove to be indispensable sources for analysis. If these handbooks were critical in the modern sense, they would be less important as evidence. Recourse to these poetic treatises is not merely demanded by the subject but concretely justified by the state of research itself. Research has been hindered right up to the present day by the prejudices of stylistic classification and by aesthetic judgments. The discovery of the literary Baroque took place so late, and under such ambiguous auspices, because an all too comfortable periodization preferred to derive its characteristic features and its data from the tractates of past epochs. Since in Germany a literary Baroque nowhere manifested itself even in regard to the visual arts, the term is encountered only in the 18th century, and since the clear, clamorous, warlike proclamation was not the concern of literati, for whom a courtly tone seemed to provide a model, one preferred, even later, not to assign a particular title to this page in German literary history. A defining feature of the entire Baroque is its unpolemical sensibility. Every writer, even when obeying his own voice, likes to keep up the appearance of following in the footsteps of beloved teachers and proven authorities. 2. In this regard, the heightened interest in poetic disputation, as it emerged concurrently with the disputes in the Roman academies of painting, should not lead one astray. 3. Thus poetics remained limited to variations upon the Poetics Libri Septem of Julius Caesar Scaliger, which had appeared in 1561. Classicist schemas are dominant. Grephius is the undisputed old master, the German Sophocles, behind whom Lehenstein occupies a secondary place as the German Seneca. Hallmann, the German Aeschylus, can be placed at their side only with reservations for, and something in the dramas themselves undeniably corresponds to the Renaissance-like facade of the poetic treatises. Their stylistic originality, it may be remarked in advance, is incomparably greater in the details than in the whole. And, as Lamprecht has already emphasized, the ensemble is characterized by a sluggishness and, in spite of this, a simplicity of plot as well, a simplicity that reminds one, however distantly, of the bourgeois play of the German Renaissance. In the light of serious stylistic criticism, however, which is permitted to view the whole only in its determination by the detail traits that are alien to the Renaissance, not to say Baroque traits, emerge everywhere, from the language and behavior of the characters right up through the stagecraft and the choice of material. At the same time, it is revealing and still needs to be demonstrated that the traditional poetic treatises carry accents that enable Baroque interpretation and, indeed, that fidelity to these texts served Baroque intentions better than revolt. The will to classicism is almost the only feature of these works appropriate to a genuine Renaissance, and yet because of its ferocity and its ruthlessness, this will far outstrips that of the Renaissance itself. These works confronted, very directly, formal tasks to which they were, for lack of any training, wholly unequal. Every attempt to draw closer to classical forms, leaving aside the isolated successful effort, served, through its very violence, to predispose the enterprise to a highly Baroque elaboration. The failure of literary studies to provide stylistic analyses of these efforts can be explained by the verdict that scholars pronounced upon this epoch of bombast, linguistic depravity, and learned versification. Insofar as they sought to limit this verdict through the consideration that the Aristotelian school of dramaturgy was nothing more than a necessary transitional phase in the development of German Renaissance literature, they merely met one prejudice with another. The two prejudices go together, because the thesis that the German drama of the 17th century was a Renaissance form is supported by the Aristotelian orientation of the theorists. In what crippling fashion these Aristotelian definitions confronted any consideration of the actual value of these dramas has already been mentioned. It is necessary to emphasize here that the influence of Aristotelian doctrine upon Baroque drama is overestimated, and precisely in the term Renaissance tragedy. 18. The history of modern German drama knows no period in which the material of the ancient tragedians was less influential. This fact alone militates against the presumed dominance of Aristotle. Everything was lacking for an appreciation of his work, not least the will to such an appreciation. For no one looked to the Greek author for serious instruction concerning technique and subject matter, such as, since the time of Grephius, Dutch classicism and the Jesuit theatre, above all, had time and again provided. The essential thing was, with the acknowledgement of Aristotle's authority, to reaffirm contact with the Renaissance poetics of Scaliger and thereby maintain the legitimacy of one's own undertakings. Moreover, in the middle of the 17th century, Aristotelian poetics was not yet the simple and imposing set of dogmas with which Lessing came to terms. Tricino, the first commentator on the Poetics, adduces, first of all, unity of action as a complement to temporal unity. Unity of time has aesthetic value only if it is accompanied by unity of action. Grephius and Lohenstein adhered to these unities even though, in the case of Papinian, the unity of action could be contested. With this isolated fact, the inventory of features determined by Aristotle is closed. The periods theory does not give a more precise meaning to the unity of time. The theory of Harsdorfer, which otherwise is in keeping with the tradition, regards even an action of 4 or 5 days as admissible. Unity of place, which enters the discussion only with Castelvetro, is not in question with the Baroque Trauerspiel. Even the Jesuit theatre knows nothing of it. Still more indicative is the indifference displayed in the handbooks toward the Aristotelian theory of tragic effect. It is not as if this part of the Poetics, which, more clearly than the rest, bespeaks its determination by the cultic character of Greek theatre, would have been especially accessible to the 17th century understanding. Nevertheless, the more impossible it was to fathom this doctrine, in which the theory of purgation through the mysteries was at work, the more room there would have been for the free play of interpretation. The latter is as negligible in its intellectual content as it is striking in its inflection of the ancient intention. Pity and fear it considers as participating not in the integral whole of the action but in the fate of the outstanding figures. Fear is aroused by the villain's end, pity by that of the pious hero. To Burkin even this definition appears too classical, and instead of pity and fear he posits the glorification of God and the edification of fellow citizens as the purpose of the Trauerspiel. We Christians, in all our works, and therefore in writing and performing plays as well, should have but one aim, that God be honored thereby and our fellow man be instructed in the good. 5. The Trauerspiel exists to temper the virtue of its spectators. And if there was one virtue in particular that was obligatory for its heroes and uplifting for its audience, it was the old virtue of apatheia. The link between the Stoic ethic and the theory of modern tragedy was achieved in Holland, and Lipsius had remarked that the Aristotelian eleos pity was to be understood only as an active impulse to alleviate the sufferings and pains of others, not as a pathological breakdown in the face of a dreadful fate, not as pusillanimitas but only as misericordia. 6. There is no doubt that such glosses are essentially alien to Aristotle's description of the contemplation of tragedy. Thus it is again and again the sole fact of the royal hero that furnished an occasion for criticism to relate the new tragedy to the ancient tragedy of the Greeks. And so the investigation of the peculiar nature of this dramatic form can begin no more appropriately than with Opitz's famous definition, itself framed in the linguistic style of the Trauerspiel. 19. Tragedy is equal in majesty to heroic poetry, and it seldom suffers the introduction of vulgar things or persons of lower rank, for it treats only of the will of kings, murders, despair, infanticides and patricides, conflagrations, incest, wars and rebellions, lamentation, wailing, sighs, and the like. 7. The modern aesthetician may not at first want to rate this definition too highly, because it seems to be merely an inventory of the subject area of tragedy. For this reason, it has never been considered important. Yet this appearance is deceptive. Opitz does not expressly say, although in his day it was self-evident that the events named above are not so much subject matter as artistic core of the Trauerspiel. Historical life, as that epoch represented it to itself, is its content, its true object. In this respect it differs from tragedy. For the object of the latter is not history but myth, and the tragic stature of the dramatis personae is dependent not on rank absolute monarchy but on the prehistorical epoch of their existence, of their heroic past. In Opitz's sense, what determines the monarch to be the main character of the Trauerspiel is not his confrontation with God and fate, nor the actualization of a primordial past that would be the key to the community of the living, but rather the testing and confirmation of princely virtues, the exposure of princely vices, the insight into diplomatic affairs, and the operation of political machinations. The sovereign, as chief exponent of history, might almost be considered its incarnation. In primitive fashion, his participation in the actual course of world history finds expression everywhere in the poetics. Whoever wants to write tragedies, according to Rist's most noble diversion, must be extremely well versed in chronicles and history books, ancient as well as modern. He must be thoroughly grounded in world affairs and affairs of state, as comprising authentic politics. He must know the sentiments of a king or prince, in time of war or peace, how one governs country and people, how power is maintained and harmful counsels avoided, what ruses must be used in order to seize power, to drive away others, and even to eliminate them. In sum, he must understand the art of government as intimately as he does his mother tongue. 8. It was thought that the Trauerspiel could be grasped concretely in the events of history itself, one needed only to find the right words. And even in this undertaking one did not want to feel free. Haugwitz may well have been the least gifted among the authors of Baroque Trauerspiels, indeed may have been simply the only really untalented one, but it would nevertheless be a misunderstanding of the technique of the Trauerspiel to want to attribute a statement in the notes to Maria Stuarda to a lack of know-how. There he complains that, in composing the work, he had to hand only one source, the Grand Mourning Hall of Franciscus Erasmus, so he was constrained to follow too closely the words of the translator of Franciscus 9. This same attitude gives rise, with Lichtenstein, to the body of commentaries that, in terms of amplitude, vies with the text of the dramas, and, with Grephius, who here too displays his superiority in spirit and expression, to the following words, at the conclusion of the notes to Papinian, and so much for now. But why so much? What I have written will be useless for scholars, and still too little for the ignorant. 10. Like the term tragic today, and with greater justification, the word Trauerspiel in the 17th century referred equally to the dramatic form and to historical events. The style alone shows how close to each other the two things stood in the minds of contemporaries. What is usually dismissed as bombast in works for the stage cannot be better described, in many cases, than with the words with which Erdmannsdorfer characterizes the tone of historical sources in those decades. In all the writings that speak of war and its horrors, one finds an excess of almost whining tones of lamentation, which have become a set manner, a so to speak unceasingly hand-wringing mode of expression has become generally customary. Whereas the misery, as great as it was, nevertheless varied in degree, the writings of the period employ almost no nuances in describing it. 11. The radical consequence of the assimilation of the theatrical element to the historical scene would have been that the agent of historical action would have been called upon before all others for the composition of literature itself. And thus Opitz begins the preface to the Trojan Women. To write Trauerspiels was formerly something done by emperors, princes, great heroes, and sages. Among these, Julius Caesar in his youth composed an Oedipus, Augustus an Achilles and Ajax, Maecenas a Prometheus, Cassius Severus Parmenses a Pomponius Secundus, while Nero and others did much the same. 12. Clay follows Opitz and mentions that it would not be difficult to show that only emperors, princes, great heroes, and sages were occupied with writing Trauerspiels, but not people of humble estate. 13. Without going quite so far, Harsdorfer, Clay's friend and teacher, likewise posited a somewhat vague schematism of correspondences between social class and literary form, in which what is at issue is as much the subject as the reader, the actor as the author, and in which pastoral is attributed to the peasant class, comedy to the bourgeois class, but Trauerspiel, together with the novel, to the nobility. The inverse consequence of these theories, however, turned out to be even more ludicrous. Political intrigue spilled into literary conflict. Hunold and Wernick denounced each other before the kings of Spain and England in turn. 20. The sovereign represents history. He holds historical happenings in his hand like a scepter. This conception is something entirely other than a privilege of the men of the theatre. It is based on ideas about constitutional or state law. In a final confrontation with juridical doctrines of the Middle Ages, the 17th century saw a new concept of sovereignty emerge. The old textbook case of tyrannicide remained the focal point of this dispute. Among the kinds of tyranny distinguished by the earlier doctrine of state, that of the usurper was always especially controversial. The Church had abandoned him, but there was ongoing debate on whether the signal to depose him could be given by the people, by arrival to the throne, or only by the curia. The ecclesiastical position had lost none of its relevance. Precisely in a century of religious wars, the clergy held fast to a doctrine that put weapons against hostile princes in their hands. Its theocratic claim was rejected by Protestantism, which pointed to the assassination of Henry IV of France to illustrate the consequences of this doctrine. And with the appearance of the Gallican Articles of 1682, the last bulwark of the theocratic doctrine of state collapsed. The absolute inviolability of the sovereign had been energetically defended before the curia. This extreme doctrine of princely power was, in its counter-reformational origins, and despite the alignment of parties, more spiritual and more profound than its modern reconception. If the modern concept of sovereignty amounts to a supreme executive power on the part of the ruler, the Baroque concept develops on the basis of a discussion of the state of exception, and makes it the most important function of the prince to avert the state. 14 Whoever rules is from the beginning destined to be possessor of dictatorial powers if war, revolt, or other catastrophes should bring about a state of exception. This assumption is characteristic of the Counter-Reformation. From the rich feeling of life of the Renaissance, its worldly despotic element emancipates itself to develop in all its consequences the ideal of a complete stabilization, a restoration as much ecclesiastical as political. And one of these consequences is the demand for a principality whose political juridical status guarantees the continuity of the commonweal that blossoms in feats of arms and in the sciences, in the arts and in the church. In the theological juristical mode of thought that is so characteristic of the century, there speaks the decelerating hypertension of transcendence that lies at the bottom of all the provocative this worldly accents of the Baroque. 15.4, in antithesis to the historical ideal of the Restoration, the Baroque is faced with the idea of catastrophe. And it is on the basis of this antithetic that the theory of the state of exception is conceived. Thus it will not suffice to refer only to the greater stability of political relations in the 18th century if one wishes to explain how the vivid awareness of the meaning of the exception that was reflected in the doctrine of natural law of the 17th century was lost in the century to follow. 16 If, in fact, emergency law was no law at all for Kant, that goes together with his theological rationalism. 17 The religious man of the Baroque thus holds fast to the world because he feels himself being driven along with it toward a cataract. There is no Baroque eschatology, and precisely for that reason there is a mechanism that multiplies and exalts everything earthborn before it is delivered over to its end. The beyond is emptied of everything in which even the slightest breath of world can be felt, and from it the Baroque extracts a profusion of things that tended to elude every formation and at its high point brings them to light in drastic form so as to clear a last heaven and to place it, as vacuum, in a condition to swallow up the earth one day with catastrophic violence. The same state of affairs, only transposed, is at issue with the insight that Baroque naturalism is the art of least distances. In every case, the naturalistic means serves the reduction of distances. In order to leap back the more surely into the hypertrophy of form and into the forecourts of the metaphysical, it seeks its springboard in the region of the liveliest objective actuality. 18 The exalted forms of Baroque Byzantinism, then, do not dissolve the tension between world and transcendence. They sound unquiet, and saturated emanationism is foreign to them. The preface to the Letters of Heroes says, "So, then, I live in the consoling trust that my boldness in daring to rekindle the long extinguished flames of love for certain illustrious houses which I most humbly honor and am ready to worship, so far as it would not be offensive to God, will not be viewed with too great disfavor." 19 Birkin is unsurpassed. The higher the standing of the persons, the better it is that they garner the praise due above all to God and to the pious divinities of the earth. 20 Is this not a petty bourgeois counterpart to Rubens's royal processions? The prince appears in them not only as the hero of an antique triumph but at the same time is brought into direct relation with divine beings, is served and extolled by them, he is thus himself granted deification. Earthly and heavenly figures mingle in his entourage, subserving the same idea of glorification. 21 But this latter remains pagan. In the Trauerspiel, monarch and martyr do not escape immanence. To the theological hyperbole is added a very popular cosmological argumentation. The comparison of the prince with the sun runs through the literature of the epoch in countless repetitions. What is intended thereby is above all the uniqueness of this decisive authority. Whoever sets someone by his side on the throne deserves to forfeit crown and purple. There is one prince and one son for the world and the kingdom. 22 The sky can tolerate but one sun, two men cannot have a place on the throne or in the nuptial bed, declares ambition in Hallmann's Mariam. 23 A very remarkable passage in Saavedra Fajardo's portrait of a Christian political prince in 101 Views showed how easily the elaboration of this metaphoric led from the juridical delimitation of the sovereign's position within the state to the inordinate ideal of world domination, an ideal as much in accord with the Baroque theocratic passion as it was incompatible with its reason of state. In connection with an allegorical engraving depicting a solar eclipse and carrying the inscription Praesentia Nocet, that is, Luni, it is explained that princes must avoid any close proximity to one another. Princes maintain good relations with one another through the mediation of their ministers and by means of letters, but whenever they seek on their own to confer about their affairs, suspicion and hostility everywhere arise from the moment they come face to face, for one fails to find in the other anything of what he expected, and neither of them gauges himself correctly, for usually there is none among them who does not wish to be more than what he is by rights. The princely rendezvous and presence is a continual battle, in which one only vies for recognition, and seeks the advantage at every turn, and struggles with the other for victory. 24. 21. One preferred to turn to the history of the East, where absolute monarchy prevailed with a show of power unknown to the West. Thus Grephius, in Katharina, has recourse to the Shah of Persia, and Liechtenstein, in the earliest and latest of his dramas, to the Sultanate. But it is the theocratically grounded empire of Byzantium that plays the leading role. It was at that time that the systematic discovery and investigation of Byzantine literature began, with the great editions of the Byzantine historians, research, instituted under the auspices of Louis XIV by French scholars such as Ducange, Comefus, Maltrate, and others. 25. These historians, above all Cedrenus and Zonaras, were read widely, and perhaps not only for the sake of the bloody accounts they provided of the destinies of the Eastern Empire but also out of an interest in exotic images. The influence of these sources continued to grow in the course of the 17th century and well into the 18th century. For the more thoroughly the tyrant of the Trauerspiel, toward the end of the Baroque age, assumed the subordinate role that found an inglorious end in Stranitzky's Viennese farces, the more useful the chronicles of the Eastern Roman Empire proved to be, brimming as they were with crimes and outrages. Thus one reads, "Let him who offends us be hanged, burned, broken on the wheel, let him drip blood and be drowned in the river Styx. He hurls everything away and departs in fury." 26. Or, let justice flourish, cruelty reign, murder and tyranny triumph, so that Wenceslas might ascend his victorious throne on bleeding corpses instead of steps. 27. Corresponding to the culmination of the Hauptende Staatsaktionen in opera in the north is the Viennese conclusion in parody. A new tragedy, entitled, Bernardin, the faithful Princess Pumphia, and Hanswurst, the tyrannical Kolikin of the Tartars, a parody in doggerel verses, with its faint-hearted tyrant and its theme of chastity seeking salvation in marriage. This piece carries the motifs of the great Trauerspiel ad absurdum. 28. It might almost bear as motto a passage from Gratian, which illustrates how scrupulously the role of the prince in the Trauerspiel has to adhere to a model and to an extreme. There is no middle register for judging kings. They are reckoned among either the very good or the very bad. 29. 22. Corresponding to the very bad was the drama of the tyrant and the emotion of fear, to the very good the martyr drama and the emotion of pity. These forms retain their curious parallelism only so long as one overlooks the juristic aspect of Baroque monarchy. If one follows the indications of ideology, they appear strictly complementary. Tyrant and martyr in the Baroque age are the two Janus faces of the crowned head. They are the necessarily extreme expressions of the princely being. This is readily seen in the case of the tyrant. The theory of sovereignty, for which the exceptional becomes exemplary once dictatorial prerogatives are developed, makes the completion of the figure of the sovereign in the mold of the tyrant virtually obligatory. The drama is completely given over to making the gesture of executive power a characteristic of the ruler and having him appear with the speech and behavior of the tyrant even where the situation does not call for it. Similarly, it is only in rare cases that the ruler will enter the scene without full array, crown, and scepter. 30. Even the most horrific degeneration of the person of the prince, and this is the specifically Baroque feature of the image, does not really undercut this norm of sovereignty. The solemn speeches offer ceaseless variations on the maxim "the purple will cover it over." 31. The speeches have something provocative about them, to be sure, but they are received with a feeling of admiration even where they have to cover over fratricide, as in Grephius's Popinian, incest, as in Liechtenstein's Agrippina, infidelity, as in Liechtenstein's Sophonisbe, or wife murder, as in Hallmann's Mariam. None other than the figure of Herod, as the European theatre in these times everywhere presents him, is characteristic of the conception of the tyrant. 32. His story lent to the representation of kingly insolence its most gripping features. This epoch was not the first for which a terrible mystery was woven around this king. Before he became, as maddened autocrat, an emblem of troubled creation, he was present to early Christianity in a ghastlier guise as the Antichrist. Tertullian, and he is not the only one, speaks of a sect of Herodians who venerated Herod as Messiah. His life was not the stuff of dramas alone. Grephius's youthful work in Latin, The Herod Cycle, shows most clearly what drew the interest of these men, the sovereign of the 17th century, the summit of creation, erupting like a volcano into frenzied rage and destroying himself and the court around him. Painting favored the image of him carried away in madness and holding in his hands two infants whom he is about to smash. The spirit of the drama of princes is clearly displayed in the fact that, in this typical end of the Jewish king, traits of the martyr drama are intermingled. For if in the ruler, and precisely at the point where he unfolds power most deliriously, there is recognized the revelation of history and, at the same time, the authority that calls a halt to its vicissitudes, then this one thing speaks for the Caesar who loses himself in the intoxication of power. He falls victim to a misrelation between the unlimited hierarchical dignity with which God has invested him and the state of his poor human nature. 23. The antithesis between the power of the ruler and his ability to rule entailed for the Trauerspiel a characteristic feature that was only seemingly typical of the genre and which stands out in all clarity only when viewed against the background of the theory of sovereignty. This is the indecisiveness of the tyrant. The prince, with whom rests the decision concerning the state of exception, shows that, as soon as the situation arises, a decision is nearly impossible for him. Just as the painting of the Mannerists knows nothing of composition in placid light, so the theatrical figures of the epoch stand in the glare of their wavering resolution. In them is expressed not so much the sovereignty that their stoic manner of speech brings to the fore as the sudden caprices of a continually changing storm of emotions, in which the figures of Liechtenstein in particular emerge like torn, fluttering flags. Not entirely dissimilar are the figures of El Greco, in the relative smallness of their heads, if it is permissible to understand this expression in a figurative sense. 33 For it is not thoughts but fluctuating physical impulses that determine them. It is in accord with such a manner that the literature of the period, even the informal epic, seizes upon the most ephemeral gestures in a manifoldly productive fashion, while remaining helpless before the human countenance. 34 Through Dyscelsus, a messenger, Maecenas sends poison to Sophonisbe, so she can elude Roman imprisonment. Be quiet, go, Dyscelsus, my patience do not strain. But halt. I feel I'm done for, going numb, and trembling. Go on. No time to doubt. Suspense I'm not dissembling. Forgive. Oh, look, my heart and I both break. Go on. For the end no other course can take. 35 In a corresponding passage of Katharina, Shah Abbas dispatches the Imam Kuli with the order for Katharina's execution and concludes, do not show yourself again until the work is done. Ah, my breast is sore oppressed with horror. Away. Go hence. Ah, no. Stay. Come back. Yes, go. It is irrevocable. 36 And in the Viennese farce there is the same complement of bloody tyranny and vacillation. Pelifont, well, let her live then, let her live, but, no, yes, yes, let her live. No, no, let her die, let her perish, let someone deliver her soul from her body. Go, then, she shall live. 37 Thus, briefly interrupted by others, the tyrant. 24 What continues to fascinate in the downfall of the tyrant is the conflict the epoch feels between the impotence and depravity of his person and its belief in the sacrosanct power of his role. Hence, it was not at all possible for the epoch to derive from the tyrant's end a flat moralistic satisfaction in the style of the dramas of Hans Sachs. If, in fact, the tyrant founders not only in his own person but, as ruler, in the name of historical humanity, then his downfall is enacted as a tribunal in whose judgment the subject too feels himself implicated. What a more exact consideration brings out in the case of the Herod drama is immediately evident in works such as Leo Arminius, Carolus Stuardus, and Papinian, works that share many features with the martyr tragedies or number among them. It is not going too far, then, to recognize in all the definitions of drama to be found in the handbooks a description, basically, of the martyr drama. What these definitions have in view is not so much the deeds of the hero as his endurance, often indeed not so much torments of soul as the pain of the physical adversity that overtakes him. Nevertheless, the martyr drama was nowhere invoked more aptly than in a sentence of Harsdorff's: the hero should be an example of all perfect virtues and should be grieved by the unfaithfulness of friends and enemies, but in such a manner that he shows himself to be magnanimous in all circumstances and able courageously to overcome the sorrows that nonetheless break out in sighs, outcries, and many expressions of lament. 38 The one grieved by the unfaithfulness of friends and enemies. This could be said of Christ in his passion. Just as Christ as King suffered in the name of humanity, so, in the eyes of Baroque poets, does majesty in general. Let him take it who remains ignorant of you, runs the caption for plate 71 in Zinkgreff's Emblematum Ethico-Politicorum Centuria. In the foreground of a landscape, it shows a giant crown. Underneath, the verse, this burden appears different to the one who wears it than to those who are dazzled by its deceptive luster. The latter have never known its weight, but the other knows too well what torment it brings. 39 Thus, one had no qualms about expressly conferring the title of martyr on princes now and then. Carolus the Martyr, Carolus Martyr appears beneath the engraving on the title page of the Royal Defense of Charles I. 40 These antitheses play into each other, in unparalleled though of course disconcerting fashion, in Greffius's first Trauerspiel. The sublime status of the emperor, on one hand, and the despicable feebleness of his actions, on the other, make it difficult to decide, at bottom, whether one is witnessing the drama of a tyrant or the history of a martyr. Greffius certainly would have held to the first view. Stahel appears to regard the second view as self-evident. 41 In these dramas it is the structure that renders that thematic scheme invalid. And, of course, nowhere more than in Leo Armneus, to the detriment of any clearly contoured ethical delineation. Thus no very deep research is required to see how an element of martyr tragedy lies hidden in every drama of a tyrant. Far less easily discovered is the impact of the tyrant drama on the martyr history. The precondition for this discovery is awareness of the strange image of the martyr that was traditional in the Baroque, at least in the literary Baroque. It has nothing in common with religious conceptions. The perfect martyr escapes imminence as little as does the ideal image of the monarch. In the Baroque drama he is a radical Stoic who is put to the test on the occasion of a struggle for the crown or a religious dispute, at the conclusion of which torture and death await him. There remains the special quality that is introduced by the woman as victim of the executioner in many of these dramas, as in Katharina von Georgienne by Greffius, in Hallmann's Sophia and Mariamne, or in Haugwitz's Maria Stuarda. This is of prime importance for the correct assessment of the martyr tragedy. The concern of the tyrant is the restoration of order in the state of exception, a dictatorship whose utopia will always be to set the iron constitution of laws of nature in place of precarious historical occurrence. But the Stoic technique aims also to empower a corresponding stabilization for a state of exception of the soul, the realm of affects. It too seeks an anti-historical new creation in the woman, the preservation of chastity which, no less than the dictatorial constitution of the tyrant, is removed from the innocent first state of creation. If the devotion of the citizenry is the hallmark in the one case, it is physical ascesis in the other. Hence, in the martyr drama, the chaste princess occupies pride of place. 25 Whereas theoretical debate concerning the term tyrant drama, even in the face of its most extreme figurations, has never been opened, the discussion of martyr tragedy, as is well known, constitutes a stock feature of German dramaturgy. All the usual misgivings about the Trauerspiel of this century, whether based on Aristotle, on the despised crudeness of the plot, or, not least, on linguistic considerations, pale before the complacency with which authors in the last 150 years have rejected it in the concept of the martyr tragedy. The reason for this unanimity is to be sought not in the subject itself but in the authority of Lessing. 42 If one considers the obstinacy with which literary historians have perennially linked the critical discussion of works to long-forgotten controversies, then the prestige accorded Lessing can hardly come as a surprise. And no correction could be expected from a psychological mode of observation proceeding not from the subject matter itself but from its effect on contemporary citizens, whose relation to the stage and its audience has lost all but the rudiments of a certain prurient delight in the action. For the cheap thrills arising from the dramatic tension, which to this type of audience is all that is left of the theatrical, do not really obtain in the performance of the martyr history. The resulting disappointment then adopted the language of scholarly protest and, by pointing out the lack of inner conflict, the absence of tragic guilt, thought it had fixed the value of these dramas once and for all. Added to this is the valuation of the plot. From the so-called reversal in classical tragedy it is distinguished by virtue of the isolation of motives, scenes, types. Just as, in the Passion Play, tyrant, devils, or Jews show themselves on the stage in their abyssal cruelty and depravity, without any sort of explanation or development, and without having to confess anything but their malicious intentions, so also Baroque drama loves to place its antagonists in the glaring light of separate scenes, in which motivation tends to play a minimal role. The Baroque plot unfolds, one might say, like a change of scene before a raised curtain, so little is any illusion intended in it, so insistently is the economy of this counteraction emphasized. Nothing is more instructive than the casualness with which decisive motives in the plot have to seek refuge in the notes. Thus, in Hallman's Mariam drama, Herod admits, "It's true. We had, in great secrecy, commanded him to assassinate the princess in the event that Antony should suddenly destroy us." 43. And in the note one reads, "This out of too great love for her, so that after his death she would belong to no one else." 44. One could cite here as well Leo Arminius if not as an example of loose plot construction, then as an example of careless composition. Empress Theodosia herself presses the prince to postpone the execution of Balbus, the rebel, which then leads to the death of Emperor Leo. In her long lament for her husband, she makes no mention at all of her own intervention. A crucial motive falls by the wayside. The unity of a straightforwardly historical action forced the drama into an unequivocal course, and endangered it. If such a course is surely to be presupposed as the ground of all pragmatic historical presentation, it is no less certain that the drama, by its nature, demands closure in order to attain the totality that is denied to all external temporal progression. The subplot, whether parallel to the main action or in contrast to it, guarantees it such closure. But only Lohenstein had frequent recourse to a secondary action, otherwise, it was excluded, so that one could feel assured of putting history pure and simple on view. The Nuremberg school teaches naively that these plays were called Trauerspiels because formerly, in pagan times, tyrants for the most part led the government and for that reason usually met with a bad end. 45. Thus Gervinus's judgment concerning the dramatic construction in Grephius, namely, that, the scenes unfold only for the purpose of explaining and advancing the actions and never for the sake of dramatic effect. 46. On the whole holds true, if exception be made at least for Cardinio and Selland. Above all, however, it is significant that such isolated observations, well grounded as they are of no use as a foundation for criticism. The dramatic form employed by Grephius and his contemporaries is not to be considered inferior to that of later writers simply because it did not leave its mark upon them. Its worth is determined in a context of its own validating. 26. To be referenced in such a context is the relationship as shown in its passion character of Baroque drama to ecclesiastical medieval drama. But in the face of a literature whose appearances stand under the dominion of empathy, this reference should be cleared of any suspicion of idle analogizing, such as obscures rather than furthers the analysis of style. In this regard, the following remark, the presentation of medieval elements in the Baroque drama and its theory, is to be read here as a prolegomenon to further confrontations between the medieval and Baroque spiritual worlds, as these confrontations come to light in another context. That medieval theories are revived in the period of the religious wars, that the Middle Ages continued to reign undisputed in the state and in the economy, in art and in science, that the Middle Ages as such is first overcome, and indeed named, Only in the course of the 17th century all this was propounded long ago. 47. A glance at certain details suffices to disclose a surprising abundance of evidence. Even a purely statistical compilation from the poetics of the epoch comes to the conclusion that the Baroque's definitions of tragedy are, at the core, precisely the same as in the grammatical and lexicographical works of the Middle Ages. 48. And it is no argument against the striking affinity of Opitz's definition with the standard medieval definition of a Boethius or Placidus if Scaliger, who otherwise was in accord with those two authors, provides examples that run against their distinction between comic and tragic poetry, a distinction which, as is well known, reaches beyond the category of the dramatic. 49. It is formulated as follows: in the text of Vincent of Beauvais, a comedy is a poem that transforms a sad beginning into a happy end. A tragedy, however, is a poem leading from a happy beginning to a sad end. 50. Whether the sad event is presented in measured discourse or in a prosaic flow seems hardly to make a difference. In line with this, Franz Joseph Mohn has convincingly demonstrated the connection between medieval theatre and medieval chronicle. What is shown is that world history was regarded by the chroniclers as a great Trauerspiel, and that the chronicles of the world are associated with Old German theatre. Insofar, that is, as the Last Judgment is the conclusion of these chronicles, constituting as it does the end of the drama of the world, then the Christian account of history goes naturally together with the Christian theatre, and here it is important to note the statements of chroniclers who clearly indicate this connection. Otto von Freysingen, preface to the Emperor Frederick, says, "You should know that we wrote this history from the bitterness of our heart, and that we have therefore woven not so much a sequence of events as the wretchedness of the same in the manner of tragedy." He repeats this same view in the preface to Singremus. In these books the prudent reader will be able to find not so much histories as harsh tragedies of mortal calamities. World history, then, was for Otto a tragedy, not according to its form but according to its content. 51. 500 years later, with Salmasius, one finds the same point of view. What remained of the tragedy up until its conclusion was the character of the independents, although one saw the Presbyterians, up to the fourth act and beyond, occupying the whole theatre with great pomp. Only the fifth and final act was allotted to the independents, who appeared in the scene after having silenced and scattered the first set of actors. It could well be that the latter would not have brought the drama to a close with such a tragic and bloody catastrophe. 52. Here, far from the enclosed space of Lessing's Hamburg dramaturgy, not to mention post-classical dramaturgy, in the tragedy that the Middle Ages perhaps still interpreted more as a meager legacy of the ancient materials of drama instead of seeing it realized in its own mystery plays, opens the form world of the Baroque Trauerspiel. 27. Nevertheless, where the Christian mystery play, like the Christian chronicle, sets before one's eyes the whole of the course of history, world history as salvation history, the Hauptende Staatsfiction has to do with only a part of pragmatic history. Christendom or Europe is divided into a series of European Christendoms whose historical actions no longer claim to be integrated in a process of salvation. The relationship of the Trauerspiel to the mystery play is called into question by the boundless despair that seems necessarily to be the last word of the secularized Christian drama. For no one will consider the Stoic morality in which the martyrdom of the hero culminates, or the justice that directs the tyrant's fury toward madness, as adequate to sustain the tension of a proper dramatic arc of the action. A massive layer of ornamental, truly Baroque stucco work overlays its keystone, and only a careful examination of the tension spanning its arch can discover it. It is the tension of a question concerning salvation history, how the secularization of the mystery play, which took place not only among the Protestants of the Silesian and Nuremberg schools but also in like manner among the Jesuits and with Calderon, meant an extension into the immeasurable. For if the secularization of the Counter-Reformation pervaded the area of both confessions, nowhere did it make the religious concerns feel less weighty. It was only the religious solution that the century denied to these concerns, so as to summon from them, or impose upon them, a worldly solution in its place. Under the yoke of this constraint, goaded by that demand, these generations suffered through their conflicts. Of all the deeply torn and divided epochs of European history, the Baroque is the only one to occur in a period of unshakable domination by Christianity. The medieval avenue of rebellion heresy was closed to it, in part precisely because Christianity maintained its authority with such tenacity, but above all because, in the heterodox nuances of doctrinal teaching and practice, the ardor of a new worldly will could not even remotely come to expression. Since, therefore, neither rebellion nor subjection was religiously viable, the collective energy of the epoch was directed toward a complete revolution of the content of life under the orthodox preservation of ecclesiastical forms. This had to lead to the suppression of genuine, direct human expression. For the latter, in turn, would have led to the unequivocal manifestation of the will of the age and to exactly that confrontation with the Christian life to which Romanticism later succumbed. And such a confrontation was circumvented in both a positive sense and a negative one. For there reigned a spiritual climate that, while so eccentrically enabling the exaltation of acts of rapture, did not so much transfigure the world with them as stretch a cloudy sky over its surface. The painters of the Renaissance know how to keep the sky high, whereas in the paintings of the Baroque the cloud mass moves darkly or luminously toward the earth. Compared to the Baroque, the Renaissance appears not as an irreligious, pagan age but as a span of non-clerical freedom in the life of faith, while with the Counter-Reformation the hierarchical tendency of the Middle Ages resumes its authority in a world that was denied immediate access to the beyond. Bourdieu's new approach to the Renaissance and Reformation, which is directed against the Burckhartian prejudices, first displays in their true light, per contrarium, these decisive traits of the Counter-Reformation. Nothing was more alien to the latter than expectation of an end time, or even only of an upheaval of the times, such as Bourdieu has shown was instrumental to the movement of the Renaissance. The philosophical historical ideal of the Counter-Reformation was the acme, a golden age of peace and artistic flowering, one to which all apocalyptic tendencies are foreign, but which was established and guaranteed in eternum through the sword of the Church. The influence of this state of mind can be felt throughout the surviving religious drama. Thus the Jesuits no longer take the entire drama as a theme, and even less frequently the Passion, but prefer rather to select material from the Old Testament and to express their missionary intention in Legends of the Saints. 53. The secular drama would necessarily have been affected still more obviously by the Restoration philosophy of history. It was confronted with historical materials, the initiative of writers who, like Greffius, took actual occurrences as their subject, or who, like Lohenstein and Hallmann, drew on the Hauptende Staatssektionen of the East, was immense. But these efforts remained from the beginning bound up in a strict immanence and without the prospect onto the beyond of the mystery plays, limited, in the unfolding of their no doubt ample apparatus, to the presentation of ghostly apparitions and of apotheoses of rulers. German Baroque drama evolved under such constraint. Little wonder that it happened in eccentric hence only more intensive form. Almost nothing of the German drama of the Renaissance still survived in it. Already Opitz's The Trojan Women had renounced the tempered high spirits and straightforward moralism of these plays. Greffius and Lohenstein would have made even more vigorous claims for the artistic value and metaphysical weight of their dramas if every sort of promotion of métier with the exception of dedications and verse encomia had not been prohibited. 28. The Trauerspiel's evolving language of forms can be seen, in its entirety, as an unfolding of the contemplative necessities lying enclosed within the theological situation of the epoch. And one of these necessities, consequent upon the collapse of all eschatology, is the attempt to find consolation in the renunciation of a state of grace in reversion to the bare creaturely condition. Here, as in other spheres of life in the Baroque, what is decisive is the transposition of originally temporal data into a spatial unreality and simultaneity. It leads deep into the structure of this dramatic form. Where the Middle Ages exhibits the precariousness of worldly events and the transitoriness of the creature as stations on the path to salvation, the German Trauerspiel wholly buries itself in the desolation of the earthly estate. Such redemption as it knows will lie more in the depths of these vicissitudes themselves than in the fulfillment of a divine plan of salvation. The repudiation of eschatology in religious plays is characteristic of the new drama throughout Europe, Nevertheless, the headlong flight into a nature without grace is specifically German. Spain's drama, the supreme form of European theatre, in which Baroque features develop so much more brilliantly, so much more sharply and successfully, in the land of Catholic culture, resolves the conflicts of a graceless creation playfully reduced, so to speak, within the compass of the court and of a kingship that proves to be a secularized power of redemption. The stretta of the third act, with its indirect inclusion of transcendence as though in a mirror, or crystal ball, or marionette theatre, guarantees to the Calderonian drama a denouement superior to that of the German Trauerspiel. The Spanish drama cannot disavow its claim to engage the content of existence. If the secular drama must nonetheless stop at the boundaries of transcendence, then it seeks to assure itself of this in indirect ways, via play. Nowhere is this clearer than in Life is a Dream, where there is fundamentally a totality worthy of the mystery play, in which the dream arches over waking life like the vault of heaven. Morality has its place there, but whether it is dream or truth, to act right is what becomes me. If it's true, because it is so, and if it's dream, so as to win friends, when the time will waken us. 54. Nowhere else than in Calderon, then, could the consummate art form of the Baroque Trauerspiel be studied. What makes for its validity of the word as of the object is not least the precision with which morning Trauer and play Spiel can harmonize with each other. The history of the concept of play in German aesthetics knows three periods: Baroque, Classicism, Romanticism. If the first has to do predominantly with the product, then the second has to do with production and the third with both. The conception of life itself as a play, a conception that must a fortiori name the work of art as play too, is foreign to classicism. Schiller's theory of the play instinct had in view the genesis and effect of art, not the structure of artworks. The latter can be cheerful where life is serious, but they can present themselves playfully only where life, in the face of an intensity directed toward the unconditioned, has lost its ultimate seriousness. That was the case, notwithstanding the differences involved, for the Baroque and Romanticism. And, to be sure, in such a way that, for both, this intensity had to find its expression in the forms and materials of the secular practice of art. The element of play in drama was ostentatiously emphasized, and transcendence was allowed to have the last word only in the worldly disguise of a play within the play. The technique is not always obvious, in the sense of erecting the stage itself on the stage or incorporating the spectator's space within the space of the stage. Nevertheless, for the theatre of a secular society which is, precisely for this reason, romantic, the healing and redemptive instance only ever lies in a paradoxical reflection of play and semblance. That deliberateness, the semblance of which Goethe said is proper to every work of art, dispels the sorrow in the ideal romantic Trauerspiel of Calderon. For the new theatre has its God in machination. It is characteristic of the Baroque Trauerspiel of the Germans that in it this play unfolds neither with the brilliance of the Spanish dramas nor with the artful cunning of the later Romantic productions. But this motif operates nonetheless, leaving its most indelible mark in the lyric drama of Andreas Gräfius. It was subsequently given varied expression in Lehenstein's dedication to Sophonisby, as now the whole life's course of mortals tends to begin with games in childhood, so also life comes to an end in vain games. As Rome celebrated the day of Augustus's birth with games, so too with play and pomp is the body of the deceased brought to his place of burial. The blind Samson brings himself playing to the grave, and our brief life is nothing but a poem. A play in which now this one enters and now that one exits, with tears it begins and with weeping it ends. Yes, time likes to play with us even after death, when putrefaction, maggot, and worm burrow in our dead bodies. 55. It is precisely the monstrous course of events in Sophonisby that prefigures the later development of the play element, as it evolves through the highly significant medium of the puppet theatre into the grotesque, on one hand, and into the subtle, on the other. The author is well aware of the audacious turns of plot. She who now wishes to die for love of her husband has, in 2 hours' time, forgotten his attachment and her own. And Maecenas' ardor is only a trick if he, in the evening, sends mortal poison as a present to her whom earlier he meant to devour for love. For he who was at first her lover is now her executioner. Such is the play of desire and ambition in the world. 56. Such play need not be thought of as a game of chance, but can just as well be regarded as calculated and planned, and hence a play of puppets whose strings are pulled by ambition and desire. Of course, it remains indisputable that German drama in the 17th century had not yet arrived at an unfolding of that canonical artistic procedure in virtue of which romantic drama from Calderon to Tieck was able in constantly new ways to encapsulate and reduce its objects, the device of reflection. This device comes into its own not only in romantic comedy, where it is one of the most refined artistic means, but no less in what is called romantic tragedy, the drama of fate. It is to Calderon's drama exactly what the veloute is to the architecture of the period. It repeats itself to infinity and reduces to the unfathomable the sphere which it delimits. Equally essential are these two aspects of reflection, the playful reduction of the real along with the introduction of a reflexive infinity of thought into the closed finitude of a profane space of fate. For the world of the dramas of fate, this much said by way of anticipation, is a world closed in itself. That was especially the case in Calderon, whose Herod drama, Jealousy is the Greatest Monster, has been seen as the earliest drama of fate in world literature. It was the sublunary world in the strict sense, a world of the suffering or resplendent creature, in which, admirum dei gloriam and for the edification of spectators, the rule of fate was supposed to be confirmed in a manner at once methodical and surprising. Not for nothing did a man such as Zacharias Werner, before he took refuge in the Catholic Church, try his hand at the drama of fate. Its only apparently pagan worldliness is in truth the profane complement of the religious mystery play. But what drew even the theoretically minded romantics to Calderon like magic, so much so that one might perhaps name him rather than Shakespeare their dramatist catexicon, is the incomparable virtuosity of reflection that his heroes call upon at every moment in order to turn the order of fate around in their hands like a ball, exposing to view now one aspect, now another. What else did the romantics ultimately long for if not genius irresponsibly reflecting in the golden chains of authority? Yet it is precisely the singular perfection of the Spanish drama which, as artistically exalted as its achievement is, seems always to be one step higher in calculation that allows the stature of Baroque drama, which arises from the enclosure of the purely literary, to emerge perhaps less clearly in many respects than does the German drama, in which a boundary nature is not so much concealed in the primacy of the artistic as revealed in the primacy of the moral. The moralism of Lutheranism, always striving as its vocational ethic so emphatically proclaims to bind the transcendence of the life of faith to the immanence of daily life, never permitted the decisive confrontation of human terrestrial debility with princely hierarchical potency on which the resolution of so many Calderonian dramas depends. The conclusion of the German Trauerspiel is therefore both less formally elaborated and less dogmatic, is morally, though certainly not artistically more responsible than that of the Spanish drama. Still, this investigation cannot do otherwise than touch on the manifold contexts that are of consequence for the richly substantial and at the same time closed form of Calderon. The less room there is for excursus and references in what follows, the more decisively does the investigation have to elucidate the fundamental relation to the Trauerspiel of the Spanish dramatist, with which the Germany of that era has nothing to compare. 29. The plane of the creaturely state, the terrain on which the Trauerspiel unfolds, quite unmistakably determines the sovereign as well. As highly enthroned as he is over his subjects and his state, his status is circumscribed by the world of creation, he is the lord of creatures, but he remains a creature. And precisely this can be exemplified with Calderon. Out of the following words of the steadfast Prince Don Fernando, in fact, speaks nothing less than a specifically Spanish point of view. These words apply the motif of the king's name to the whole of creation, for even in brutes and beasts of prey this name's authority so ample will in its wondrous way enforce, that, by a certain law, obedience follows in nature's usual course. And so within his rude republic we read of the kingly lion's reign, who, when his horrid front is wrinkled and lifted high his royal mane, feels pity, and no time abuses / whatever prey his wrath has slain. / So on the sea's salt foam, the dolphin, / who is the king of fish, we're told, / works upon his azure shoulder / in scales of silver and of gold / the shape of crowns, and we behold him, / when the wild tempest shrieks with glee, / bear on his back the sinking seaman, / lest he should perish in the sea / If then, among beasts and fishes, / plants, and stones, and birds, the august / majesty of king, is pity, / it, my lord, were not unjust / that men's bosoms should possess it. 57. The attempt to assign kingship an origin in the state of creation is encountered even in legal theory. Thus the opponents of tyrannicide sought to discredit the murderers of kings as parricidae. Claudius Salmasius, Robert Silmer, and many others derived the authority of the king from the dominion over the world which Adam received as the crown of creation as a whole, and which was passed down to certain family heads, finally to become hereditary in one family, although within a limited range. A regicide is therefore tantamount to a parricide. 58. Even nobility could appear so much as a natural phenomenon that Hallman, in his funeral orations, could address death with the complaint, alas, that your eyes and ears are not open even before privileged persons. 59. The simple subject, man, is then quite logically animal, the divine animal, the clever animal, an inquisitive and ticklish animal. 60. These the formulae of Opitz, Tscherning, and Buchner. And, on the other hand, Butzchecki, what else is, a virtuous monarch than a heavenly beast? 61. Then the beautiful lines of Grephius, you, who have lost the image of the highest, / behold the image born unto you. / ask not, why does it enter in a stable? It seeks us, who are more bestial than a beast. 62. This last proposition is proved by despots in their madness. When Hallman's Antiochus is plunged into madness by the sudden horror awakened in him by the sight of a fish's head on the table, or when Hunold presents his Nebuchadnezzar in the form of an animal, and the scene is of a desolate wilderness. Nebuchadnezzar in chains and covered with eagle's feathers and talons amidst many wild animals. He makes strange gestures. He growls and displays malice. Then it is with the conviction that in the ruler, the most exalted of creatures, the animal can rise up with unsuspected powers. 63. 30. On such a basis the Spanish theatre developed a characteristic and meaningful motif that, like no other, makes it possible to recognize the hidebound earnestness of the German Trauerspiel as something nationally determined. To regard the dominant role of honor in the intrigues of the Commedia de Capa y Espada cloak and dagger play, as also in the Trauerspiel, as proceeding from the creaturely estate of the dramatic character may seem surprising. But such is indeed the case. Honor, as Hegel defines it, is the absolutely violable. 64. The personal independence for which honor contends is not manifest as bravery in the service of a commonwealth or at the call of public probity or of integrity in the sphere of private life. On the contrary, it struggles only for recognition and for the abstract inviolability of the individual subject. 65. This abstract inviolability, however, is nothing other than the most stringent inviolability of the physical person, the integrity of flesh and blood, in which the most minute demands of the code of honor have their basis as well. It is for this reason that honor is offended no less by the disgrace of a relative than by an affront to one's own body. And the name, which in its own inviolability would attest to the seemingly abstract inviolability of the person, is nevertheless, in the context of creaturely life, otherwise than in the context of religion, nothing in and for itself, merely the shield destined to cover the vulnerable physis of the human being. The person without honor is outside the law, insofar as it provokes punishment for the disgraced. Dishonor reveals its origin in a physical defect. In the Spanish drama, through an unparalleled dialectic of the concept of honor, the creaturely vulnerability of the person was rendered capable of a superior and indeed conciliatory presentation, such as was seen nowhere else. The bloody torture under which creaturely life comes to an end in the martyr drama has its counterpart in the Via Dolorosa of honor that, however defiled, can be re-established, either through royal decree or a sophistry, at the conclusion of a Calderonian drama. In the essence of honor, the Spanish drama revealed to the creaturely body the creaturely spirituality adequate to it, and thereby discovered a cosmos of the profane such as was never disclosed to the German writers of the Baroque era, nor even to the later theorists. The relationship of motifs at issue here, however, did not escape them. Thus Schopenhauer writes, the distinction, so often discussed in our day, between classic and romantic poetry seems to me to rest ultimately on the fact that the former knows none but purely human, actual, and natural motives, the latter, on the other hand, maintains as effective also motives that are pretended, conventional, and imaginary. Among such motives are those springing from the Christian myth, then those of the chivalrous, exaggerated, extravagant, and fantastic principle of honor. But even in the best poets of the romantic sort, example Calderon, we can see to what ridiculous distortions of human relations and human nature these motives lead. Not to speak at all of the autos, I refer merely to pieces like No siempre el peor es cierto, The Worst is Not Always Certain, and El Postrero Duelo en España, The Last Duel in Spain, and similar comedies and Capa y Espada, Cloak and Dagger. Associated with these elements is the scholastic subtlety that often appears in the conversation which at that time was part of the mental culture of the upper classes. 66 Schopenhauer did not enter deeply into the spirit of the Spanish drama, although in another passage he sought to elevate the Christian Trauerspiel high above the tragedy. And it is tempting to attribute his incomprehension to that immorality in the Spanish conception that is so foreign to the German. It was on the basis of such a conception that Spanish tragedies and comedies could play into one another. 31 Sophistical problems, and indeed solutions, such as are found in the Spanish theatre are not encountered in the ponderous reasoning of the German Protestant dramatists. But the epoc's conception of history imposed the narrowest limits on their Lutheran moralism. The constantly repeated spectacle of the rise and fall of princes, the patient endurance of honorable virtue, stood before the eyes of the writers less as morality than as the natural side of historical process, essential in its constancy. If that intimate fusion of historical and moral concepts is almost as unknown to the pre-rationalist West as it is wholly alien to antiquity, this holds for the Baroque in its particular intention oriented toward world history in the manner of a chronicle. Insofar as this intention became absorbed in details, it attained only, along the lines of a microscopic proceeding, to an exacting prosecution of political calculus in intrigue. Baroque drama knows historical activity not otherwise than as the base machination of schemers. Nowhere among the numerous rebels who confront a monarch congealed in the attitude of Christian martyr does one ever encounter a breath of revolutionary conviction. Discontent, that is their classic motive. The reflection of moral dignity lies uniquely upon the sovereign, and it is none other than the moral dignity of the Stoic wholly estranged from history. For it is this attitude and not the expectation of salvation proper to Christian heroes of faith that is everywhere encountered in the principal characters of the Baroque drama. Among the objections raised against the martyr history, certainly the most justified is that which contests its claim to historical content. But it is directed against a false theory of this form and not the form itself. In the following passage by Wackernagel, moreover, the conclusion is as inadequate as the supposition meant to support it is apt. Tragedy is not merely supposed to demonstrate the impermanence of everything human in the face of the divine, but also that it must be so. It therefore may not ignore the infirmities that are the necessary ground of the downfall. If it were to present punishment without guilt, it would thereby contradict history, which does not know such a thing, and from which nevertheless tragedy has to gather the revelations of that fundamental tragic idea. 67 Leaving aside the dubious optimism of this conception of history, in the sense of the martyr drama it is not moral transgression but the creaturely estate of the human being that is the cause of the downfall. It was this typical downfall, so different from the extraordinary downfall of the tragic hero, that the writers had in mind when with a word that the dramatic literature used more coherently than the criticism did they described a work as a Trauerspiel. Thus to cite an example whose authority may blind one to its remoteness from the subject, after all it is no accident that the natural daughter, which is far from being affected by the world historical power of the revolutionary events unfolding around it, is called a Trauerspiel. Insofar as Goethe heard in political activity only the horror of a destructive will, arising periodically in the manner of natural forces, he stood in relation to his subject matter here much as a poet of the 17th century did. The antiquated tone drives events into a prehistory conceived, as it were, in natural historical terms, for the sake of which the poet exaggerated the tone until he stood in a relation of tension with the action that is as incomparable lyrically as it is paralyzing dramatically. The ethos of the historical drama is just as foreign to this work by Goethe as it is to a Baroque political play, a Staatsfiction, except, of course, that the historical heroism does not yield its place, as in the latter, to the stoical heroism. Fatherland, freedom, and faith are, in the Baroque drama, only the arbitrarily interchangeable occasions for testing private virtue. Lohenstein goes furthest in this direction. No other writer has, like him, made use of the artifice of cutting short incipient ethical reflection through a metaphoric that analogizes historical events with natural occurrence. Apart from the Stoic ostentation, every ethically motivated attitude or discussion is banished with a systematic rigor that, even more than the atrocities of the action, gives to Lohenstein's dramas their content, which clashes so glaringly with the preciosity of the diction. When, in 1740, Johann Jacob Breidinger settled his scores with the celebrated dramatist in his critical treatise on the nature, ends, and usage of metaphor, he pointed to Lohenstein's manner of giving apparent emphasis to moral principles through examples drawn from nature that in reality undermine them. 68 This metaphoric character attains its most suitable meaning only where a moral transgression justifies itself purely and simply through appeal to natural conduct. One avoids trees that are about to fall. 69 With these words Sophia takes leave of Agrippina as her end approaches. These words are to be understood not as a characteristic expression of the person speaking but as the maxim of a natural mode of behavior befitting the events of high politics. Great was the wealth of images the authors had at their disposal for the compelling resolution of historical ethical conflicts into demonstrations of natural history. Remarked Breidinger, this parading of natural scientific learning comes so readily to our Lohenstein that he will invariably reveal some such secret of nature whenever he wishes to say that something is strange, impossible, that it will take place sooner or later or never. When Arsinoe's father wants to demonstrate that it would be improper for his daughter to become engaged to anyone less than a royal prince, he concludes in the following manner: I expect of Arsinoe, if indeed I am to regard her as my daughter, that she will not be of the nature of the rabble like ivy, which will as soon embrace a hazel bush as a palm tree. For noble plants turn their head toward the heaven, roses open only to the rising sun, palm trees suffer no inferior growth by their side, yes, the dead lodestone obeys nothing less than the highly esteemed pole star. And should the house of Polemon, such is the conclusion, stoop before the descendants of the slavish mocker. 70 In light of such passages, endlessly prolonged as they are above all in rhetorical writings, epithalamia, and funeral orations, the reader will have to concur with Erich Schmidt that miscellanies must have belonged among these poets' tools of the trade. 71 They contained not only factual information but also, in the manner of the medieval gratus ad Parnassum, poetic turns of phrase. One can deduce at least this much with certitude from Hallmann's funeral orations, which have stereotypical phrases at hand for a number of out-of-the-way catchwords: Genoviva, Quaker, among others. 72 The practice of natural historical trowing, no less than the meticulous dealings with historical sources, made great demands upon the author's learning. Thus the writers share in the educational ideal of the polyhistor, as Lohenstein saw this realized in Greffius. Herr Greffius held that to be learned meant to be deficient in no subject, to know something about many subjects, and to know everything about one subject. 73. 32 The creature is the mirror within whose frame alone the moral world was revealed to the Baroque. A concave mirror, for this was possible only with distortions. Since, in the understanding of the age, all historical life has deviated from virtue, the latter became meaningless also for the inner life of characters in the drama. Never did it appear less interesting than in the heroes of these Trauerspiels, in whom only the physical pain of martyrdom responds to the summons of history. And just as the inner life of the character in the creaturely condition, even in the throes of agony, has to satisfy itself mystically, so the authors strive to fence in historical happening. The succession of dramatic actions unfolds as in the days of creation, when no history was happening. The nature of the creation that takes historical happening back into itself is totally different from Rousseau's nature. The matter is touched upon, though not at a fundamental level, in the following: the tendency has always originated in contradiction. How are we to understand that powerful and violent attempt of the Baroque to bring about something like a synthesis of the most heterogeneous elements in courtly pastorals? Antithetical longing for nature, in contrast to harmonious unity with nature, certainly plays a part here. But the counter-experience was something different, the experience, namely, of murderous time, of irremediable transience, the fall from on high. Far from high things, the existence of the Beatus Isle should therefore be far removed from all change. Hence, for the Baroque, nature is merely a way out of time, the problematic of later times is foreign to it. 74 Indeed, it is in the pastoral play in particular that the special quality of the Baroque enthusiasm for landscape becomes evident. For what has the last word in the flight from the world that is characteristic of the Baroque is not the antithesis of history and nature but total secularization of the historical in the state of creation. Standing opposed to the desolate course of the world chronicle is not eternity but the restoration of paradisiacal timelessness. History passes into the setting. 75 And pastoral plays strew history like seeds in the fertile ground. At a spot where a memorable event is supposed to have taken place, the shepherd leaves commemorative verses behind in a rock, stone, or tree. The memorials to heroes, which we can admire in the temples of posthumous fame erected everywhere by these shepherds, are collectively resplendent with panegyric inscriptions. 76 The 17th century conception of history has been named, in an excellent formulation, panoramatic. 77 The whole conception of history in this picturesque age is determined by such assemblage of everything memorable. 78 If history is secularized in the setting, this bespeaks the same metaphysical tendency that in the exact sciences at that time led to the infinitesimal method. In both cases temporal process is caught up and analyzed in a spatial image. The image of the setting, or, more precisely, the court, becomes the key to historical understanding. For the court is the innermost setting. Harsdorfer, in his poetic breviary, has amassed a great abundance of proposals for the allegorical and, moreover, critical representation of court life, as something eminently worthy of consideration. 79 In Lohenstein's interesting preface to Sophonisbe, it is said precisely, but in no life is there more play and spectacle Schauplatz than in the life of those whose element is the court. 80 The same word then remains in force, naturally, when heroic greatness suffers a fall, when the royal household is reduced to a scaffold, and when that which is mortal will pass into the setting. 81 In the court the Trauerspiel sees the eternal, natural decor of the course of history. Already since the Renaissance and according to Vitruvius, it was established that, for the Trauerspiel, stately palaces and princely pleasure gardens are the proper settings. 82 Whereas the German theatre usually adheres strictly to this prescription in Greffyus's Trauerspiel there is no landscape scenery. The Spanish stage loves to include all of nature, as subservient to the crown, and thereby to unfold a formal dialectic of the setting. For, on one hand, the social order and its representation, the court, is with Calderon a natural phenomenon of the highest kind, whose first law is the honor of the ruler. With his characteristic and always impressive sureness of touch, A.W. Schlegel gets to the heart of the matter when he says of Calderon, his poetry, whatever its ostensible subject may be, is an inexhaustible hymn of jubilation to the splendors of creation. Hence, he celebrates with ever-renewed joyous amazement the products of nature and of human art, as though he were seeing them for the very first time in their pristine and festive brilliance. It is Adam's first awakening, united with an eloquence and dexterity of expression, with a penetration into the most hidden relations of nature, such as only superior intellectual formation and mature introspection can provide. When he brings together the most distantly related things, the largest and the smallest, stars and flowers, then the sense of all his metaphors is the reciprocal attraction of all created things to one another in virtue of their common origin. 83. The poet delights in playfully interchanging the order of creatures. In Life is a Dream, Sigismund is described as a courtier of the mountain, elsewhere the sea is spoken of as a multicolored crystalline animal. 84. And even in the German Trauerspiel the natural setting intrudes more and more into the dramatic action. To be sure, Greffius made concessions to the new style only in his translation of von Delsgebroeder's The Brothers, allotting in this drama a chorus of priests to the river Jordan and its nymphs. 85. In the third act of Epic Harris, however, Lohenstein presents the chorus of the Tiber and the Seven Hills. 86. In Agrippina the setting intervenes, if one can put it that way, in the manner of the mute representations of the Jesuit theatre. The Empress, invited by Nero onto a ship that, through a hidden mechanism, breaks apart on the high seas, is saved in the chorus with the aid of sea nixies. 87. A chorus of sirens is met with in the Maria Stuarda of Haugwitz. 88. Hallman has several passages of the same type as well. In Miriam he has Mount Zion deliver a detailed justification of its own participation in the action. Here, mortals, you will learn the true reason why the mountain and the tongueless cliffs open their mouth and lips. For when mad humanity no longer knows itself and in its rage declares war on the Most High, then mountains, rivers, and stars will rise up in revenge, so soon as the fire wrath of the great God blazes. Unhappy Zion! Formerly the soul of heaven, now a hell of torture. Herod! Alas! 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 Thy raging, bloodhound, makes even the mountains cry out and curse thee. Vengeance! 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 89. If Trauerspiel and Pastoral, as such passages demonstrate, coincide in their conception of nature, then it can surprise no one that, in the course of a development that reaches in Hallman its point of fermentation, the two forms have tended to balance each other out. Their antithesis obtains only at the surface, latently, they work to combine. Thus Hallman brings pastoral motifs into serious drama, for example, the stereotypical praise of the shepherd's life, the satyr motif of Tasso in Sophia and Alexander. Alternately, he transposes tragic scenes, such as heroic farewells, suicides, divine judgments of good and evil, or ghostly apparitions into the pastoral play. 90. Even outside of historical drama, in the lyric, one meets with a projection of temporal process into space. The anthologies of the Nuremberg poets, like the learned Alexandrian poetry of old, adopt towers, fountains, imperial orbs, organs, lutes, hourglasses, scales, wreaths, hearts as graphic outline of their poems. 91. 33. The predominance of these tendencies played a role in the dissolution of the Baroque drama. Gradually, and this can be followed especially clearly in the Poetics of Hunold, the ballet took its place. 92. Confusion Verwirrung is already a terminus technicus of dramaturgy in the theory of the Nuremberg school. The title of Lope de Vega's drama The Confused Court, which was performed in Germany too, is typical. According to Birkin, the heroic dramas are at their best when everything is brought into confusion and nothing happens in the order in which it is recounted in the histories, when innocence is injured and malice rewarded, but when, finally, all is sorted out and led back onto a proper course. 93. Confusion is to be understood not only in a moral sense but also in a pragmatic one. In contrast to the spasmodic temporal progression that tragedy presents, the Trauerspiel unfolds choreographically, one might say in the continuum of space. The organizer of the plot strands, the forerunner of the ballet master, is the intriguer. He appears as the third type next to the despot and the martyr. 94. His depraved calculations interest the spectator of the Haupt und Staatsaction all the more surely insofar as the latter recognizes here not only a mastery of the political machine but also an anthropological, even physiological knowledge that stirs him deeply. The superior intriguer is all intellect and will. In this regard he corresponds to an ideal that Machiavelli first delineated, and which was energetically elaborated in the creative and theoretic literature of the 17th century before degenerating into the stereotype represented by the intriguer of the Viennese parodies or the bourgeois Trauerspiel. Machiavelli founded political thinking on its anthropological principles. The uniformity of human nature, the power of animality and of the emotions, above all the emotions of love and fear, their inordinateness, these are the insights on which all consistent political thought and action, and political science itself, must be based. The positive imagination of the statesman, which reckons with facts, has its foundation in these insights, which understand the human being as a force of nature and teach the overcoming of affects through their bringing into play other affects. 95. The human emotions as calculable mechanics in the creature, that is the last piece in the inventory of knowledge destined to translate the world historical dynamic into political action. It is, at the same time, the origin of a metaphoric that was calculated to keep this knowledge viable in literary language, as Sarpi and Guy Chardin were doing among historians. This metaphoric does not stop with the political. Alongside a turn of phrase such as in the clockwork of power, councillors may be the moving gears, but the prince must be nothing less than the hand and balance. One might set the words of life from the second chorus of Mariam, my golden light was kindled by God himself, when Adam's body became a functioning clock. 96. In the same place, my beating heart ignites because my loyal blood throbs from inborn ardor in all my veins and moves like clockwork through my body. 97. And of Agrippina it is said, now the proud beast lies there, the vainglorious woman who imagined that the clockwork of her brain was powerful enough to reverse the course of the stars. 98. It is no accident that the image of the clock dominates these phrases. In the celebrated clock metaphor of Jehlinck's, which schematizes the psychophysical parallelism in terms of the operation of two perfectly accurate and synchronized clocks, the second hand beats time, so to speak, for what happens in both worlds. For a long time it is still noticeable in the texts of Bach's cantatas. The epoch appears fascinated by this notion. The image of the moving hand is, as Bergson has shown, indispensable for the representation of the non-qualitative, repeatable time of mathematical natural science. 99. In such time is enacted not only the organic life of the human being but also the doings of the courtier and the acts of the sovereign, he who, according to the occasionalist image of the divine potentate, immediately intervenes in the affairs of state at every moment in order to arrange the data of the historical process in a, so to speak, spatially measurable, regular and harmonious succession. The prince develops all the virtualities of the state by a sort of continuous action. The prince is the Cartesian god transposed into the political world. 100. In the course of political events, the intrigue beats time for the second hand, which captures and fixes these events. The insight of the courtier, his lack of illusions, is for him a deep source of woe, just as, through the use which he is at any time capable of making of it, it can be a danger for others. It is in this respect that the image of this figure takes on its most somber traits. Whoever looks deeply into the life of the courtier understands why the court is the setting par excellence of the Trauerspiel. Antonio de Guevara's Cortegiano contains the remark, Cain was the first courtier because, through God's curse, he had no home of his own. 101. In the mind of the Spanish author, this is certainly not the only Cain-like trait of the courtier. The curse with which God struck the murderer rests often enough on him too. But whereas in the Spanish drama the splendor of sovereign power was, in spite of everything, the primary characteristic of court life, the German Trauerspiel is wholly determined by the gloomy tone of intrigue. Complains Michael Balbus in Leo Arm News, what is the court any more but a den of murderers? But a place of betrayers? A dwelling of hoodlums. 102. Lohenstein, in the dedication of Ibrahim Bassa, presents the intriguer Rustan, in a way, as an exponent of the setting, and calls him a dishonorable court hypocrite and a murder-plotting slanderer. 103. In these and similar descriptions is presented the court official whose power, knowledge and will are demonically heightened, the privy councillor to whom entry into the cabinet of the prince, where the stratagems of high politics are hatched, stands open. It is to this that Hallman alludes in a formulation in the funeral orations, but to me, as a politician, it is not given to enter into the secret cabinet of heavenly wisdom. 104 The drama of German Protestants emphasizes the infernal features of this advisor. In Catholic Spain, by contrast, he appears with the dignity of Sojago, which fuses Catholic ethos with ancient ataraxy in an ideal of the courtier at once ecclesiastical and worldly. 105 And, indeed, it is the incomparable ambiguity of his spiritual sovereignty that grounds the thoroughly Baroque dialectic of his position. Spirit, such as the century's thesis, proves itself in power. Spirit is the capacity to exercise dictatorship. This capacity requires strict internal discipline no less than the most unscrupulous external action. Its praxis brought with it a disillusionment over the way of the world whose icy coldness is comparable in its intensity only to the feverish rage of the will to power. Such calculated perfection of worldly comportment awakes, in the creature stripped of all naive impulses, the mood of mourning. And this mood of his makes it possible paradoxically to demand that the courtier be a saint, or even to say of him that he is one, as Gratian does. 106 The absolutely inauthentic integration of saintliness into the mood of mourning and sorrow then opens the way to the unlimited compromise with the world that marks the ideal courtier of the Spanish author. It was not given to the German dramatists to dare to plumb the vertiginous depths of this antithesis in a single character. Of the courtier they know the two faces, the intriguer, as evil genius of their despot, and the faithful servant, as companion in suffering to crowned innocence. 34 In every case the intriguer had to assume a dominant position in the economy of the drama. 4. According to the theory of Scaliger, which here accorded well with the interests of the Baroque and in that way secured acceptance, the true goal of the drama was to spread knowledge of the psychic life, in the observation of which the intriguer is second to none. In the consciousness of the new generations, the moral intention of the Renaissance poets was to be complemented by a scientific intention. The poet teaches emotion through action, so that we embrace the good and imitate it in our conduct, and reject the evil and abstain from that. Action, therefore, is a mode of teaching, emotion, that which we are taught. Wherefore action is, as it were, the pattern or medium in a plot, emotion its end. But in civil life action is the end, and emotion its form. 107 The schema, by which Scaliger would understand the presentation of action as medium of the dramatic performance to be subordinate to the presentation of affects as goal of that performance, can in certain respects furnish a criterion for establishing the presence of Baroque elements in contrast to those of an earlier compositional mode. For the development in the 17th century, in fact, it is characteristic that the presentation of affects becomes ever more emphatic, while the contoured articulation of the action, which is never absent in Renaissance drama, becomes ever more uncertain. The tempo of the effective life quickens to such an extent that calm actions, slowly ripened decisions, are seen less and less often. Sensibility and will come into conflict not only in the plastic manifestation of the human norm in the Baroque as Riegel has so beautifully demonstrated with regard to the contrasting postures of the head and body of Giuliano and Knight on the Medici tombs, but also in its theatrical manifestation. 108 This is especially striking in the case of the tyrant. His will is more and more broken by emotion in the course of the developing action. At the end madness sets in. Just how far the presentation of affects takes precedence over the action that is supposed to be its foundation is shown in the Trauerspiels of Liechtenstein, where the passions chase wildly after one another in a didactic furor. This throws a light on the tenacity with which the Trauerspiels of the 17th century restrict themselves to a narrow range of subject matter. It was a question, in given conditions, of measuring oneself against predecessors and contemporaries and ever more peremptorily and drastically bringing about passionate exaltations. A foundation of dramaturgical rudiments, such as the political anthropology and typology of the Trauerspiel put in play, is the precondition for escaping the embarrassments of a historicism that treats its object as necessary but inessential transitional phenomenon. In the context of these rudiments, the particular significance of the Baroque Aristotelianism, which is calculated to lead a superficial consideration astray, comes into its own. As this theory estranged from the essence, interpretation penetrated antiquity, enabling the new to secure for itself the most binding authority through the gesture of a submission. 109 It was given to the Baroque to behold the power of the present in the medium of such antiquity. Thus it understood its own forms to be in accord with nature, and not so much the contrary as the overcoming and enhancement of its rival. On the triumphal car of the Baroque Trauerspiel, ancient tragedy is the enchained slave. Here, in this temporal life, my crown is covered with the veil of sorrow, there, where it is set on me as recompense by grace. It is clear and radiant. Johann Georg Schiebel, The New Observatory 110. 35 It was elements of Greek tragedy, tragic plot, tragic hero, and tragic death that commentators wished to recognize in the Trauerspiel, and, to be sure, as essential components, however distorted they may have been in the works of unthinking imitators. On the other hand, and this would have been of far greater moment in the critical history of the philosophy of art, there was an attempt to see in tragedy, and specifically in that of the Greeks, an early form of Trauerspiel, one closely akin to the later form. In this way, without any relation to actual historical content, the philosophy of tragedy was elaborated as a theory of moral world order within a system of generalized sentiments that was supposed to be logically grounded in the concepts of guilt and atonement. In conformity with the naturalistic dramaturgy, in the theory of literary and philosophical epigones in the second half of the 19th century, this world order was conjoined, with an altogether astonishing naivete, to a principle of natural causation, and tragic fate thereby became a state of affairs which finds expression in the interaction of the individual with the lawfully ordered environment. 111 Hence that aesthetics of the tragic which amounts to a formal codification of the prejudices named above, and which rests on the assumption that the tragic can be found to be unconditionally given in certain factual constellations of ordinary life. Nothing else can be meant when the modern worldview is designated as the element in which alone the tragic can unfold freely and in all its force and consistency. 112 And so then, regarding the tragic hero whose fate depends on the miraculous intervention of a transcendental power, the modern worldview will necessarily judge that he is placed in an untenable world order, one that resists every attempt to understand it, and that the humanity he represents is inherently marked by a confined, oppressed, unfree character. 113 This utterly vain attempt to actualize the tragic as a universally human content explains how this analysis can, in a pinch, be deliberately grounded on the impression we modern men receive when we allow the forms with which ancient peoples and past times have endowed tragic fate in their literature to work on us artistically. 114 Nothing, in truth, is more problematic than the competence of the indirect feelings of modern men, especially where judgment of tragedy is concerned. And this claim is substantiated not only by the birth of tragedy, which appeared 40 years before aesthetics of the tragic, but also by the simple fact that the modern stage offers no tragedy resembling that of the Greeks in the slightest. By denying this state of affairs, such theories of the tragic testify to the presumption that it still must be possible today to compose tragedies. That is their essential, hidden motive, and a theory of the tragic calculated to shatter this axiom of cultural arrogance was therefore considered suspect. Philosophy of history was excluded. If, however, philosophical historical perspectives should prove to be an indispensable part of a theory of tragedy, then it is clear that the latter can be expected only where research furnishes insight into the situation of its own epoch. This, then, is the Archimedean point that modern thinkers, in particular Franz Rosenzweig and George Lukács, took hold of in Nietzsche's early work. In vain has our democratic age claimed an equal right for all to be tragic. All attempts to open this kingdom of heaven to the poor in spirit have proved fruitless. 115. 36 With its insight into the connection between tragedy and legend, and into the independence of the tragic from the ethos, Nietzsche's work lays the foundation for theses such as this. In order to explain the hesitant, one could say laborious reception of these insights, there is no need to adduce the prejudice of the subsequent generation of scholars. It is rather the case that Nietzsche's work, in its Schopenhauerian and Wagnerian metaphysics, bore in itself the elements that had to vitiate what was best in it. They are already at work in his definition of myth, the myth leads the world of phenomena to its limits where it denies itself and seeks to flee back again into the womb of the true and only reality. Thus we use the experiences of the truly aesthetic listener to bring to mind the tragic artist himself as he creates his figures like a fecund divinity of individuation, so his work can hardly be understood as an imitation of nature, and as his vast Dionysian impulse then devours his entire world of phenomena, in order to let us sense beyond it, and through its destruction, the highest artistic primal joy, in the bosom of the primordially 1:16 the tragic myth, as this passage makes sufficiently clear, is for Nietzsche a purely aesthetic construct, and the counterpoint of Apollonian and Dionysian forces, signifying appearance and the dissolution of appearance, likewise remains bound up, indeed spellbound, within the realm of the aesthetic. With his renunciation of a philosophical historical understanding of the mythos of tragedy, Nietzsche has paid dearly for an emancipation from the model of an ethical order such as has traditionally been imposed upon the tragic action. The classic formulation of this renunciation, for to our humiliation and exaltation, one thing above all must be clear to us. The entire comedy of art is neither performed for our betterment or education, nor are we the true authors of this art world. On the contrary, we may assume that we are merely images and artistic projections for the true author, and that we have our highest dignity in our significance as works of art, for it is only as an aesthetic phenomenon that existence and the world are eternally justified, while of course our consciousness of our own significance hardly differs from that which the soldiers painted on canvas have of the battle represented on it. 117 The abyss of aestheticism opens up, and this intuition of genius in the end lost all its concepts to it, so gods and heroes, defiance and suffering, the pillars of the tragic edifice, evaporate into nothing. Where art occupies the center of existence, to the point that the human being is made into a manifestation of art instead of being recognized precisely as its ground human existence as the eternal theme of its creations rather than man as creator, then it is over with sober reflection altogether. And whether, with the deposing of the human being from the center of art, it is nirvana, the torpid will to life, that takes its place, as in Schopenhauer, or whether it is the dissonance become man that, as with Nietzsche, has created the appearances of the human world along with the human being, it remains the same pragmatism. 118 For what does it matter if it is the will to life or the will to life's annihilation that is supposed to inspire every work of art, since as progeny of the absolute will the artwork devalues itself with the world? The nihilism lodged in the depths of the Bayreuth philosophy of art undermines it could not be otherwise the concept of the hard, the historical actuality of Greek tragedy. Image sparks, lyrical poems, which in their highest development are called tragedies and dramatic dithyrambs. 119 The tragedy dissolves into visions of the chorus and of the crowd of spectators. And so, Nietzsche continues, one must always keep in mind that the public at an Attic tragedy found itself in the chorus of the orchestra, and there was at bottom no opposition between public and chorus. Everything is merely a great sublime chorus of dancing and singing satyrs, or of those who permit themselves to be represented by such satyrs. The satyr chorus is, first of all, a vision of the Dionysian mass of spectators, just as the world of the stage, in turn, is a vision of the satyr chorus. 120 Such extreme emphasis on Apollonian appearance or semblance, a presupposition of the aesthetic dissolution of tragedy, is untenable. From a philological point of view, there is no basis in the cult, for the tragic chorus 121 and, the ecstatic, whether it be the mass or the individual, is to be conceived, when not rigid and immobile, only in the most passionate action, to posit the chorus that intervenes there in a measured and considered way as, at the same time, the subject of the visions is impossible, to say nothing of a chorus that, being itself the manifestation of a mass, would be a vehicle of further vision still. Above all, the choruses and the public form no unity whatsoever. This needed saying, insofar as the abyss between the two, the orchestra, does not already demonstrate it by its very presence. 37 Nietzsche's investigation turned away from the epigonal theory of tragedy without refuting it. For he found no occasion to take issue with its principal part, the doctrine of tragic guilt and tragic atonement, because he all too willingly abandoned the field of moral debates to the epigones. Insofar as he neglected such a critique, access to the philosophical historical or philosophical religious concepts in which the decision concerning the essence of tragedy ultimately takes shape remained closed to him. At whatever point one enters the discussion, one can hardly avoid encountering a prejudice that, as it appears, stands unopposed. This is the assumption that the actions and modes of behavior displayed by fictional characters can be used for the examination of moral problems, as the anatomical model is used for anatomy lessons. One unhesitatingly credits the work of art which otherwise one would scarcely dare grasp, in so careless a manner, as a reproduction true to nature with being the exemplary copy of moral phenomena, without even raising the question of the reproducibility of such phenomena. What is in question here is certainly not the significance of moral affairs for the criticism of an artwork but rather a different and twofold problem. Do the actions and attitudes presented in a work of art have moral meaning as images of reality? And, is it, in the end, moral insights that make for an adequate comprehension of the content of a work? The assent to or, rather, ignoring of these two questions, more than anything else, gives to the customary interpretation and theory of tragedy its distinctive character. And it is precisely a negative response to these questions that discloses the necessity to grasp the moral content of tragic poetry not as the last word but as a moment of its integral truth content, which is to say, in philosophical historical terms. Certainly, a negative response to the first question will be grounded in diverse contexts, whereas a negative response to the second question will be predominantly a matter of the philosophy of art. But one thing is clear: even where the first question is concerned, fictional characters exist only in literature. 122 They are woven into the whole of the literary composition as tightly as is the subject of a gobelin into the weave of the tapestry, so much so that they can in no way be separated from it as individual entities. The human figure in literature, indeed in art generally, has a different status from that of the real human figure, for whom the isolation of the body, which in so many respects is only apparent, in truth has as its veritable content precisely the expression of moral solitude with God. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. 123 This serves not just to avert the worship of idols. With incomparable emphasis, the prohibition of the representation of the body safeguards against the illusion that the sphere in which the moral essence of humanity is perceptible can be reproduced. Everything moral is bound to life in its drastic sense, namely, where it knows itself in death as the site of danger as such. And this life that concerns us morally, that is, in our singularity, appears as negative from the standpoint of every artistic formation, or at least should appear so. For its part, art cannot allow itself in any sense to be promoted in its works to the role of advisor to conscience and to allow the object presented to prevail over the presentation itself. The truth content of this totality, which never emerges in the form of an abstract doctrine, let alone a moral precept, but only in the critical, commentated unfolding of the work itself, includes moral references in only the most highly mediated fashion. 124 Where such references impose themselves as the main point of the investigation, as is characteristically the case with the critique of tragedies in German idealism, how typical is Salger's essay on Sophocles. 125 Their thinking has freed itself from the much nobler effort of determining the philosophical historical position of a work or of a form at the cheap price of a reflection that is inauthentic and therefore emptier than any moral doctrine, even the most Philistine. Where tragedy is concerned, this effort has a secure guide in the consideration of its relation to legend. 38 Wilamowitz defines the matter as follows: an Attic tragedy is a self-contained piece of heroic legend poetically elaborated in sublime style for presentation by a chorus of Attic citizens and 2 or 3 actors, and designed to be performed as part of the public worship of the god in the shrine of Dionysus. 126 He writes elsewhere, thus every consideration of the question leads back, in the end, to the relation of tragedy to legend. Here is the root of its being, from here derive its particular strengths and weaknesses, and herein lies the difference between Attic tragedy and every other form of dramatic poetry. 127 The philosophic determination of tragedy has to begin here, and it will do so, to be sure, with the understanding that tragedy is not to be grasped as the simple theatrical adaptation of legend. For legend is not by nature tendentious. The streams of tradition, pouring down violently from often opposite sides, came to rest finally in the mirror of epic, as in a branching riverbed. As a tendentious recasting of tradition, tragic poetry stands opposed to the epic. Just how intensively and meaningfully it was able to recast it is shown by the Oedipus motif. 128. Nevertheless, older theorists such as Wackernagel are in the right when they maintain that invention is incompatible with the tragic. 129. The recasting of legend, in fact, happens not in the pursuit of tragic constellations but in the articulation of a tendency that would lose all meaning if it were no longer legend, the primal history of a people, in which it was manifest. It is not, therefore, as Schuyler argues in his study on the phenomenon of the tragic, a question of the conflict of levels between the hero and the surrounding world as such. 130. Rather, it is the uniquely Greek character of such conflicts that constitutes the signature of tragedy. Where is this to be sought? What tendency is concealed in the tragic? What does the hero die for? Tragic poetry rests on the idea of sacrifice. But the tragic sacrifice differs in its object the hero from every other form of sacrifice, and it is at the same time a first and a last measure. Last, in the sense of the expiatory sacrifice that falls to the gods, who uphold an ancient rite; first, in the sense of the representative action in which new circumstances in the life of the people are announced. These circumstances which, in contrast to the old fatal obligations, hark back not to a supreme command but to the very life of the hero, destroy the hero because, inadequate as they are to the individual will, they bring good fortune only to the life of the yet unborn national community. The tragic death has a dual significance: to weaken the ancient prerogative of the Olympians and to offer up the hero to the unknown god as first fruits of a new human harvest. But this dual power can also inhabit tragic suffering, as Aeschylus portrays it in the Oresteia, or Sophocles in Oedipus. If the expiatory character of the sacrifice is less salient in this form, then all the clearer is its transformation, which expresses the replacement of inexorable doom by a crisis attuned to the old consciousness of gods and sacrifice while being visibly clothed in the form of the new. Death thereby becomes salvation, death's crisis. An archaic example is the overcoming of human slaughter at the altar through an escape from the sacrificial knife, that is, the running around the altar, with the final embrace of the altar by the one consigned to death, whereby the altar turns into an asylum, the angry god into the merciful one, and the doomed victim into the captive and servant of the god. This is precisely the schema of the Oresteia. This agonal prophecy is distinguished from all epic didactic prophecy by its limitation to the sphere of death, by its unconditional dependence on the community, and above all by the finality of its solution and salvation, which is no less than guaranteed. But what gives one, in the end, the right to speak of an agonal presentation, a right that might not yet be able to be sufficiently supported by the hypothetical derivation of the tragic process from the sacrificial race around the Thumili? In the first place, what is demonstrated here is that the Attic stage plays took the form of competitions. Not only the poets but also the protagonists and even the chorus members entered into competition with one another. Inwardly, however, this right is grounded in the mute oppression that every tragic accomplishment not so much communicates to the spectators as brings to light in its characters. Among these characters the tragic action is carried out in the speechless competition of the Agon. In his analysis of metaethical man, Franz Rosenzweig has made the speechlessness of the tragic hero, which distinguishes the main figure of Greek tragedy from all later types, into a cornerstone of the theory of tragedy, for that is the criterion of the self, the seal of its greatness as well as the stigma of its weakness. It keeps silent. The tragic hero has only one language which completely corresponds to him, precisely keeping silent. It is thus from the beginning. Tragedy casts itself in the artistic form of drama just in order to be able to represent speechlessness. By keeping silent, the hero breaks down the bridges which connect him with God and the world, and elevates himself out of the fields of personality, delimiting itself and individualizing itself from others in speech, into the icy solitude of self. The self, after all, knows nothing outside itself, it is inherently solitary. How is it to manifest this solitude, this stubborn self-reliance, other than precisely by keeping silent? And so it does in the tragedies of Aeschylus, as his contemporaries already noticed. 131 Nevertheless, the tragic silence, as forcefully indicated in these words, should not be understood as governed by defiance alone. Rather, this defiance is constituted in the experience of speechlessness even as it serves to fortify it. The content of the hero's works belongs to the community, just as language does. Since the community denies this content, it remains speechless in the hero. And so the latter must formally enclose within the boundaries of his physical self every deed and every piece of knowledge, and must do so the more violently the greater and more effective those matters turn out to be. It is thanks to his physis alone, and not to language, that he can maintain his cause, and therefore he must do so in death. It is the same context that Lukács has in mind when, in his discussion of tragic decision, he remarks, "The essence of these great moments in life is the pure experience of selfhood." 132 A passage in Nietzsche shows more clearly still that the matter of tragic silence did not escape him. Without suspecting its meaning as phenomenon of the agonal in the realm of the tragic, his confrontation of image and speech concerns it precisely. Tragic heroes speak, as it were, more superficially than they act. The myth does not at all obtain adequate objectification in the spoken word. The structure of the scenes and the visual images reveal a deeper wisdom than the poet himself can put into words and concepts. 133 Of course it can hardly be a question here, as Nietzsche goes on to suggest, of failure on the poet's part. The further the tragic word remains back behind the situation which could no longer be called tragic if the tragic word should reach it, the more the hero has escaped the old ordinances, to which, when at the last they overtake him, he flings only the mute shadow of his being, of that self, as sacrifice, while his soul is saved and transported into the word of a distant community. From the tragic presentation of the legend accrued inexhaustible actuality. In the presence of the suffering hero, the community learns reverential gratitude for the word the hero's death has conferred on it, a word that, with every fresh variant the poet extracted from the legend, blazed up elsewhere as a renewed gift. The tragic silence, far more than the tragic pathos, became the refuge and seedbed of an experience of the sublimity of linguistic expression, which tends to live so much more intensively in ancient than in later literature. The Greek confrontation, decisive as it was, with the demonic world order, gives also to tragic poetry its philosophical historical signature. The tragic relates to the demonic as paradox to ambiguity. In all the paradoxes of tragedy, in the sacrifice that, complying with ancient ordinance, institutes the new, in the death that is expiation and yet only does away with the self, in the ending that decrees victory to the human being and to the god as well, ambiguity, the stigma of the demons, is in abeyance. Everywhere, however weakly, the accent is set. So, too, in the silence of the hero, which neither seeks nor finds responsibility and accordingly throws suspicion back onto the persecuting authority. For the meaning of that silence is suddenly overturned. It is not the dismay of the accused but the testament of speechless suffering that appears on the scene, and the tragedy that seemed dedicated to bringing a judgment on the hero turns to deliberation upon the Olympians, whereby the former provides testimony and, in opposition to the will of the gods, proclaims the honor of the demigod. 134 Animating the anti-Olympian prophecy of all tragic poetry is this profound Aeschylean drive toward justice. 135 It was not in law but in tragedy that the head of genius lifted itself for the first time from the mist of guilt, for in tragedy demonic fate is breached. But not by having the endless pagan chain of guilt and atonement superseded by the purity of the man who has expiated his sins, who is reconciled with the pure God. Rather, in tragedy pagan man becomes aware that he is better than his gods, but the realization robs him of speech, remains unspoken. Without declaring itself, it seeks secretly to gather its forces. There is no question of the moral world order being restored. Instead, the moral man, still dumb, Still speechless as such, he is called the hero, wishes to raise himself by shaking that tormented world. The paradox of the birth of genius in moral speechlessness, moral infantility, is the sublimity of tragedy. 136. 39. It would be superfluous to observe that the sublime character of the content is not explained by the rank and lineage of the characters, were it not that the royal status of so many heroes has given rise to odd speculations and blatant confusions. In all such cases the status is understood in and for itself and in the modern sense. But nothing is more evident than the fact that it is an accidental moment, deriving from the objective situation of the tradition that forms the basis of tragic poetry. In archaic times such poetry revolved around the ruler, so the royal descent of a character in the drama points to an origin in the heroic age. And only in this respect is that descent of importance, of decisive importance, it is true. For the harshness of the heroic self, which is not a character trait but the philosophical historical signature of the hero, corresponds to that of his position as sovereign. In view of this simple state of affairs, the interpretation of tragic kingship in Schopenhauer appears as one of those leveling generalizations into the universally human that render the essential difference between ancient and modern theatre unrecognizable. For the heroes of their tragedies the Greeks generally took royal persons, and the moderns for the most part have done the same. This is certainly not because rank gives more dignity to the person who acts or suffers, and as it is merely a question of setting human passions in play, the relative worth of the objects by which this is done is a matter of indifference, and farms achieve as much as is achieved by kingdoms. Persons of great power and prestige are nevertheless best adapted for tragedy, because the misfortune in which we should recognize the fate of human life must have sufficient magnitude, in order to appear terrible to the spectator, be he who he may. But the circumstances that plunge a bourgeois family into want and despair are, in the eyes of the great and wealthy, often very insignificant, and can be removed by human aid, sometimes indeed by a trifle, therefore such spectators cannot be tragically shaken by them. On the other hand, the misfortunes of the great and powerful are unconditionally terrible, and are inaccessible even to help from outside, for kings must either help themselves through their own power, or be ruined. In addition to this is the fact that the fall is greatest from a height. Bourgeois characters lack the height from which to fall. 137. What is here established as the dignity of rank of the tragic character, and established in a downright Baroque manner on the basis of the unhappy incidents of the tragedy, has nothing at all to do with the elevated rank of timeless heroic figures. It is rather the case that the princely estate has, for the modern Trauerspiel, the exemplary and far more precise significance that attaches to its locality. What separates Trauerspiel and Greek tragedy in this deceptive relationship is something the most recent scholarship has still not noticed. And the effect of involuntary irony is considerable when Borinski, who follows Schopenhauer in this regard, takes up Schiller's attempts at tragedy in The Bride of Messina, which, owing to its romantic attitude, had to turn so vehemently into a Trauerspiel, concerning the high status of characters that is persistently emphasized by the chorus. He writes, "How right it was of Renaissance poetics in a spirit not pedantic but lively and human to adhere scrupulously to the kings and heroes of ancient tragedy." 138. 40. Schopenhauer conceived of tragedy as Trauerspiel. Among the great German metaphysicians after Fichte there is scarcely another so lacking a feel for Greek drama. He considered modern drama, then, to be at a higher level, and in this comparison, inadequate as it is, he at least situates the problem: what gives to everything tragic, whatever the form in which it appears, its characteristic tendency to the sublime, is the dawning of the knowledge that the world and life can afford us no true satisfaction, and are therefore not worth our attachment to them. In this the tragic spirit consists. Accordingly, it leads to resignation. I admit that rarely in the tragedy Trauerspiel of the ancients is the spirit of resignation seen and directly expressed. Stoic equanimity is fundamentally distinguished from Christian resignation by the fact that it teaches only calm endurance and unruffled expectation of unalterably necessary evils, but Christianity teaches renunciation, the giving up of willing. In just the same way, the tragic heroes of the ancients show resolute and stoical subjection under the unavoidable blows of fate. The Christian tragedy Trauerspiel, on the other hand, shows the giving up of the whole will to live, cheerful abandonment of the world in the consciousness of its worthlessness and vanity. But I am fully of the opinion that the tragedy Trauerspiel of the moderns is at a higher level than that of the ancients. 139. Against this vague assessment, enmeshed in a metaphysics estranged from history, one has only to cite a few sentences from Rosenzweig to appreciate the progress which the philosophical history of drama has made with the discoveries of this thinker. This is one of the most central differences between classical and modern tragedy. The figures of modern tragedy are all different from one another, as different as every personality is from every other. It was otherwise in classical tragedy. There only the actions differed, while the hero, as tragic hero, was always the same self-defiantly buried within himself. The consciousness of the modern hero is necessarily limited, and the demand that he be essentially conscious, that is to say, when he is alone with himself, thus runs counter to this. Consciousness will always be clear, limited consciousness is imperfect. And so modern tragedy aims for a goal which is quite alien to classical tragedy, for a tragedy of the absolute man in his relationship to the absolute object. The barely conscious goal is this: to replace a multiplicity of characters which is beyond surveying with the one absolute character, a modern hero who is just as much one and the same, once and for all, as the classical hero. This hypothetical point of convergence for all tragic characters, this absolute human being, is none other than the saint. The tragedy of the saint is the secret longing of the tragedian. But it does not really matter whether this goal is still attainable for the tragic poet or not. Even if it is unattainable for tragedy as a work of art, for the modern consciousness it is, at any rate, the exact antithesis of the hero of classical consciousness. 140. It hardly needs pointing out that the modern tragedy whose deduction from the ancient is undertaken in these sentences bears the far from insignificant name of Trauerspiel. With its naming, the thoughts that conclude the cited passage break out of the hypothetical form of the question. The Trauerspiel is confirmed as a form of the tragedy of the saint by means of the martyr drama. And insofar as one schools oneself to recognize the features of the latter among the manifold types of drama from Calderon to Strindberg, the still open future of this form, a form of the mystery play, will necessarily become evident. 41. Here it is a matter of its past. This leads far back, to a turning point in the history of the Greek spirit itself, the death of Socrates. In the dying Socrates originated the martyr drama as parody of tragedy. And here, as so often, the parody of a form marks its end. That for Plato it was a question of the end of tragedy is something attested by Wilamowitz. Plato burned his tetralogy not because he renounced the idea of becoming a poet in the sense of Aeschylus, but because he recognized that the tragedian could now no longer be the teacher and guide of the people. He attempted nonetheless, so powerful was the sway of the tragedy, to create a new art form of dramatic character, and instead of the outdated heroic legend he created another legendary cycle, that of Socrates. 141. This legendary cycle of Socrates is an exhaustive profanation of the heroic legend by virtue of its exposing the demonic paradoxes of the legend to reason. Outwardly, of course, the death of the philosopher resembles the tragic death. It is an expiatory sacrifice according to the letter of an ancient law, a sacrificial death that founds a community in the spirit of a justice to come. But it is precisely this correspondence that throws into high relief what is really at stake in the agonal character of genuine tragedy, the wordless struggle and mute withdrawal of the hero, which in the dialogues has given way to such a brilliant unfolding of discourse and consciousness. The agonal has broken out of the Socrates drama. Even its philosophical struggle is but a sham exercise, and at one stroke the death of the hero has been transformed into that of the martyr. Like the Christian hero of faith, and this was something that the sympathy of many a church father, as much as the hatred of a Nietzsche, sensed with infallible instinct. Socrates dies voluntarily, and voluntarily, in nameless superiority and without defiance, he grows mute where he keeps silent. But that he was sentenced to death, not exile, Socrates himself seems to have brought about with perfect awareness and without any natural awe of death. The dying Socrates became the new ideal, never seen before, of noble Greek youths. 142 How far removed this was from the death of the tragic hero is something Plato could not have expressed more eloquently than by making immortality the subject of his teacher's last conversation. If after the apology, on the other hand, the death of Socrates could still appear as tragic akin to the heroine's death in Antigone, illuminated already by an all too rational concept of duty, then the Pythagorean atmosphere of the Phaedo shows his death to be devoid of all connection to the tragic. Socrates looks death in the face like a mortal, like the best and most virtuous of mortals, if you like, but he recognizes it as something alien, beyond which, in immortality, he expects to find himself again. Not so the tragic hero, who recoils before the power of death as before a power familiar, intimate, his own. His life, indeed, unfolds out of death, which is not its end but its form. For the tragic existence finds its task only because its boundaries, those of the linguistic as of the bodily life, are from the beginning given with it, or established within itself. This has been expressed in the most varied forms. Nowhere perhaps more aptly than in a parenthetical remark that depicts the tragic death as merely the outward sign that the soul has died. 143 Yes, the tragic hero, one may say, is soulless. Out of an immense emptiness his interior echoes the distant new commands of the gods, and from this echo future generations learn their language, just as, with the ordinary creature, it is life that is at work all around it, so, with the hero, it is a death at work, and the tragic irony arises each time at the point where, with a profound right of which he suspects nothing, he begins to speak of the circumstances of his downfall as though they were the circumstances of life. And the tragic character's resolve to die is only apparently heroic, only in a human psychological consideration. The dying heroes of tragedy, so wrote, approximately, a young tragedian, are already dead long before they die. 144 The hero, in his spiritual physical existence, is the frame of the tragic process. If the power of the frame, according to a happy formulation, is really one of the essential features that distinguish the ancient conception of life from the modern, that is, from a conception in which the infinite and nuanced proliferation of feelings and situations seems self-evident, then this power cannot be separated from that of tragedy itself. Not the intensity but the duration of high feelings makes high men. 145 This monotonous duration of heroic feeling is vouchsafed solely in the preordained frame of the hero's life. The oracle in tragedy is not only a magic incantation of fate, it is the certainty, transposed to the outside, that the tragic life exists only insofar as it takes its course within its frame. Necessity, as it appears fixed in the frame, is neither causal nor magical. It is the speechless necessity of defiance, in which the self brings forth its utterances. Like snow in the south wind, they would melt away under the breath of the word. But only of an unknown word. The heroic defiance contains, closed up in itself, this unknown word, that distinguishes it from the hubris of a man in whom the fully developed consciousness of the community acknowledges no hidden content anymore. 42 Only the archaic world could know tragic hubris, which purchases the right to its silence with the life of the hero. The hero who disdains to justify himself before the gods enters into agreement with them in a contractual, as it were, process of atonement, which, according to its double meaning, entails not only the restoration but above all the undermining of an ancient legal order in the linguistic consciousness of the renewed community. Athletic contests, law and tragedy, the great agonal trinity of Greek life. Jacob Burckhardt's History of Greek Civilization refers to the agon as schema, are consolidated under the sign of this contract. 146 Legislation and legal procedure in Hellas developed in the struggle against the right of self-defense and self-help. Where the tendency toward unsanctioned action disappeared, or where the state succeeded in controlling it, the process initially took on the character not of a search for judicial decision but of an attempt at conciliation. In the framework of such a process, the chief goal of which was not to discover absolute right but to convince the offended party to renounce vengeance, the sacral forms of proof and verdict, given the impression that they could not fail to make even on those defeated, necessarily assumed a special and high importance. 147 The ancient legal process, the criminal trial, in particular, is dialogue, because it is based on the double role of accuser and accused, without official intervention. It has its chorus, partly in the sworn witnesses. For example, in ancient Cretan law the parties proved their case with the aid of guarantors, that is, character witnesses, who originally would vouch for the right of their party even in an ordeal with weapons, partly in the companions of the accused who appeal to the court of law for mercy, and finally in the adjudicating assembly of the people. For Athenian law, the important and characteristic element is the Dionysian eruption, namely, the fact that the intoxicated, ecstatic word can break through the regular encirclement of the agon, that a higher justice could spring from the force of conviction in living speech than from the trial of factions opposing each other with weapons or prescribed verbal forms. By means of the logos, in freedom, the ordeal is broken through. This is at bottom the cognation of juridical process and tragedy in Athens. The word of the hero, where in isolated instances it breaks through the rigid armor of the self, becomes a cry of indignation. Tragedy enters into this image of legal process, a process of expiation also takes place in it. Therefore, in Sophocles and in Euripides, the heroes learn not to speak, but only to debate, and therefore it follows that the love scene is unknown to ancient drama. 148 But if the myth, in the understanding of the poet, is the legal procedure, then his poetry is at once a reproduction and a revision of the proceedings. And this entire process has unfolded according to the dimensions of the amphitheater. The community takes part in this resumption of the process as a controlling, indeed judging authority. For its part, it seeks to arrive at some verdict concerning the confrontation, in the interpretation of which the poet renews the memory of heroic deeds. But there always sounds in the conclusion of the tragedy a non-liquet. 149 To be sure, the resolution is always also salvation, but only a temporary, problematic, limited one. The satyr play that precedes or follows the tragedy is an expression of the fact that only the élat of the comic can prepare for or react to the non-liquet of the process presented. And here, too, the disconcerted feeling of the impenetrable ending is maintained. The hero, who arouses terror and compassion in others, remains himself an unmoved, rigid self. In the spectator, again, the same emotions at once move inward and turn him too into a self-enclosed self. Everyone remains by himself, everyone remains self. No community originates. And yet there originates a common content. The selves do not converge, and yet the same note sounds in all, the feeling of one's own self. 150 The juristic dramaturgy of tragedy has had its fateful and lasting effect in the doctrine of the unities. But even this most objective determination of the unities is overlooked by the profound interpretation that reads, unity of place is the obvious, immediate symbol of this remaining immobile in the midst of the incessant change of surrounding life, hence it is the technically necessary way to its figuration. The tragic is only a moment, that is the meaning which the unity of time expresses. 151 Not that this should be called into question, indeed, the periodic re-emergence of heroes from out of the underworld highlights the great importance of this interruption of the course of time. But Jean-Paul is only disclaiming the most amazing divination when, apropos of tragedy, he asks rhetorically, who would produce gloomy shadow worlds at public festivals and before a crowd? 152 No one in his day imagined such a thing. But here, as everywhere else, the most fruitful layer of metaphysical interpretation lies on the plane of the pragmatic itself. It is there one finds unity of place, in the courthouse, unity of time, in the court session, perennially delimited by the revolution of the sun or some other means, and unity of action, in that of the court proceedings. It is these circumstances that make of Socrates' conversations the irrevocable epilogue of tragedy. To the hero himself there accrues in his own lifetime not only the word but the band of disciples, his youthful spokesman. From now on, his silence, not his discourse, will be full of irony. Socratic irony, which is the opposite of tragic irony. What is tragic is the derailment of the discourse that comes unconsciously to touch on the truth of the heroic life, the self, whose reserve is so profound that it does not wake even when it calls itself by name in its dreams. The ironic silence of the philosopher, this teasing mime silence, is conscious. In place of the sacrificial death of the hero, Socrates offers the example of the pedagogue. But in Plato's work the war that Socratic rationalism had declared on tragic art is decided against tragedy with a superiority that in the end affected the challenger more decisively than what was challenged. For this happens not in the rational spirit of Socrates but rather in the spirit of the dialogue itself. When, at the end of the symposium, as Socrates, Agathon, and Aristophanes sit alone facing one another, is it not the sober light of his dialogues that Plato has breaking over the three at dawn, over the discussion of the genuine poet who bears within himself tragedy in the same measure as comedy? In the dialogue, pure dramatic language appears the side of the tragic and comic, of their dialectic. This purely dramatic element restores the mystery that, in the forms of Greek drama, had gradually been secularized. Its language, which is that of the modern drama, is above all the language of Trauerspiel, of mourning play. 43. Insofar as tragedy was equated with Trauerspiel, it should have seemed surprising that Aristotelian poetics is silent on the subject of mourning as the resonance of the tragic. But, on the contrary, modern aesthetics has often believed that in the concept of the tragic itself it possessed a feeling, the emotional reaction to tragedy and Trauerspiel. Tragedy is a preliminary stage of prophecy. It is a state of affairs found only in language. What is tragic is the word and the silence of the archaic period in which the prophetic voice is put to the test. What is tragic is suffering and death, where they redeem this voice, but a fate in the pragmatic content of its entanglement is never tragic. The Trauerspiel is thinkable as pantomime, but the tragedy is not. For the struggle against the demonic character of the law is bound up with the word of genius. The psychologistic volatilizing of the tragic and the equation of tragedy and Trauerspiel belong together. The very name of Trauerspiel already indicates that its content wakens mourning in the viewer. But that does not at all mean that this content could be better expressed in the categories of psychology than could the content of tragedy. It might sooner mean that these plays could enable a description of mourning far more readily than could the condition of sorrow. For they are not so much plays that make one mournful as plays through which mourning finds satisfaction, plays for the mournful. What is peculiar to them is a certain ostentation. Their images are made to be seen, and are arranged according to the way they are to be seen. Thus the Italian Renaissance theatre, whose influence on the German Baroque is manifold, originated in pure ostentation, namely, with the triumphi, the triumphal processions accompanied by explanatory recitation that arose in Florence under Lorenzo de' Medici. 153. And then, in the European Trauerspiel as a whole, the stage set itself is not a strictly fixable, authentic location, but it too is dialectically sundered. Tied to the royal court, it nonetheless remains an itinerant stage. Its boards inauthentically represent the earth as the created scene of history. It moves with its court from town to town. In the Greek view, however, the stage is a cosmic topos. The form of the Greek theatre recalls a lonely valley in the mountains. The architecture of the scene appears like a luminous cloud formation that the bacchantes, swarming over the mountains, behold from a height, like the splendid frame in which the image of Dionysus is revealed to them. 154. Whether this beautiful description is accurate or not, and whether or not, by analogy with the courtroom setting, it holds true that the scene becomes a tribunal for every engaged community, it is the case that the Greek trilogy is not a repeatable act of ostentation but a one-time resumption of the tragic process before a higher court. As already suggested by the open space of the theatre, and by the performance that is never repeated in exactly the same way, what is enacted in it is a deciding event in the cosmos. It is for the accomplishment of this event, and as its judge, that the community is assembled. Whereas the spectator at the tragedy is precisely in this way necessitated and justified, the Trauerspiel is to be understood from the perspective of the onlooker. The latter experiences the way in which, on the stage as an inner space of emotion without any relation to the cosmos, situations are presented to him compellingly. A linguistic element stamps the connection between mourning and ostentation as it is constituted in the Baroque theatre laconically. Thus, the Trauerbunny mourning stage, figuratively, the earth as a setting for sorrowful events, the Trauergeprange or Trauergerüst, a platform, covered with fabric and provided with ornaments, emblems, and so forth, upon which the corpse of a high-ranking person is exhibited in his coffin, catafalque, castrum dolores, Trauerbunny. 155 The word Trauer lies ever ready for these compound formations in which it, so to speak, sucks the marrow of meaning from its accompanying terms. 156 Very characteristic of the drastic meaning of the Baroque term, which is certainly not ruled by aesthetic considerations, is its usage by Hallman. Such Trauerspiel comes from thy vanities. Such a dance of death the world carries on. 157. 44 The subsequent period remained indebted to the Baroque theory for its assumption that the historical object was specially suited to the Trauerspiel. And just as it overlooked the natural historical recasting of history in the Baroque dramas, it likewise failed to take account of the sundering of legend from history in its analysis of tragedy. In this way it arrived at the concept of a historical tragedy. The equating of the Trauerspiel with tragedy was another consequence of this development, and it acquired the theoretical function of covering over the problematic of the historical drama, as this had been brought to light by German classicism. The uncertain relation to the historical material is one of the clearest aspects of this problematic. The freedom of its interpretation of history will always lag far behind the tendentious exactitude of the renewal of myth in tragedy, on the other hand, as opposed to the purely chronicle-like fixation on sources that the Baroque Trauerspiel tries to sustain, and which is doubtless compatible with the work of literary creation. This sort of drama feels itself perilously bound to the essence of history itself. By contrast, complete freedom in the formation of plot is fundamentally suited to the Trauerspiel. The highly significant development of this form in the Sturmuendrang can be understood, if one likes, as a self-discovery of the potentials latent within it and as an emancipation from the arbitrarily restricted arena of the chronicle. This influence of the Baroque world of forms is confirmed, in another way, in the genius of power, that bourgeois hybrid of tyrant and martyr. Miner remarked on such a synthesis in the Attila of Zacharias Werner. 158 Even the real martyr lives on, together with the dramatic rendering of his torments, in Ugolino's death by starvation or in the motif of castration in the Tudor. 159 Clearly, the drama of the creature continues to be played, with the difference that death yields its place to love. And yet, here too, the last word is transience. Alas that man passes over the earth without leaving a trace, as a smile passes over the face or a birdsong through the woods. 160 It was in the spirit of such lamentations that the Sturmuendrang read the choruses of tragedy and thereby retrieved a portion of the Baroque interpretation of tragedy. In writing of Lessing's Laocoon in his first critical Thickets, Herder, as spokesman for the age of Ossian, refers to the loud lamenting Greeks with their susceptibility to gentle tears. 161 In truth, the chorus in the tragedy does not lament. In the face of deep suffering it remains impassive, and that militates against any mournful abandon. This impassivity is explained only outwardly when its ground is sought in the condition of indifference or even in sympathy. Rather, choric diction restores the ruins of the tragic dialogue to a linguistic edifice firmly established in ethical society as in religious community, the side of, as well as beyond, the conflict. The continuous presence of the choral body, far from dissolving the tragic action into lamentation, instead, as Lessing already observed, sets a boundary to the effect itself in the dialogues. 162 The conception of the chorus as Trauerklage, mourning lament, in which the original woe of creation resounds, is an authentic Baroque reinterpretation of its essence. 163 For this is the task that falls to the Reihen, the choruses, of the German Trauerspiel, at least in part. Of course, there is a second, more concealed task. The choruses in Baroque drama are not so much interludes, like those of the ancient drama, as bracketings of the action, which relate to the latter as the ornamental borders to the printed page in Renaissance typography. In them the nature of the action is accentuated as part of a mere show. Hence the choruses of the Trauerspiel tend to be more amply elaborated and more loosely tied to the action than the chorus in tragedy, in an entirely different manner from that of the Sturmuende Drang. The apocryphal afterlife of the Trauerspiel is revealed in the attempts at historical drama in German classicism. Among the modern authors, none has struggled like Schiller to preserve the ancient pathos in subjects that no longer have anything in common with the tragedian's myth. He believed he could secure for himself the unrepeatable precondition given to tragedy in myth, renewed in the form of history. But inherent to history is neither a tragic moment, in the ancient sense, nor a fatal moment, in the romantic sense, unless these two moments are seen as annulling and leveling each other in the concept of causal necessity. To this vague, modernizing conception the historical drama of classicism comes precariously near, and neither an ethics liberated from the tragic nor a reasoning delivered from the dialectics of fate can secure its construction. Whereas Goethe was inclined to significant mediations grounded in the subject matter, not for nothing did the fragment in which, under the influence of Calderon, he took up material from Carolingian history bear the curiously apocryphal title A Trauerspiel from Christendom. Schiller sought to base his dramas on the spirit of history, as understood by German idealism. And whatever else one might say in judgment about his dramas as the creations of a great artist, it is undeniable that through them he brought the form of the epigone into the world. In this way, within the framework of the historical, he won from classicism the possibility of reflexively mirroring fate as the polar opposite of individual freedom. But the further he advanced with this undertaking, the more inevitably he approached, with his romantic drama of fate, of which The Bride of Messina is a variant, the type of the Trauerspiel. It is a sign of his superior artistic understanding that, dispensing with idealist theorems, he fell back upon astrology in Wallenstein, on Calderonian miracle working in The Maid from Orleans, and on opening motifs in the style of Calderon in William Tell. Of course, after Calderon, the romantic form of the Trauerspiel, whether in the drama of fate or in some other variety, could be little more than a reprise. Thus Goethe's remark that Calderon might have become a danger to Schiller. He could justifiably believe himself to be out of danger when, at the conclusion of Faust, with a vigor surpassing that of Calderon himself, he consciously and soberly unfolded that toward which Schiller perhaps felt himself half unwillingly propelled, half irresistibly drawn. 45. The aesthetic aporias of the historical drama necessarily emerged most clearly, and in their most radical and therefore least artistic development, in the play about affairs of state, the Hauptjuende Staatsaction. This is the popular southern counterpart to the erudite Trauerspiel of the north. It is significant that the only source, if not of this insight, then of any understanding at all of the matter stems from Romanticism. It is the man of letters Franz Horn who, with surprising acumen, characterizes the plays about affairs of state in the course of his history of the poetry and eloquence of the Germans, naturally without lingering on the subject. He writes, in Wilhelm's day, the so-called Hauptjuende Staatsaktionen, on which almost all literary historians have heaped scorn without, however, adding a word of explanation, were especially popular. These dramas are truly German in origin and wholly adapted to the German character. The taste for the so-called purely tragic was rare, but the inborn drive toward the romantic required a rich fare, as did the pleasure in farce, which tends to be keenest precisely among the most reflective tempers. Furthermore, there is still another, typically German tendency that is not entirely satisfied with any of these literary genres. It is the tendency to earnestness in general, to solemnity, sometimes to amplitude and sometimes to sententious brevity and bombast. To satisfy this need, the so-called Hauptjuende Staatsaktionen were invented, and their subject matter was furnished by the historical parts of the Old Testament, Greece and Rome, Turkey, and so forth, but almost never by Germany itself. Here kings and princes appear with gold-papered crowns on their heads, very gloomy and sorrowful, and assure the compassionating audience that nothing is more difficult than to rule, and that a woodcutter sleeps more soundly at night, commanders-in-chief and officers deliver capital speeches and tell of their great deeds, while the princesses, as is proper, are in the highest degree virtuous and, as is no less proper, sublimely in love, usually with one of the generals. Less favored by these authors are the ministers, who customarily appear wickedly disposed and endowed with black, or at least grey, characters. The clown or fool is often very troublesome to the persons of the play, but they simply cannot get free of this embodied idea of parody, which as such is indeed immortal. 164. Not for nothing does this amusing description call to mind the puppet theatre. Stranitzky, the outstanding Viennese author of these Aktionen, was the proprietor of a marionette theatre. Even if the texts by him that have survived were not performed there, nothing prevents one from supposing that the repertoire of this puppet theatre would have had many points of contact with the Aktionen, the later parodic forms of which probably could have found a place on its stage. The miniature, into which Hochtuende Staatsaktionen thus tend to evolve, shows them to be especially close to the Trauerspiel. Whether it chooses subtle reflection in the Spanish style or the swaggering gestures of the German, the Trauerspiel retains the playful eccentricity of the traditional heroes among the marionettes. Were not the bodies of Papinian and his son, represented by marionettes? At any rate, this must have been the case when the corpse of Leo was dragged onto the stage, as with the representation of the corpses of Cromwell, Ireton, and Bradshaw on the gallows. And that horrible relic, the burnt head of the unyielding Princess of Georgia, belongs in this category. In Eternity's prologue to Katharina, a large number of props lie strewn on the ground, something as in the engraving on the title page of the 1657 edition. Next to the scepter and the crozier lie jewelry, a picture, medal, and a scholarly manuscript. According to her own words, Eternity treads upon father and son. If this was actually seen on the stage, just as with the prince who is also mentioned, it could only have been by the device of marionettes. 165. Political philosophy, to which such perspectives must have appeared as sacrilege, furnishes a counter-check. In Salmasues, one reads, "It is they who treat the heads of kings like balls, who play with crowns as children play with hoops, who look upon the scepters of princes as they would a fool's cap, and show as much respect for the insignia of sovereign magistracy as for a justice target." 166. The physical appearance of the actors themselves, particularly of the king, who shows himself in full regalia, could have a rigid, puppet-like effect. Princes, to whom the purple is inborn, are sick without their scepter. 167. These lines from Liechtenstein justify the comparison of the sovereigns of the Baroque stage to kings on playing cards. In the same drama, Micipsa speaks of the fall of Massinissa, who was weighed down by crowns. 168. And finally Haugwitz, "Give us red velvet, the florid robe and black satin, so that what rejoices our senses and grieves our body can be read from our clothes. And let all see who we have been in this play, in which pale death rules the last act." 169. 46. Among the particular features of the Staatsaktionen inventoried by Horn, the most important for the study of the Trauerspiel is the ministerial intrigue. It plays its role, certainly, in the highly poetic drama too, along with eulogies, lamentations, and finally also obsequies and epitaphs. Birken introduces into the realm of subjects for Trauerspiel perjury and treachery, swindles and machinations. 170. But in the learned dramas the figure of the scheming counselor does not go about with full freedom, as happens in those more popular plays. There he has his place as the comic figure. Thus Dr. Barbara, a bewildered jurist and favorite of the king. His political coups d'état and feigned naïveté bring to the public stages a modest entertainment. 171. With the intriguer, comedy makes an entry into the Trauerspiel. It is not, however, an episode within it. The comic, more precisely, the pure joke, is the indispensable inner side of mourning, which, like the lining of a garment at the hem or lapel, from time to time peeks out. Its representative is linked to the representative of mourning. No bad feelings, we are good friends, respectable colleagues, don't you know, we'll never offend one another, Says Hans Wurst to the character of Pelifont, the tyrant of Messina 172, or this epigram set above an engraving, which depicts a stage on which one sees a clown at left and a prince at right. When the stage is once cleared, there will be neither king nor fool. 173. Seldom, perhaps never, has speculative aesthetics been able to gauge how near the strict joke stands to what is dreadful. Who has not seen children laugh where adults are appalled? The way the childishness that laughs alternates, in the sadist, with the adulthood that is appalled. This is what is to be recognized in the figure of the intriguer. And that is what Mone does in the excellent description he gives of the rogue in a play about the childhood of Jesus dating from the 14th century. It is clear that we have in this character the beginnings of the court jester. What is the driving force of this figure? The deriding of human pride. That distinguishes this rogue from the aimless merrymaker of later times. Whereas the Hans Wurst has an innocuous quality about him, this old rogue is motivated by a mordant, provocative scorn, which leads indirectly to the hideous murder of children. There is something diabolical in this character, and for that reason alone, because this rogue is, so to speak, a piece of the devil, he necessarily belongs in this drama in order to thwart salvation, if that were possible, by the murder of the infant Jesus. 174. The secularization of the passions in the drama of the Baroque is served only if the character of the official takes the part of the devil. It is to the figure of the rogue, then, and perhaps occasioned by the passage cited from Mone, that the characterization of the intriguer harks back in a description of the Viennese Haupt und Staatssektionen. The Hans Wurst in the Staatssektionen, who appeared armed with irony and mockery, customarily made light of his colleagues such as Scapin and Riepel, and did not hesitate to undertake the directing of the intrigue of the piece. As we see today in the secular drama, so already in the religious plays of the 15th century the rogue had assumed the role of the comic figure of the piece, and already at that period, as at present, this role was perfectly adapted to the framework of the play and exerted a decisive influence on the development of the action. 175. Only the role is not, as this passage seems to suggest, an amalgam of essentially heterogeneous elements. The ghastly joke is as original as the harmless merriment. Originally the two things are in proximity to each other. And it is precisely to the figure of the intriguer that the so often high-flown Trauerspiel is indebted for its contact with the Mother Earth of experiences of dreamlike profundity. But if these two things, the mourning of the prince and the gaiety of his counselor, are so closely joined together, in the end it is only because the two provinces of the satanic realm were represented in them. And the mourning, whose false holiness makes the collapse of the ethical man such an imminent threat, unexpectedly appears, in all its desolation, to be not devoid of hope as compared to the mirth out of which, unmistakably, the devil leers and grimaces. Hardly anything else so inexorably reveals the limitations of the art of the German Baroque drama as the fact that it relinquished the expression of this important relation to the popular theatre. In England, by contrast, Shakespeare based figures such as Iago and Polonius on the old scheme of the demonic fool. With such figures, the comedy Lustspiel migrates into the Trauerspiel. For the affinity of these two forms is of such a kind that, through various transitions, they are as rigorously bound together as tragedy and comedy are opposed. They are so rigorously bound together, not only empirically but in accordance with the law of their formation, that Lustspiel migrates into Trauerspiel. Never could Trauerspiel unfold in the context of Lustspiel. The image is apt, the Lustspiel makes itself small and, as it were, passes over into the Trauerspiel. Earthly creature and jest of mortality, writes Lehenstein. 176 here, the reduction of what is reflected should be recalled anew. 177 The comic figure is a reasoner, this figure becomes itself in becoming a marionette in reflection. Indeed, the Trauerspiel reaches its high point not in canonical examples but where, with playful transitions, it makes the Lustspiel within it resound. It is for this reason that Calderon and Shakespeare created more important Trauerspiels than the Germans of the 17th century, who never got beyond the rigid type. For Lustspiel and Trauerspiel gain immeasurably, and first become genuinely poetic, through a delicate, symbolic conjunction, says Novalis. thereby surely touching on the truth, at least as far as Trauerspiel is concerned. 178 He sees his requirement fulfilled through the genius of Shakespeare. In Shakespeare, poetry alternates throughout with anti-poetry, harmony with disharmony, the common, abject, and ugly with the romantic, lofty, and beautiful, the real with the invented. It is precisely the opposite with Greek tragedy. 179 In fact, the gravity of the German Baroque drama may be one of the few features to be explained with reference to Greek drama, though by no means is it to be derived from it. Under the influence of Shakespeare, the Sturmuendy-Drang attempted once again to turn the comic interior of the Trauerspiel to the outside, and with that the figure of the comic schemer at once reappears. 180. 47 German literary history treats the kindred forms of the Baroque Trauerspiel, the Hauptduende Staatsaktionen, the drama of Sturmuendy-Drang, the tragedy of fate, with a brittle reserve that has its ground not so much in misunderstanding as in animosity. It is an animosity whose real object first comes to light only with the metaphysical fermentation of this form. Among the forms just mentioned, none seems more justly to merit this attitude of reserve, indeed contempt, than the drama of fate. All the more so if one considers the level of certain later products of this genre. The traditional argumentation bases itself, however, on the schema of these dramas, not on the uncertain working of details. And it is essential to take account of that argumentation because the schema, as already indicated above, is so closely related to that of the Baroque Trauerspiel that it must be seen as one of its variants. It appears as such very clearly and significantly in the work of Calderon in particular. It is impossible to circumvent this flourishing province of the drama with complaints about the supposed limitations of its master, as Foucault's theory of the tragic attempts to do by means of a fundamental denial of all the genuine problems of its object area. One should never forget, he writes, that this author was subject to the pressure of an ultra-Catholic faith and an absurdly exaggerated concept of honor. 181 Already Goethe takes steps against divagations of this kind. Think of Shakespeare and Calderon. Before the highest tribunal of aesthetic judgment, they remain irreproachable, and should a cunning opponent stubbornly seek to indict them on account of certain passages, they would simply adduce, with a smile, an image of the nation, of the epoch, for which they worked, and not only obtain indulgence by this means but actually win new laurels, since they were able to conform to this work so happily. 182 So it is not in order to excuse his limitations that Goethe calls for study of the Spanish dramatist, but in order to learn to appreciate the character of his unlimitedness. This consideration is of prime importance in understanding the drama of fate. For fate is no purely natural occurrence, any more than it is purely historical. However it may disguise itself in pagan, mythological guise, fate is meaningful only as a natural historical category in the spirit of the Restoration theology of the Counter-Reformation. It is the elemental natural force in historical occurrence, an occurrence that is itself not entirely nature because the state of creation still reflects the Son of Grace. Mirrored, however, in the slough of Adamic guilt. For what is fateful is not the ineluctable causal nexus in itself. Though it may often be repeated, it will never be true that the task of the dramatist is to develop for the theatre an action that would be causally necessary. How is art supposed to uphold a thesis that it is the business of determinism to represent? If philosophical determinations enter into the work of art, then they are such that concern the meaning of existence, and theories about the facticity of natural laws in the world process, even if they pertain to that world in its totality, are of no consequence. The vision of determinism cannot determine an art form. But it is different with the genuine idea of fate, whose decisive motive it would be necessary to seek in an eternal sense of such determinateness. Given such an eternal meaning, it by no means needs to be a determination according to natural law. A miracle can just as well point up this meaning. It is not a meaning rooted in factual inevitability. At the core of the idea of fate, rather, is the conviction that guilt, which, in this context is always creaturely guilt, in Christian terms, original sin, not a moral failing of the one who acts however fleeting its manifestation, gives rise to causality as instrument of ceaselessly unrolling fatalities. Fate is the entlecheity of occurrence in the field of guilt. It is distinguished by just such an isolated field of force, in which everything of material and occasional importance is so heightened that the entanglements that of honor, for example, betray through their paradoxical vehemence one thing, a fate has galvanized this play. If one were to believe that where we meet with improbable coincidences, extravagant situations, all too complicated intrigues, there the impression of the fateful is gone, one would be entirely in the wrong. 183 For it is precisely the remote combinations, which are here nothing less than natural, that correspond to the various fates in the various fields of action. Of course, German tragedy of fate lacks such a field of ideas, as is demanded by fate's presentation. The theological intention of a Werner could not compensate for the lack of the pagan Catholic convention that, in Calderon, lends to small complexes of life the efficacy of an astral or magical fate. In the drama of the Spaniard, on the other hand, fate unfolds as the elemental spirit of history, and it is logical that the king alone, the great restorer of the disturbed order of creation, is able to put it right. Astral fate, sovereign majesty, these are the poles of the Calderon world. The German Trauerspiel of the Baroque, by contrast, is distinguished by a great poverty of non-Christian conceptions. For this reason one is almost tempted to say, for this reason alone it could not become a drama of fate. It is particularly striking to see how much a respectable Christendom suppressed the astrological. When Lichtenstein's Masonissa remarks, no one can overcome the promptings of the heavens, or when the conjunction of stars and souls occasions a reference to Egyptian doctrines concerning the dependence of nature on the course of the stars, these remain isolated and ideological instances. 184 By contrast, the Middle Ages, and this parallels the mistake of modern criticism that considers the drama of fate from the standpoint of the tragic, looked for an astrological destiny in Greek tragedy. In the 11th century, in the work of Hildebert of Tours, tragedy is already judged wholly in the sense of the caricature which the modern view, in the notion of the tragedy of fate, has made out of it. That is, in a crudely mechanical, or as it was expressed at that time, according to the dominant image of the ancient pagan worldview, astrological conception. Hildebert describes his, unfortunately, unfinished, altogether free and independent adaptation of the Oedipus problem as a liber mathematicus. 185. 48 Fate rolls toward death. Death is not punishment but expiation, an expression of the subjection of guilty life to the law of natural life. It is in fate and in the drama of fate that guilt, around which the theory of the tragic has often been built, is at home. In the course of the tragic action, a hero takes upon himself this guilt which, according to the ancient precepts, is supposed to befall the human being from the outside, through misfortune, and makes it his own. Insofar as he reflects on it in self-consciousness, he outgrows its demonic rule. If consciousness of the dialectic of their destiny was looked for in tragic heroes, and if a mystical rationalism was found in tragic reflections, then perhaps, although the context makes it doubtful and renders the words extremely problematic, the tragic guilt of the hero was at issue. 186 Paradoxical, like all manifestations of the tragic order, it would consist only in the proud consciousness of guilt in which the heroic nature outgrows the putative enslavement of the innocent to demonic guilt. It is in respect to the tragic hero, and in this sense alone, that Lukács's argument holds. Seen from the outside, there is no guilt, there can be no guilt. Every man sees every other's guilt as an accident of fate, as something which the slightest, faintest breath of wind might have caused to be otherwise. Through guilt, a man says yes to everything that has happened to him. Greater men leave nothing outside that once belonged to their lives. And that is why tragedy is their privilege. 187 This is a variation on Hegel's famous sentence, "It is the honor of these great characters to be culpable." 188 This is always the guilt of those guilty by virtue of the will, not by the act, whereas in the field of demonic fate it is nothing but the act that, by a malicious chance, thrusts the guiltless into the abyss of universal guilt. 189 The ancient curse transmitted from one generation to the next becomes, In tragic poetry, the inner, self-discovered good of the heroic character. And in this way it is lifted. In the drama of fate, on the other hand, it is always at work, and that would explain the observation, made in the context of a distinction between tragedy and Trauerspiel, that the tragic tends to move to and fro like a restless spirit among the characters of the bloody tragedies. 190 The subject of fate is interminable. 191 Hence the Trauerspiel knows no heroes, only constellations. The plurality of main characters, as found in so many Baroque dramas, Leo and Balbus in Leo Arminius, Katharina and Cacciabas in Katharina of Georgia, Cardenio and Selinde in the drama bearing those names, Nero and Agrippina, Massinissa and Sophonisbe with Lohenstein is untragic, although appropriate to the play of mourning. 49 Destiny is not only distributed among characters, it likewise holds sway among things. Characteristic of the tragedy of fate is not only the inheritance of a curse or of guilt across entire generations but also the connection of these matters to a fatal stage property. 192 For once human life has sunk into the bonds of the merely creaturely, the life of seemingly dead or inanimate things gains power over it as well. The efficacy of the thing within the sphere of guilt is a harbinger of death. The passionate movement of creaturely life in the human being, in a word, passion itself, sets going the fatal property. It is nothing but the seismographic needle that registers its tremors. In the drama of fate, human nature is expressed in blind passion, as the nature of things is expressed in blind chance, under the common law of fate. The more adequate the registering instrument, the more clearly this law comes to light. Hence it is not a matter of indifference whether, as in so many German dramas of fate, some poor stage property is forced on the persecuted in the midst of dubious entanglements, or whether, as in Calderon, ancient motifs surface at such points. The full truth of A. W. Schlegel's claim that he knew no dramatist who so well understood how to poetize the effect becomes clear in this context. 193 Calderon was a master in this arena, because the effect constitutes the inner necessity of his most characteristic form, the drama of fate. And the mysterious externality of this writer resides less in the way in which, amidst the entanglements of the dramas of fate, the stage property manages with unceasing virtuosity to occupy the foreground than in the exactitude with which the passions themselves take on the nature of stage properties. The dagger in a tragedy of jealousy becomes one with the passions that guide it, because jealousy in Calderon is just as sharp and easy to make use of as a dagger. The entire mastery of this author consists in the extremely precise manner in which, in a work like the Herod drama, the passion is detached from the psychological motive of the action, the motive that the modern reader tries to find for passion. In the criticism, this is usually no sooner noticed than taken amiss. It would have been natural to motivate the death of Marianne through Herod's jealousy. This solution must have suggested itself, even with a compelling forcefulness, and the deliberateness with which Calderon works to counter it, so as to give the tragedy of fate a conclusion proper to it, is palpable. 194 Indeed, for Herod does not kill his wife out of jealousy, rather, it is through jealousy that she dies. Through jealousy Herod is enslaved by fate, and fate in its sphere makes use of jealousy, the dangerously inflamed nature of humanity, not otherwise than it would a dagger, for havoc and for a sign of havoc. And chance, as the dissolution of occurrence into elements parcelled out like things, corresponds entirely to the meaning of the stage property. Thus the stage prop is the criterion of the genuine romantic dramaturgy of fate in its difference from ancient tragedy, which fundamentally renounces any order of fate. 50 The tragedy of fate is prepared for in the Trauerspiel. Nothing except the introduction of the stage prop lies between it and the German Baroque drama. In its exclusion is manifest a genuine influence of antiquity, a genuine Renaissance feature, if you will. For there is little that distinguishes modern drama more sharply from the ancient than the fact that in the latter the profane world of things has no place. And the case is similar with the classicism of the Baroque in Germany. But if tragedy is completely cut off from the world of things, this world looms oppressively over the horizon of the Trauerspiel. It is the function of scholarship, with its jumble of annotations, to intimate the nightmare with which material things burden the action. For the developed form of the drama of fate, it is not possible to abstract from the stage property. But found alongside it are dreams, ghostly apparitions, the terrors of the end. All these are part of the obligatory stock in trade of its basic form, the Trauerspiel. Collectively grouped in more or less narrow circles around death, they are fully developed in the Baroque as otherworldly phenomena with a predominantly temporal character, in contrast to the immanent, predominantly spatial phenomena of the world of things. Grephius, in particular, attached the greatest importance to everything connected with the world of spirits. The German language has him to thank for the neat transposition of the Deus ex machina in the following sentence: if anyone should find it strange that we do not, like the ancients, bring forth a god from the machine but instead summon up a spirit from the grave, then let him consider what has on occasion been written of ghosts. 195. He set down his thoughts on these things, or at least intended to do so, in a treatise, De Spectris, about which nothing is known with any certainty. In the train of the ghostly phenomena, again, come the almost obligatory prophetic dreams, the narration of which sometimes sets the drama going in the manner of a prologue. Usually they give notice to the tyrant of his end. Contemporary dramaturges may have believed they were introducing the Greek oracle into the German theatre in this form. Here, it is important to note that these dreams belong to the natural domain of fate, wherein they would be related only to certain of the Greek oracles, above all the telluric. On the other hand, the assumption that the meaning of these dreams would consist in the cue to the spectator to make a reasonable comparison of the action with its metaphorical antecedent is merely a contrivance of intellectualism. 196. As can be gathered from the dream visions and the ghostly effects, night plays a major role. And from here it is but a step to the drama of fate, with its pivotal motif of the witching hour. Grephius's Carolus Stuardus and Liechtenstein's Agrippina begin at midnight. Others not only take place at night, as the unity of time would often dictate, but in great scenes derive their poetic atmosphere from the night, as seen in Leo Arminius, Cardinio, and Selland, and Epicharsis. There is good reason for the association of the dramatic action with night, and with midnight in particular. The notion was widespread that at this hour time comes to a standstill, like the arm of a balance. Now, since fate, the true order of eternal recurrence, is only inauthentically, that is, parasitically, to be conceived as temporal, its manifestations seek out space-time. 197. They take shape at midnight as the hatchway of time, within the frame of which the same ghostly image appears over and over. The gulf lying between tragedy and Trauerspiel is illuminated to its depths once the excellent observation of the Abbé Bossuet, author of a treatise on epic poetry, cited by Jean Paul, is read for its strictly literal meaning. It says that no tragedy should be set at night. Standing opposed to the daytime required by every tragic action is the witching hour in the Trauerspiel. 'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn, and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. 198. The spirit world is without history. To it the Trauerspiel consigns its murdered figures. Oh alas! I am dying. Yes, yes, accursed one, I die, but thou hast still to fear my vengeance. Even from under the earth I shall remain thy bitter enemy and the avenging tyrant of the kingdom of Messina. I shall unsettle thy throne, disturb thy marriage bed, thy love and pleasure, and by my fury do utmost harm to king and kingdom. 199. It has rightly been said of the pre-Shakespearean Trauerspiel in England that it has no proper ending. The stream flows on. 200. This holds for the Trauerspiel in general. Its close does not mark the end of an epoch, as the death of the tragic hero so emphatically does both historically and individually. This individual sense, to which nonetheless the historical sense of the end of the mythos attaches, is characterized with the statement that the tragic life is, of all possible lives, the one most exclusively of this world. That is why its frontier always merges into death. For tragedy, death, the frontier as such, is an always imminent reality, inseparably connected with every tragic event. 201. Death, as the form of the tragic life, is an individual destiny. In the Trauerspiel it functions not infrequently as communal destiny, as though summoning all participants before the highest court. In 3 days they will be brought to justice, they are summoned before God's throne, let them now turn their thoughts to justification. 202 If the tragic hero, in his immortality, saves his name alone, and not his life, then with their death the characters of the Trauerspiel lose only their name-bearing individuality and not the living force of their role, which lives on undiminished in the spirit world. It might occur to another to write a Fortinbras after a Hamlet, no one can prevent me from once again bringing together all the characters in hell or in heaven, and newly settling their accounts with one another. 203 The author of this remark has not realized that it is the law of the Trauerspiel that is determinant here, and not at all the work he names, let alone its subject matter. In light of these great Trauerspiels that have continued, like Hamlet, to occasion fresh critical attention, the lax concept of tragedy with which critics sit in judgment over these works should have long ago appeared invalid. For, where the death of Hamlet is concerned, what is accomplished by attributing to Shakespeare a last vestige of naturalism and imitation of nature, which causes the tragic poet to forget that it is by no means his task to provide a physiological motivation for the death? What is the point of arguing that death in Hamlet has absolutely no relation to the conflict? Hamlet, who goes to pieces inwardly because he could find no other solution to the problem of existence than the negation of life, dies as a result of a poisoned rapier. As a result, that is, of an entirely external contingency. Strictly speaking, this simple death scene of Hamlet's completely undermines the tragic character of the drama. 204 Thus the misconceptions of a criticism that, in its ambition to be philosophically informed, spares itself any immersion in the works of a genius. The death of Hamlet, which has no more in common with tragic death than the prince himself has with Ajax, is, in its vehement externality, characteristic of the Trauerspiel, and it is worthy of its creator for this reason alone. As his conversation with Osric indicates, Hamlet wants to imbibe the fate-saturated air, like a poisonous substance, in one deep breath. He wants to die by chance, and as the fateful stage properties gather around him, as around their lord and master, there flashes up at the conclusion of this Trauerspiel, as though contained within it and, naturally, overcome, the drama of fate. If tragedy ends with decision, entirely uncertain though it may be, there resides in the essence of the Trauerspiel, and especially in its death scene, an appeal such as martyrs also make. The language of pre-Shakespearean Trauerspiel has been well described as bloody courtroom dialogue. 205 One could no doubt go further still in this juridical vein and, in the sense of the complaint in medieval literature, speak of the trial of the creature, whose complaint against death or against whomever it may be issued is filed away half-finished at the end of the Trauerspiel. The reprise is implicit in the Trauerspiel and occasionally emerges from its latency, this, of course, only in its richer Spanish unfolding. In Life is a Dream the repetition of the main situation occurs at the play's center again and again. The Trauerspiels of the 17th century treat the same subjects, and treat them in such a way that they can indeed, must be repeated. And always the same theoretical bias has caused this to be misunderstood, leading to the wish to demonstrate Lohenstein's curious errors where the tragic is concerned, such as the notion that the tragic effect of the action is amplified when the scope of the action itself is increased through the addition of similar events. For, instead of plastically shaping the course of the action so that it comes to a head by means of important new incidents, Lohenstein prefers to embroider his chief moments with gratuitous arabesques that resemble the moments preceding, as though the beauty of a statue would be augmented by doubling the number of its most ornate marble limbs. 206 These dramas ought not to have had an odd number of acts, as was the case whenever they sought to imitate the structure of Greek drama. An even number is much more in keeping with the repeatable character of the action they depict. In Leo Armneus, at least, the main action is over by the end of Act 4. With its emancipation from the 3 and 5 act schema, modern drama secures the triumph of a tendency of the Baroque. 207 Nowhere do I find peace, but must quarrel with myself. Whether I sit, lie, or stand, all is in my thoughts. Andreas Tscherning, Melancholy Speaks. 208 51 The great German dramatists of the Baroque were Lutherans. Whereas in the decades of the Counter-Reformation Catholicism pervaded secular life with the concerted power of its discipline, Lutheranism had from the beginning stood in an antinomian relation to the everyday. Its rejection of good works stood opposed to the rigorous morality it taught in the conduct of bourgeois life. Insofar as it denied special spiritual and miraculous effectualness to any such works, making the soul dependent on the grace of faith while making the worldly realm, the realm of the state, into the proving ground of an only indirectly religious life, a life oriented to the demonstration of bourgeois virtues, it served to establish in the people, to be sure, strict obedience to duty, but in its great ones only melancholy. Already evident with Luther himself, the last 2 decades of whose life were filled with increasing heaviness of soul, is a retreat from the assault on works. Of course faith still carried the day, in his case, but it did not prevent life from becoming stale. What is a man, if his chief good and market of his time be but to sleep and feed? A beast, no more. Sure he that made us with such large discourse, looking before and after, gave us not that capability and godlike reason to fuss in us unused. 209 These words of Hamlet's are both Wittenbergian philosophy and a revolt against it. There was a share of Germanic paganism and dark belief in the omnipotence of fate expressed in the overburdened reaction that, in the end, drove from the field the good work as such, and not just its meritable and penitential character. Human actions were deprived of all value. Something new came into being, an empty world. Calvinism, gloomy as it always was, understood this impossibility and in part corrected it. The Lutheran faith looked with suspicion on this leveling of everything and opposed it. What sense was there to human life if, as in Calvinism, not even faith had to be tested if, on one hand, faith was naked, absolute, efficacious and, on the other hand, there was no difference between one human action and another? There was no answer to this, unless it was in the little people's morality, fidelity in small things, upright living that developed at that time and which was countered by the tedium vitae of richer natures. For those who dug deeper saw themselves interposed in existence as in a rubble field of half-completed, inauthentic actions. Life itself lashed out against this. Deeply it feels that it is not there merely to be devalued by faith. Deep is its horror at the thought that the whole of existence could in this way be played out. Deep its dread at the thought of death. Morning trauer is the disposition in which feeling, as though masked, reanimates the emptied-out world, so as to have an enigmatic satisfaction at the sight of it. Every feeling is bound to an a priori object, and the presentation of this object is its phenomenology. The theory of mourning, which was intentionally delineated as a pendant to that of tragedy, is to be elaborated, accordingly, only in description of the world that opens under the gaze of the melancholic. For the feelings, however vague they may appear to introspection, respond as motor operations to an objective structure of the world. If the laws governing the Trauerspiel, laws partly disclosed and partly undisclosed, are found at the heart of mourning, then their presentation is keyed neither to the emotional state of the dramatist nor to that of the audience, but rather to a feeling loosed from the empirical subject and intimately bound to the fullness of an object. A motor attitude, then, that has its well-defined place in the hierarchy of intentions and is called a feeling only because it does not occupy the highest place. Its place is determined through the astounding tenacity of the intention, a tenacity appertaining, among the other feelings, perhaps only to love, and that not by chance. For whereas, in the realm of affectivity, attraction not seldom alternates with estrangement in the relation of an intention to its object, mourning is capable of particular heightening, continuous deepening, of its intention. A sense of the deep is characteristic, above all, of one who mourns. On the road to the object, no, on the way unwinding in the object itself, this intention progresses as slowly and ceremoniously as do the processions of those in power. The passionate interest in the pomp of the dramas of state and state leaders, Haupt und Staatsaktionen, which were, in one respect, an escape from the restrictions of pious domesticity, arose in other respects from the tendency of profundity to be drawn to solemnities. It recognizes in them its own proper rhythm. The kinship of mourning and ostentation, as it is attested so magnificently in the linguistic formations of the Baroque, has here one of its roots, no less so the mental absorption for which these grand constellations of world chronology constitute a play, one whose spectacle may certainly prove rewarding in light of the meaning that can be reliably discovered within it, but whose boundless repetition brings the world weariness of this race of melancholics to a cheerless ascendancy. Even from the legacy of the Renaissance the period derived material that necessarily worked to deepen the contemplative trance. From the Stoic apatheia to the concept of traor it is but a step, one possible, of course, only in the space of Christianity. Like everything to do with antiquity in the Baroque, its Stoicism also proves to be pseudo-antique. A reception of rational pessimism carries far less weight, in this regard, than the bleak desolation to which Stoical practice leads the human being. With the deadening of the affects, and the ebbing of the waves of life that sustain them in corporeal existence, the feeling of distance from the surrounding world can become alienation from one's own body. Insofar as the symptom of depersonalization was grasped as an advanced stage of mourning, an incomparably fruitful context was established for the concept of this pathological condition, the state in which the most inconspicuous of things, because the natural and creative relation to it is lacking, appears as cipher of an enigmatic wisdom. It is in keeping with this conception that, in Albrecht Dürer's Melancholia, the utensils of active life lie unused on the ground around the figure, as objects of brooding. This engraving anticipates the Baroque in many respects. The brooder's knowing and the scholar's learning are as intimately blended in it as in the men of the Baroque. The Renaissance explores the wide world, the Baroque explores libraries. Its thinking takes the form of a book. 210 The world knows no greater book than itself. Its noblest part, however, is man, on whom God has imprinted, in the place of a beautiful frontispiece, his own incomparable likeness, making him, furthermore, an abstract, kernel, and jeweled ornament of all the other parts of this great world. Book 211 The Book of Nature and the Book of Times are objects of Baroque musing. In them it has something housed and protected. But there lurks here as well the bourgeois constraint of the poet crowned by the emperor, he who has long done without the dignity of Petrarch and decently presides over the diversions of his idle hours. Not least did the book serve as everlasting monument in the richly inscribed setting of nature. In a preface to the works of the poet Errer, who is notable for his emphasis on melancholy as the mood of the times, the publisher spoke as follows of the significance of the book, which he recommends as an arcanum against the temptations of deep dejection, considering that pyramids, pillars, and statues made of all kinds of material become damaged with time, or get broken through violence, or simply fall into ruins, and that whole cities have sunk, disappeared, and been covered with water. Whereas writings and books are spared such destruction, since those that disappear or are destroyed in one country or locality are easily found again in many other and innumerable places, then humanity can witness the matter. There is precisely nothing more lasting and immortal than books. 212 The same mixture of complacency and contemplation is responsible for the fact that Baroque nationalism never entered into alliance with political action. Any more than Baroque hostility to convention ever would have consolidated itself to become the revolutionary will of Sturmuendrang or the romantic struggle against the Philistinism of state and public life. 213 The vain agitation of the intriguer was seen as the undignified antithesis of passionate contemplation, to which alone was granted the gift of releasing those of high rank from the satanic entanglements of history, in which the Baroque saw only politics. And yet, immersion itself led only too easily into the bottomless. This is what the theory of the melancholy temper has to teach. 52 In this imposing legacy the Baroque age inherited from the Renaissance, and which nearly 2 millennia had contributed to shaping, posterity possesses a more exact commentary on the Trauerspiel than the various poetics could provide. Harmonically arranged around this are the philosophical ideas and political convictions that underlie the presentation of history as a Trauerspiel. The prince is the paradigm of the melancholic. Nothing attests so drastically to the frailty of the creature as the fact that even the prince must submit to this condition. It is in one of the most powerful passages of the Pensées that Pascal gives voice to the feeling of his epoch with this reflection: the soul finds nothing in itself to satisfy it. It sees there nothing that does not afflict it when thought upon. It is this which impels it to turn toward the outside and to seek, in the application to external things, to lose the remembrance of its true state. Its joy consists in such forgetting, to bring on misery. It suffices to make it see itself and be with itself. 214 Is not the dignity of kingship sufficiently great in itself to make its possessor happy by simply seeing what he is? Does he need to be diverted from such thoughts like ordinary people? I can quite see that it makes a man happy to be diverted from contemplating his private miseries by making him care about nothing else but dancing well. But will it be the same with a king? And will he be happier absorbed in such vain amusements than in contemplating his own greatness? What more satisfying object could his mind be offered? Would it not therefore be spoiling his delight to occupy his mind with thoughts of how to fit his steps to the rhythm of a tune or how to place a shot skillfully, instead of leaving him in peace to enjoy the contemplation of the majestic glory surrounding him? Put it to the test: leave a king entirely alone, with nothing to satisfy his senses, no care to occupy his mind, with no one to keep him company and no diversion, with complete leisure to think about himself, and you will see that a king who sees himself is a very wretched man, and that he feels his miseries like any other. Therefore such a thing is carefully avoided, and the persons of kings are invariably attended by a great number of people concerned to see that diversion comes after affairs of state, watching over their leisure hours to provide pleasure and sport so that there should never be an empty moment. In other words, they are surrounded by people who are incredibly careful to see that the king should never be alone and able to think about himself, because they know that, king though he is, he will be miserable if he does think about it. 215 This theme has a manifold resonance in the German Trauerspiel. No sooner is it sounded than it is immediately re-echoed. Leo Arminius speaks of the prince in this manner: his heart sinks at the thought of his sword. When he sits at table, the mixed wine in its crystal turns to gall and poison. With the fading of day there comes creeping the sabled throng, the armies of anxiety, to watch and wake in his bed. In his ivory, in his purple and scarlet, he never finds rest, as do those who entrust their bodies to the hard earth. And should he be granted a short sleep, then Morpheus assails him and paints in darkest colors in the night what he thought by day, and terrifies him now with blood, now with crashing throne and flames, with anguish and death and stolen crown. 216 And epigrammatically, where there is a scepter, there is fear. 217 Or again, mournful melancholy dwells for the most part in palaces. 218 These declarations concern the inner disposition of the sovereign just as much as his outward situation, and there is every reason to associate them with Pascal. For with the melancholic it is at the first, as with one who has been bitten by a mad dog, he has terrifying dreams and feels fear for no reason. 219 This according to Egidius Albertinus, the Munich author of edifying writings, in Kingdom of Lucifer, Hunter of Souls, a work that in characteristic ways documents the popular conception, precisely because it remained untouched by new speculations. This text then goes on: it is generally cold and always winter in the royal courts, for the sun of justice is remote from them. Hence courtiers shiver from sheer cold, fright, and woe. 220 These courtiers are of the same breed as the stigmatized courtier described by Guevara, whom Albertinus translated, and if one thinks here of the intriguer, and brings to mind the tyrant, then the image of the court seems not very different from the image of hell, which is known, after all, as the place of eternal sorrows. Thus the spirit of sorrow, whom one encounters in Harsdorfer, is probably none other than the devil. 221 To this same melancholy, which extends its dominion over men with shudders of fear, scholars attribute those phenomena that form an obligatory accompaniment to the demise of despots. That grave cases end in madness is taken for granted. Even in his downfall the tyrant remains a model, and so, although his body lives on, his senses break down, for he no longer sees or hears the living, moving world about him, but only the lies which the devil paints in his brain and blows into his ears, until in the end he begins to rave and sinks into despair. Such, according to Egidius Albertinus, is the melancholic's end. Characteristic, and somewhat odd, is the attempt in Sophonisbe to discredit jealousy as an allegorical figure, to the point that her demeanor is modeled on the image of the mad melancholic. In fact, if the allegorical refutation of jealousy at this point already appears strange, because Syphax's jealousy of Massinissa is more than justified, it is remarkable that the folly of jealousy is initially characterized as an illusion of the senses, insofar as beetles, grasshoppers, fleas, shadows, and so forth are taken as rivals, but then, disdaining the explanations of reason, and turning in remembrance to myths, jealousy proceeds to suspect these creatures of being divine rivals. Metamorphosed. Thus the whole thing amounts to the characterization not of a passion but of a severe mental disturbance. Albertinus expressly recommends putting melancholics in chains, so that such fanatics breed no bloodthirsty villains, ruthless tyrants, or murderers of women and children. 222 Even Hunold's Nebuchadnezzar appears thus in chains. 223. 53 The codification of this complex of symptoms goes back to the High Middle Ages, and the form that the medical school of Salerno headed by Constantinus Africanus gave in the 17th century to the doctrine of temperaments remained in force until the Renaissance. According to this doctrine, the melancholic is envious, sad, greedy, avaricious, faithless, faint-hearted, and of wan complexion, and the humor melancholicus is the most ignoble complexion. 224 The pathology of humors located the cause of these manifestations in the excess of the dry and cold element in humans. This was the element of the black bile bilis innaturalis or atra, in contrast to bilis naturalis or candida. By the same token, the moist and warm, sanguine, temperament was thought to have its seat in the blood, the moist and cold, phlegmatic, in water, and the dry and warm, choleric, in the yellow bile. Furthermore, according to this theory, the spleen was of decisive importance in the formation of the noxious black bile. The thick and dry blood, which flows down in the spleen and there takes the upper hand, reduces the laughter in people and brings on hypochondria. The physiological derivation of melancholy, or, asks Greffius, is it only imagination that troubles the weary spirit, which, because it is in the body, loves its own distress? 225 must have made a strong impression on the Baroque, which had so vividly before its eyes the misery of the human condition in its creaturely state. If melancholy rises from the depths of the creaturely realm, to which the speculation of the age saw itself fettered by the bonds of the Church itself, then its omnipotence was explained. In fact, among the contemplative intentions, it is the properly creaturely one, and it has always been acknowledged that its power must be no less in the gaze of a dog than in the behavior of the brooding genius. Master, sadness was made for men, not for beasts, but if men let themselves give way too much to it, they turn into beasts. With these words Sancho makes himself useful to Don Quixote. 226 The same thought is found, theologically inflected, in Paracelsus, and hardly as a result of his own deductions. Joyfulness and mournfulness were born along with Adam and Eve. Joyfulness was given to Eve and mournfulness to Adam. So joyful a human being as Eve was will never be born again, and no man as mournful as Adam will ever again be born. For the two matters, Adam and Eve, have been mingled, so that mournfulness has been tempered by joyfulness and joyfulness likewise by mournfulness. Anger, tyranny, and the furious quality, as well as mildness, richness of virtue, and modesty, all stem from these two, the latter from Eve, the former from Adam, and through mingling have been distributed throughout their progeny. 227 Adam, as pure firstborn creature, has the creaturely mournfulness. Eve, created to cheer him, has the joyfulness. The conventional association of melancholy and frenzy is not observed. It was necessary to portray Eve as instigator of the fall into sin. Of course, this dour conception of melancholy is not original. In antiquity it was instead seen dialectically. Under the concept of melancholy, a canonical passage in Aristotle conjoins genius to madness. For more than 2 millennia the symptomology of melancholy, as expounded in the 30th chapter of the Problemata, remained in force. Hercules Aegyptiacus is the prototype of the genius who ascends to the highest heights before his collapse into madness. The contrasts between the most intense intellectual and spiritual activity and its most ruinous downfall, when placed side by side, are to grip the viewer with never-failing horror. 228 It is necessary to add that the genius of melancholy tends to be revealed particularly in connection with things divinatory. Specifically antique, borrowed from the Aristotelian treatise De Divinatione Somnium, is the notion that melancholy is conducive to prophetic powers. And this unrepressed remnant of the ancient theorems comes to light in the medieval tradition of the prophetic dreams granted to the melancholy alone. In the 17th century one encounters such conceptions, always, of course, with gloomy accentuation. General mournfulness is an augur of all future woe. Likewise, with the greatest emphasis, in Tscherning's fine poem Melancholy speaks, I, mother of the dark blood, I, foul burden of earth, shall say what I am and what through me can come to be. I am the black bile first heard in Latin but in German now, and taught by none. Through madness I can write verse almost as good as that inspired by the wise Phoebus, father of all art. I fear one thing only, that suspicion of me might arise in the world, as though I meant somehow to fathom the spirit of hell, otherwise I could make known before its time what not yet is. Meanwhile I remain a poetess, singing of my condition and of what I am. And this glorious renown I owe to my noble blood. When the heavenly spirit moves in me, I inflame hearts as swiftly as a god, they are beyond themselves then and seek a path that is more than worldly. If anyone ever received vision from Sibylline hands, it happened because of me. 229 The persistence of this by no means contemptible schema in the more profound anthropological analyses is remarkable. Even Kant painted the picture of the melancholic with the colors in which it appears in the older theorists. The observations on the feeling of the beautiful and sublime attribute to this character vengefulness, inspirations, apparitions, temptations, portentous dreams, presentiments and wondrous omens. 230. 54 Just as, in the school of Salerno, the ancient pathology of humors found new life through the mediation of Arab science, so was Arabia the conservator of the other Hellenistic science that nourished the teachings about the melancholic, astrology. Often cited as principal source of medieval star reading was the astronomy of Abu Ma'sar, which for its part was dependent on the astronomy of late antiquity. The theory of melancholy stands in a precise relation with the doctrine of astral influences. And of these latter only the most maleficent, that of Saturn, could preside over the melancholic disposition. If it is evident that, in the theory of the melancholic temperament, the astrological and the medical systems remain separate, Paracelsus wanted to exclude melancholy from the latter in order to refer it wholly to the former. 231 And if it is evident that the harmonizing speculations that were spun out of both systems had to appear arbitrary in relation to the empirical character, then all the more surprising, and in fact scarcely explicable, is the abundance of anthropological insights yielded by the theory. Out of the way details surface, such as the penchant of the melancholic for distant journeys, thus the sea on the horizon in Durer's Melancholia, but also the fanatical exoticism of Lichtenstein's dramas, the pleasure the epoch took in descriptions of travel. Here the astronomic deduction is obscure. But that is not the case if Saturn's distance from the Earth and the long duration of its planetary orbit are conceived no longer in the nefarious sense followed by the doctors at Salerno but rather in a beneficial sense, with reference to the divine reason that ordained for this menacing heavenly body the most remote position, and if, on the other hand, the profundity of the melancholic is understood in terms of the influence of Saturn, which, as the planet highest in the sky and most distant from daily life, and as the originator of every deep contemplation, calls the soul from outward affairs into the interior, makes it to rise ever higher, and finally grants it the utmost in knowledge and prophetic gifts. 232 In reinterpretations of this sort, which give the evolution of these teachings its fascinating character, there is manifested dialectical trait in the representation of Saturn that accords in the most amazing way with the dialectic of the Greek concept of melancholy. It is, no doubt, with the uncovering of this most vital function of the image of Saturn that Panofsky and Saxel, in their beautiful study of Dürer's Melancholiae, have brought to completion the discoveries made in their extraordinary critical model, the studies by Gillow of Dürer's Melancholiae and the humanist circle around Maximilian. Thus one reads in the more recent work, now this extremitas which has made melancholy, in comparison to the other three temperaments, so significant and problematic, so enviable and uncanny, for all subsequent centuries, this extremity is also the basis of the deepest and most decisive correspondence between melancholy and Saturn. Like melancholy, Saturn too, this demon of antitheses, confers on the soul dullness and sluggishness, on one hand, and on the other the power of intelligence and contemplation. Like melancholy, Saturn constantly menaces those who are subject to him, though they may be, in and for themselves, the most illustrious spirits, with the dangers of dejection or delirious ecstasy. He who, to quote Ficino, seldom leaves his mark on commonplace characters and ordinary destinies but rather on those who are separate from others, whether divine or bestial, whether radiantly happy or bowed down by the deepest misery. 233. As for this dialectic of Saturn, it requires an explanation that can be sought only in the internal structure of the mythological idea of Cronus as such. The idea of Cronus is dualistic not only in regard to the god's external working but also in regard to his own, as it were personal, fate. Moreover, the idea has this dualistic quality to such an extent and to such a degree that one could characterize Cronus precisely as a god of extremes. On the one hand, he is the ruler of the Golden Age, and, on the other hand, he is the sorrowful god, dethroned and dishonored. On the one hand, he engenders, and devours, innumerable children, and on the other hand he is condemned to eternal sterility. On the one hand, he is a monster to be duped by low cunning, and, on the other hand, he is the old wise god who is venerated as the supreme intelligence, as a Prometheus and Prometheus. In this immanent polarity of the Cronus concept, is found the ultimate explanation for the special character of the astrological idea of Saturn, that character which, in the final analysis, is determined by a very well-defined and fundamental dualism. 234. For example, Jacopo della Lana, in his commentary on Dante, has quite clearly elaborated this immanent antithetic and shrewdly substantiated it in explaining that Saturn, in virtue of its quality as a heavy, cold, and dry heavenly body, engenders those wholly material people suited only to hard work on the land, at the same time that, in virtue of its position as highest of the planets, it engenders, on the contrary, those most extremely spiritual religiosi contemplativi who are turned away from all earthly life. 235. The history of the problem of melancholy is enacted within the space of this dialectic. The high point in this history is reached with Renaissance magic. Whereas, in the Middle Ages, the Aristotelian insights into the psychic duality of the melancholy disposition, together with the antithetical nature of the Saturn influence, had given way to a purely demonic representation of these two factors, such as conformed with Christian speculation. With the Renaissance there emerged anew from the sources the whole wealth of ancient broodings. To have discovered this turning point, and to have imbued it with the force of a dramatic peripeteia, is the great merit of Gillow's work and the explanation for its superior beauty. For the Renaissance, which reinterpreted Saturnine melancholy in the sense of a theory of genius, and did so with a radically unprecedented in the thought of antiquity, the fear and awe of Saturn stood at the very center of astrological belief. As Warburg has expressed it. 236. Already the Middle Ages had taken possession of the Saturnine perceptual field in manifold metamorphoses. The ruler of the months, the Greek god of time and the Roman seed-time spirit, have become the grim reaper with his scythe, which now is turned no longer on the crops but on the human race, just as it is no longer the cycle of the year, with its recurrence of sowing, harvest, and winter fallow, that governs time but rather the inexorable passage of every life toward death. 237 But for an age intent at all costs on disclosing the sources of occult insight into nature, the image of the melancholic posed the question, how could it succeed in intercepting intellectual and spiritual energies from Saturn without falling prey to madness? It was a matter of separating the sublime melancholy, the Melancholia illa heroica of Marsilio Ficino and Melanchthon, from the common and injurious kind. 238 Supplementing a precise dietetic of body and soul was the astrological magic. The ennoblement of melancholy is the main theme of the work De Vita Triplici by Marsilio Ficino. The magic square, which is drawn on the tablet above the head of Durer's Melancholy, is the planetary sign of Jupiter, whose influence counteracts the dismal forces of Saturn. Near this tablet hangs a balance as indicator of the constellation of Jupiter. Melancholy is far nobler if it is tempered by the conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter in Libra, as would seem to have been the case with the melancholy of Augustus. 239 Under the Jovian influence, harmful inspirations are transformed into beneficent ones, as Saturn becomes protector of the most sublime investigations. Astrology itself belongs to him. Thus Dürer could arrive at the intention of expressing, in Saturnine facial features, the divinatory concentration of mind as well. 240. 55 The theory of allegory is crystallized around a number of ancient emblems into which the Renaissance, of course, with unparalleled interpretive genius, first read the imposing dialectic of these dogmas. Among the requisites crowded around Dürer's melancholy is the dog. Not by accident does a description of the melancholic state of mind by Aegidius Albertinus bring up rabies. According to an old tradition, the organism of the dog is governed by the spleen. 241 The dog has this in common with the melancholic. Should this organ, described with particular delicacy, degenerate, then the dog is supposed to lose its friskiness and fall prey to rabies. To such an extent does it symbolize the ominous aspect of this complexion. On the other hand, the nose for detecting and the perseverance of the animal is kept in mind so as to be able to recognize in it the image of the tireless researcher and brooder. Piero Valeriano, in his commentary to this hieroglyph, expressly says that the dog best in scenting and pursuing game is the one that bears a melancholy face. 242 The ambivalence of this emblem is enriched, in Dürer's engraving, particularly by the fact that the animal is represented as sleeping. If bad dreams come from the spleen, then divinatory dreams too are the prerogative of the melancholy. In the Trauerspiel they are known to be a gift common to princes and martyrs. But these prophetic dreams are themselves to be understood as the product of geomantic dream sleep in the temple of creation, not as exalted or even divine inspiration. For all wisdom of the melancholic hearkens to the deep, it is won from immersion in the life of creaturely things, and nothing of the voice of revelation reaches it. Everything to do with Saturn points into the depths of the earth, wherein the nature of the old seed god is preserved. According to Agrippa of Netzheim, it is Saturn who gives the seed of the deep and, the hidden treasures. 243 Here the downward gaze is characteristic of the Saturnine, who bore through the ground with their eyes. And thus churning, whoever does not yet know me will recognize me from my bearing. I keep my eyes turned toward the earth, because from the earth I am long ago sprung. And so I look nowhere any more but to the mother. 244 For the melancholic, to whom lightning quick, shattering intuition is all but unknown, the promptings of Mother Earth dawn from the night of brooding like treasures glimmering from their terrestrial hold. Formerly of consequence only as a cold, dry element, the earth attains to the full richness of its esoteric significance in a scientific reflection of Ficino. It is the new analogy between the force of gravity and intellectual concentration that enables the old emblem to be taken up in the great interpretive process of the Renaissance philosophers. But it seems to be a natural principle that in the pursuit of especially abstruse patterns of intellectual inquiry the mind must be directed from outward matters to inward matters, from the circumference to the center, as it were, and, while in pursuit of its speculations, should remain firmly established at the center of the individual, so to speak. But the mental activity of being drawn away from the periphery and becoming fixed at the center is the special characteristic of that area of the mind to which melancholy is akin. Melancholy therefore continually challenges the mind to concentrate itself and come to rest in one place and to practice contemplation. And since melancholy is in itself like the center of the world, even so, it compels an investigation which reaches out to the center of every individual object of inquiry, and leads to an understanding of the very deepest truths. 245 When, in regard to this passage, Panofsky and Saxel remark, contra Gillo, that it cannot be said that Ficino recommends concentration to the melancholic, they are in the right. 246 But it is a remark signifying little in view of the sequence of analogies that comprehends thought concentration earth-gall, and, to be sure, not only in order to lead from the first term to the last but also, no doubt, in unmistakable allusion to a new interpretation of the earth in the framework of the old wisdom of the doctrine of temperaments. According to ancient opinion, the earth owes its spherical form and, by virtue of that, as Ptolemy already argued, its perfection and central position in the universe to the force of concentration. Hence Gillo's supposition that the sphere, in Dürer's engraving, is an intellectual symbol of the brooder is not to be simply dismissed out of hand. 247 And this ripest and most mysterious fruit of the cosmological culture of the age of Maximilian I, as Warburg writes of the engraving, might very well be thought of as a nucleus in which the fullness of Baroque allegory, still held in check by the power of a genius, lies ready to burst open and spread abroad. 248 Nevertheless, the salvaging of old symbols of melancholy, as instanced by this engraving and by speculation contemporary with it, apparently passed over one such symbol, one that subsequently seems to have likewise escaped the attention of Gillo and other researchers. It is the stone. Its place in the inventory of emblems is assured. When, in Aegidius Albertinus, one reads of the melancholic, grief, which usually softens the heart in meekness, makes him only more obstinate in his perverse thoughts, for his tears do not find their way into his heart to soften its hardness, but it is with him as with the stone that, when the weather is damp, sweats only outwardly. One is hardly tempted to pause and search for a special meaning in these words. 249 But the situation is different with a passage from Hallmann's funeral oration. For Herr Samuel von Butzschecki, he was by nature deep-thinking and of melancholic complexion, one of those spirits that reflect tirelessly on a matter and behave prudently in every circumstance. Neither the snake-filled Medusa head nor the African monster, not even the weeping crocodile of this world could tempt his eyes, much less turn his limbs into a rude stone. 250 And the stone is encountered a third time in Philidor's beautiful dialogue between melancholy and joy. Melancholy. Joy. The former is an old woman clothed in detestable rags with her head covered, she sits on a stone under a withered tree, her head drooping. Next to her is a night owl. Melancholy, the hard stone, the barren tree, the dead cypresses are a refuge for my sadness, they make me forget my envy. Joy, who is this marmot wriggling here by the withered branch? Those deep red eyes shine like a comet of blood that presages horror and ruin. Now, I know you, enemy of my joys, melancholy, born of the three-headed dog in the pit of Tartarus. Oh! Should I suffer you in my realms? No. In truth, no. The cold stone, the leafless shrub must be uprooted and you, monster, you along with them. 251. 56 It may be that in the emblem of the stone only the most obvious features of the cold, dry earth are to be seen. But it is doubtless conceivable and, in light of the passage from Albertinus, not at all unlikely that in the inert mass there is an allusion to the genuinely theological conception of the melancholic, which involves a mortal sin. This sin is acedia, indolence of the heart. The slow planetary orbit of the lustreless Saturn made it possible to establish a relation between this slothful condition and the melancholic, a relation that whether on an astrological basis or some other is already attested in a manuscript of the 13th century, on sloth. The fourth of the mortal sins is sloth in the service of God. This is when I turn from a difficult and painful good work to idleness. And if I turn from the good work because it is difficult for me, it is then that the bitterness of heart comes. 252 In Dante, acedia is the fifth member in the order of principal sins. In its circle of hell reigns icy cold, and this points back to the data of the pathology of humors, the cold, dry constitution of the earth. As acedia, the melancholy of the tyrant appears in a new and sharper light. Albert Enus expressly assigns the complex of symptoms of melancholy to this condition. Acedia or sloth is rightly compared to the bite of a mad dog, for whoever suffers such a bite is immediately overcome with terrifying dreams, frightens himself in sleep, becomes furious, incoherent, refuses all drink, fears water, bellows like a hound, and becomes so unhinged that he falls down simply out of fright. Such people soon die if they are not helped. 253. The irresolution of the prince, in particular, is nothing other than saturnine acedia. Saturn makes one apathetic, indecisive, slow. 254. Indolence of the heart is the tyrant's undoing. Like the figure of the tyrant, that of the courtier succumbs in turn to infidelity, another trait of the Saturnmensch. Nothing more inconstant can be imagined than the mind of the courtier, as depicted in the morning plays. Treachery is his element. It is not carelessness or clumsy characterization on the part of the author when, at critical moments, the sycophants, without even taking the time to reflect, abandon their sovereign and join the opposite camp. Rather, their actions demonstrate a lack of principle that is, in part, the conscious gesture of a Machiavellianism but, on the other hand, betrays a desperate and melancholy submission to a supposedly inexplicable order of malign constellations that assumes an overtly thing-like character. Indeed, crown, royal purple, and scepter are in the end properties in the sense of the drama of fate, and in themselves they have a fatum to which the courtier, as augur of this fate, is the first to submit. His infidelity toward human beings corresponds to a fidelity toward these objects, one completely absorbed in contemplative devotion. With this hopeless fidelity to the creaturely and to the law of guilt governing the life of the creaturely, the concept of this mode of behavior first arrives at its adequate fulfillment. That is, all essential decisions in respect of human beings can offend against fidelity, higher laws prevail in them. Fidelity is entirely in place only in the relation of humans to the world of things. The latter knows no higher law than fidelity, and fidelity knows no object to which it belongs more exclusively than the world of things. This world constantly calls it forth and draws it around itself, and every solemn vow or faithful memory surrounds itself with fragments of the thing world as its own most not overtaxing objects. Clumsily, indeed unjustifiably, fidelity expresses in its way a truth for the sake of which it naturally betrays the world. Melancholy betrays the world for the sake of knowledge. But its persevering absorption takes the dead things up into its contemplation in order to save them. The writer concerning whom the following has been transmitted speaks from out of the spirit of melancholy. P. Guy has spoken of that inaptitude of things to be saved, of that resistance, that heaviness of things, indeed of beings, which finally allows only a sprinkling of the ashes of the effort of heroes and saints to survive. 255. The tenacity inscribed in the intention of mourning is born of its fidelity to the world of things. It is in this regard that the infidelity the almanacs attribute to the Saturnine should be understood, and the utterly isolated dialectical counterposition, the faithfulness in love that Abu Ma'sar credits the Saturnine with, should be reinterpreted. 256. Fidelity is the rhythm of the emanatively descending stages of intention in which the ascending stages of Neoplatonic theosophy are mirrored, transformed, yet full of relation. 57. It is in keeping with the characteristic attitude of the Counter-Reformation reaction that the formation of types in the German Trauerspiel everywhere follows the medieval scholastic image of melancholy. Nevertheless, the overall form of this drama, fundamentally distinguished from this typology, that is, its style and language, is inconceivable without that bold turn with which the speculations of the Renaissance recognized in the features of weeping observation the reflection of a distant light coming from the depths of immersion. 257. Once, at least, the age succeeded in conjuring the human figure that corresponded to the disjunction of neo-antique and medieval illumination in which the Baroque viewed the melancholic. But it was not Germany that accomplished this. It is the figure of Hamlet. The mystery of his person is contained in the playful but, for that very reason, measured passage through all the stations of this intentional space, just as the mystery of his fate is contained in a course of action that is entirely homogeneous with this his gaze. Hamlet alone is, for the Trauerspiel, spectator by grace of God. It is not, however, what a man might play for him but only his own fate that can satisfy him. His life, as the exemplary object of his mourning, points, before its extinction, to the Christian providence in whose bosom his mournful images turn into blessed existence. Only in a life of this princely sort is melancholy, on being confronted with itself, redeemed. The rest is silence. For everything not lived goes irreparably to ruin in this space, where the word of wisdom haunts only equivocally. Shakespeare alone was capable of striking Christian sparks from the Baroque rigidity unstoic as it is unchristian, pseudo-antique as it is pseudo-pietistic of the melancholic. If the profound insight with which Rochus von Liliencron discerned a saturnine filiation and marks of acedia in Hamlet's character is not untrue to its object, what is to be seen in this drama is nevertheless the unique spectacle of the overcoming of these things in a Christian spirit. 258 Only in this prince does melancholy immersion attain to Christianity. The German Trauerspiel was never capable of instilling a soul in itself, of awakening the bright gaze of self-reflection in its interior. It remained astonishingly obscure to itself and knew only to paint the melancholic in the harsh and flat colors of the medieval complexion books. 259 Why, then, this excursus? The images and figures that the German Trauerspiel presents these are dedicated to Dürer's genius of winged melancholy. Its crude theatre begins its fervent life in the presence of this genius. 3. Allegory and Trauerspiel. Whoever would address with a reasonable choice of words these crumbling huts, where poverty decorates every corner, would be making no inapt utterance, nor would he be overstepping the bounds of established truth, if he called the world a general store, a customs house of death, in which man is the staple commodity, death the marvelous shopkeeper, God the most scrupulous of bookkeepers, and the grave the sealed draper's hall and warehouse. Christoph Manling, Theatre of Death, or Funeral Orations. 1. 58 For more than 100 years the philosophy of art has had to bear the dominion of a usurper, one who first came to power in the turmoil of Romanticism. The striving for a luminous and ultimately non-binding knowledge of an absolute, on the part of romantic aesthetic eons, has secured a place in the most simple-minded art-theoretical debates for a concept of symbol that has nothing other than its name in common with the genuine concept. The latter, belonging properly to the field of theology, never would have been capable of overspreading the philosophy of beauty with the sentimental twilight that has been growing ever thicker since the end of early Romanticism. Yet it is precisely the loose usage of this discourse of the symbolic that enables the penetration of every art form in depth, thereby contributing immeasurably to the comfort of scholarly investigations into art. What is most remarkable about this vulgar usage is that the concept that refers in an imperative mood, so to speak, to an indissoluble union of form and content should enter into the service of a philosophical embellishment of impotence, which, for lack of dialectical tempering, misses the content in the analysis of form and the form in the aesthetic of content. For this misuse occurs, in fact, whenever in a work of art the appearance of an idea is looked upon as symbol. The unity of sensuous and supersensuous object, the paradox of the theological symbol, is distorted into a relation between appearance and essence. The introduction of this sort of deformed concept of the symbol into aesthetics has paved the way, as a romantic and life-denying extravagance, for the wasteland of more recent art criticism. As a symbolic construct, the beautiful is supposed to pass smoothly over into the divine. The unlimited immanence of the ethical world in the world of the beautiful has been developed in the theosophical aesthetic of the Romantics. But the foundation for this notion was laid long before. It is sufficiently clear that the tendency of classicism is toward the apotheosis of existence in an individual who is perfect in not just an ethical sense. What is typically romantic is the situating of this perfected individual in a progression that is, to be sure, infinite but nevertheless salvific, indeed sacred. 2 But once the ethical subject has sunk into the individual, then no rigorism, not even the Kantian, can save it and preserve its manly contour. Its heart is lost in the beautiful soul. and the radius of action no, only of educational formation in the individual thus perfected, the beautiful individual, describes the circle of the symbolic. In contrast to this, the Baroque apotheosis is dialectical. It is achieved in the turnabout of extremes. In this eccentric and dialectical movement, the unconflicted inwardness of classicism plays no role, if only because the reigning problems of the Baroque, as political religious problems, were concerned less with the individual and his ethics than with his ecclesiastical community. Contemporaneously with the profane concept of symbol in classicism, its speculative counterpart is developed, that of allegory. To be sure, an authentic doctrine of allegory did not emerge at this time, nor was there one earlier. To define the new concept of allegory as speculative is, however, justified inasmuch as it was in fact proposed as the shadowy background against which the world of the symbol might stand out clearly. No more than many another form of expression was allegory simply deprived of its meaning through obsolescence. On the contrary, at work here, as is often the case, is an antagonism between earlier and later meanings, one that was all the more likely to be played out in silence because it was without conceptual formation, profound and bitter. So estranged was the symbolizing mode of thought around 1800 from the original form of allegorical expression that the extremely isolated attempts at a theoretical confrontation are worthless for the investigation of allegory and all the more symptomatic of the depth of the antagonism. The following remark of Goethe's, taken out of context, may be described as a negative, a posteriori construction of allegory. It makes a great difference whether the poet seeks the particular in the general or sees the general in the particular. Allegory stems from the former, where the particular functions only as instance, as example of the general. The latter, however, is truly the nature of poetry. It gives expression to a particular without thinking of the general or referring to it. Whoever vividly grasps this particular receives at the same time the general along with it, though without becoming aware of it, or becoming aware only later. 3. In this way, taking a cue from one of Schiller's writings, Goethe assumed a position toward allegory. 4. He cannot have found in it a worthy object of thought. More detailed is a somewhat later but like-minded observation by Schopenhauer. Now, if the purpose of all art is communication of the apprehended idea, further, if starting from the concept is objectionable in art, then we shall not be able to approve when a work of art is intentionally and avowedly chosen to express a concept. This is the case in allegory. When, therefore, an allegorical picture has also artistic value, this is quite separate from and independent of what it achieves as allegory. Such a work of art serves two purposes simultaneously, namely the expression of a concept and the expression of an idea. Only the latter can be an aim of art, the other is a foreign aim, namely the trifling amusement of carving a picture to serve at the same time as an inscription, as a hieroglyphic. It is true that an allegorical picture can in just this quality produce a vivid impression on the mind and feelings, but under the same circumstances even an inscription would have the same effect. For instance, if the desire for fame is firmly and permanently rooted in a man's mind, and if he now stands before the genius of fame by Annibale Carracci with its laurel crowns, then his whole mind is thus excited, and his powers are called into activity. But the same thing would also happen if he suddenly saw the word fame in large clear letters on the wall. 5. Although this last remark comes near to the essence of allegory, the logistic tendency of the argument which, in distinguishing between the expression of a concept and the expression of an idea, takes up precisely the modern and untenable discourse concerning allegory and symbol, despite the fact that Schopenhauer himself employs the concept of symbol in a different sense, hinders these observations from in any way exiting the succession of brief and peremptory dismissals of the allegorical form of expression. Such a view of things has remained determinative up through the most recent times. Even great artists, uncommon theoreticians, such as Yeats, persist in the assumption that allegory is a conventional relation between a signifying image and its signification. 6. These authors tend to have only a vague acquaintance with the authentic documents of the modern allegorical mode of perception, the literary and graphic emblem books of the Baroque. The spirit of these works speaks so feebly in the late and better-known epigones of the 18th century that only a reader of the more original works encounters the undiminished energy of the allegorical intention. In the face of the latter, the classicist prejudice was ready with its verdict. It is, in a word, the denunciation of the allegorical form of expression as a mere mode of signification. Allegory, as the following pages will demonstrate, is not a perfunctory illustrative technique but expression, as language is expression, as indeed writing is expression. Just here lay the experimentum crucis. It was precisely writing that appeared as the conventional system of signs par excellence. Schopenhauer is not the only one who thinks he can dispose of allegory with the comment that it is not essentially different from writing. Ultimately at issue in this objection is the relation to every great object of Baroque philology. The philosophical grounding of this philology, however laborious or diffuse it may appear, is indispensable. And into the center rushes the discussion of the allegorical. Its advance is unmistakable in German Baroque literature, by Herbert Sissers. But whether because the supposed primacy of classicism as the Entleché of Baroque literature blocks insight into the essential nature of that literature in general, as it blocks investigation into allegory in particular, or whether because the stubborn prejudice against allegory pushes classicism quite logically into the foreground as its proper ancestor, the new recognition that allegoric is the reigning stylistic law of the High Baroque in particular forfeits all value as a result of the attempt to turn its formulation, quite incidentally, into a slogan. 7 Not so much the art of the symbol as the technique of allegory is what is supposedly proper to the Baroque, in contrast to classicism. 8 With this new turn in the discussion, the character of sign is also to be attributed to allegory. It is nothing but the old prejudice, for which Kreutzer has procured a fitting designation with the terms iconologory. 9. 59 In other respects, however, precisely the great theoretical discussions of symbolism in the first volume of Kreutzer's mythology are indirectly very valuable for an understanding of the allegorical. Together with the banal older doctrine still surviving in them, they contain observations whose epistemological development Kreutzer could have taken much further than he succeeded in doing. Thus he posits the essence of symbols whose privileged status and distance from the allegorical he wishes to see preserved in the following 4 moments: the instantaneous, the total, the unfathomability of its origin, the necessary 10. And elsewhere he remarks justly apropos the first factor, that wakeful and at times unsettling quality goes together with another, namely brevity. It is like a suddenly appearing spectre, or like a lightning flash that suddenly lights up the dark night. It is a moment that lays claim to our whole being. On account of this fruitful brevity, the ancients compare it particularly to Lacanism. In important situations in life, when every moment conceals a weighty future and keeps the soul in a state of tension, at such fateful moments, then, the ancients were sensible of divine intimations which they called symbola. 11 On the other hand, the requirements for the symbol are clarity, brevity, the pleasing and the beautiful. 12 In the first and the last 2 plainly speaks a mode of perception that Kreutzer shares with the classicist theories of the symbol. This is the doctrine of the artistic symbol, which, as a supreme symbol, is to be distinguished from the limited religious or even mystical symbol. That Kreutzer was decisively influenced here by Winckelmann's veneration of Greek sculpture, whose images of the gods were exemplary in this context, is beyond all doubt. The artistic symbol is plastic. In Kreutzer's antithesis of plastic and mystic symbol speaks the Winckelmannian spirit. What prevails here in the mystic symbol is the inexpressible, which, in seeking expression, will ultimately burst its earthly form, as a too fragile vessel, through the infinite power of its being. But with that the clarity of vision is itself immediately destroyed, and there remains only a speechless astonishment. In the plastic symbol, the being does not tend toward the excessive but, obedient to nature, adapts to its form, penetrates and animates it. That conflict between the infinite and the finite is thus resolved through the fact that the finite, delimiting itself, has become something human. Out of this purification of the pictorial, on one hand, and out of the voluntary renunciation of the immeasurable, on the other, blooms the finest fruit of all that is symbolic. It is the symbol of the gods that marvelously unites beauty of form with supreme fullness of being, and, because it has found its most perfect realization in Greek sculpture, can be called the plastic symbol. 13. Classicism sought the human as supreme fullness of being, and in this aspiration, since it felt it necessary to scorn allegory, grasped only a mirage of the symbolic. Accordingly, there is also to be found in Kreutzer a comparison of symbol with allegory, which in common parlance is so often confused with symbol, a comparison that is not far removed from the theories then current. 14. The difference between symbolic and allegorical presentation: the latter merely signifies a general concept or idea that is distinct from it, the former is the idea itself bodied forth and rendered sensible. On one hand, a substitution takes place; on the other hand, this concept itself has descended into the bodily world, and it itself is what we see immediately in the image. But with this Kreutzer returns to his original conception. The difference between the two modes is therefore to be found in the quality of the momentary, which allegory lacks. There in the symbol is momentary totality, here, progression in a series of moments. Hence it is allegory, not symbol, that comprehends myth, the essence of which is expressed most completely in the progression of epic narrative. 15. But far from developing an insight that might have led to a new evaluation of the allegorical mode of expression, the author, basing himself on these sentences, writes in another passage dealing with the Ionian philosophers of nature: they restore its old rights to the symbol supplanted by garrulous legend, originally an offspring of sculpture, and still incorporated in discourse. The symbol is through its significant conciseness, through the totality and concentrated exuberance of its nature, far more suited than legend to intimate the one and inexpressible of religion. 16. Regarding these and similar arguments, Gors, in a letter, makes the excellent observation: I care nothing for this idea of the symbol as being seen and of allegory as signifying bedeuten. We can be perfectly content with the explanation that takes the one as a sign of ideas, a sign closed on itself, concentrated, persisting in itself unchanged, but that recognizes in the other a successively advancing, dramatically mobile, fluid image of the same, one that has taken on the flux of time itself. The two are related to each other as the mute, vast, and powerful nature of mountain and vegetation is related to living, advancing human history. 17. Much is set right with this. For the conflict between a theory of the symbol that puts the accent on a quasi-natural mountain-like and plant-like quality in its constitution and Kreutzer's emphasis on its momentary quality points very clearly to the true state of affairs. The temporal measure for the experience of the symbol is the mystical instant in which the symbol receives the meaning into its hidden and, as it were, wooded interior. On the other hand, allegory is not exempt from a corresponding dialectic, and the contemplative repose with which it immerses itself in the abyss between image being and meaning has nothing of the disinterested sufficiency that is found in the seemingly related intention of the sign. How violently the dialectical movement storms in this abyss of allegory is something that must come to light more clearly in study of the Trauerspiel form than anywhere else. The worldly, historical latitude that Kreutzer and Gors attribute to the allegorical intention is, as natural history, as primal history of meaning or intention, dialectical in character. In virtue of the decisive category of time which it was the great romantic insight of these thinkers to have introduced into this field of semiotics, the relation of symbol and allegory can be strictly and formally determined. Whereas in the symbol, with the sublimation of downfall, the transfigured countenance of nature reveals itself fleetingly in the light of salvation, in allegory there lies before the eyes of the observer the facies hippocratica of history as petrified primal landscape. 18. History, in everything untimely, sorrowful, and miscarried that belongs to it from the beginning, is inscribed in a face, no, in a death's head. And though it is true that to such a thing all symbolic freedom of expression, all classical harmony of form, and everything human is lacking, nevertheless in this figure, the most fallen in nature, is expressed meaningfully as enigma not only the nature of human existence in general but the biographical historicity of an individual. This is the core of the allegorical vision, of the Baroque profane exposition of history as the passion of the world meaningful only in the stations of its decline. So much meaning, so much forfeiture to death, for at the deepest level death incises the jagged line of demarcation between physis and meaning. 19 But if nature has at all times been subject to the power of death, it is also at all times allegorical. Meaning and death are brought to fruition in historical unfolding, just as they are closely intermeshed as seeds in the unredeemed state of sin of the creature. The view of allegory as spun out of myth, such as plays a role in Kreutzer, is revealed in the end, from the same Baroque point of view, as a moderate and more modern perspective. Significantly, Voss opposes this. Aristarchus, along with all other men of judgment, took Homer's legends of world and gods as the naive beliefs of the heroic age of Nestor. Crates, however, to whose opinions the geographer Strabo and the later grammarians subscribed, regarded them as primordial symbols of Orphic secret doctrines, originating chiefly in Egypt. Such symbolism, which arbitrarily channeled the experiences and religious teachings of post-Homeric epochs back into the Archaic period, remained dominant throughout the centuries of monasticism and was generally called allegory. 20 The author disapproves of this relating of myth to allegory, but he recognizes its plausibility, which rests on a theory of legend such as Kreutzer develops. The epic is in fact the classic form of a history of signifying nature, as allegory is its Baroque form. Related as it was to both currents of thought, Romanticism was bound to bring epic and allegory closer together. And thus Schelling formulated the program of allegorical interpretation of the epic in the famous dictum, "The Odyssey is the history of the human spirit, the Iliad the history of nature." 60 Allegorical expression itself enters the world with a strange interlacing of nature and history. Carl Gillow made it his life's work to shed light on this origin. Only since the appearance of his monumental investigation, The Hieroglyphics of Humanism in Renaissance Allegory, notably in the Triumphal Arch of Emperor Maximilian I, has it been possible to document historically the way in which the modern allegory arising in the 16th century differs from the medieval. Without doubt, and this will appear in the course of this study as having the highest importance, the two are precisely and essentially conjoined. But only where the connection stands out, as a constant, from the historical variables can it be recognized in its content, and such a distinction became possible only after Gillow's discovery. Among the older researchers, only Kreutzer, Gors, and above all Herder seem to have had an eye for the riddle of this form of expression. Regarding the epochs in question, Herder confesses, the history of this age and of this taste still lies very much in the dark. 21 His own supposition they imitated the old monastic paintings, but with much understanding and great penetration into things, so that I would almost call this period the age of the emblem. 22 Is in error, historically speaking, but it bespeaks an intuition of the content of this literature that shows him superior to the Romantic mythologists. Kreutzer refers to him in Remarks on the Modern Emblem. In later times, too, this love for the allegorical remained vibrant, and in the 16th century it seemed once again to gain new life. In this same period allegory assumed a more ethical orientation among the Germans, in keeping with the earnestness of their national character. With the advances of the Reformation, the symbolic as an expression of religious mysteries more and more had to disappear. The old love for the perceptible manifested itself, in emblematic representations sin-billed like in Darstellingen of a moral and political kind. Now often allegory itself had to give sensuous form to the newly recognized truth. One of our nation's great writers, who, in his all-encompassing spirit, finds this expression of German vigor neither puerile nor uncultivated but admirable and worthy of consideration, takes a cue from the prevalence of this mode of representation at that time to name the epoch of the Reformation the Age of Emblems, furnishing in this regard hints worth heeding. 23 Owing to the uncertain state of knowledge at that time, Kreutzer himself was able to correct only the valuation, not the theoretical comprehension, of allegory. It is Gillow's work, historical in character, that opens the way to a philosophical historical penetration of this form. He discovered the impetus for the development of this form in the efforts of humanist scholars to decipher hieroglyphs. These scholars derived the method of their researches from a pseudepigraphal corpus, the Hieroglyphica of Horapollen, composed at the end of the 2nd, or possibly the 4th, century AD. These writings and this characterizes them and wholly determines their influence on the humanists were occupied only with the so-called symbolic or enigmatic hieroglyphs, pure picture signs, which, in the framework of religious teaching, were transmitted to the hierogrammatist, in isolation from the phonetic signs that were currently in use, as the ultimate stage in a mystical philosophy of nature. The scholars approached the obelisks with this reading in mind, and a misunderstanding became the foundation of this rich, unforeseeably widespread form of expression. For it was on the basis of the allegorical interpretation of the Egyptian hieroglyphs, whereby historical and cultic data gave way to natural historical, moral, and mystical commonplaces, that the scholars proceeded to elaborate this new kind of script. There appeared iconologies that not only developed the language of these commonplaces, translating entire sentences word for word through particular graphic signs, but not infrequently assumed the guise of lexicons. 24 Following the lead of the artist-scholar Alberti, the humanists thus began to write with images of things, rebus, rather than with letters. The word rebus originated in this way on the basis of the enigmatic hieroglyphs and medallions, columns, triumphal arches, and all manner of Renaissance art objects were covered with such riddle writings. 25 Together with the Greek doctrine of the freedom of artistic vision, the Renaissance simultaneously took over from antiquity the Egyptian doctrine of artistic constraint. The two viewpoints had to clash, and though the conflict was at first reined in by artists of genius, the second view proved victorious once a hieratic spirit had overspread the world. 26 In the productions of the mature Baroque, the distance separating them from the beginnings of emblematics a century earlier became ever more recognizable, while the similarity to the symbol became more fleeting and the hieratic ostentation more pronounced. Something like a natural theology of script already plays a role in the Libri de Reedificatoria de Cm of Leon Battista Alberti. In connection with an investigation into the titles, signs, and sculptures befitting sepulchral monuments, he has occasion to draw a parallel between alphabetic script and the Egyptian signs. He emphasizes, as a deficiency in the former, that, being known only to its own time, it must later inevitably fall prey to oblivion. To this, he contrasts the system of the Egyptians, in which, for example, God is designated by an eye, nature by a vulture, time by a circle, peace by an ox. 27 At the same time, however, speculation turned toward a less rationalistic apology for emblematics, one that more decisively acknowledges the hieratic character of the form. In his commentary on the Enneads of Plotinus, Marsilio Ficino observes, concerning hieroglyphics, that through them the Egyptian priests would have wanted to create something corresponding to divine thought, since the Godhead possesses knowledge of all things not as a mutable representation but as, so to speak, the simple and lasting form of the thing itself. Hieroglyphics, then, as an image of divine ideas. He takes as an example the hieroglyph used for the concept of time, the winged snake biting its own tail. For the multiplicity and mobility of the human representation of time, as in quick succession it conjoins beginning with end, as it teaches cleverness, brings things, and takes them away. This whole series of thoughts is contained in the precise and fixed image of the snake that forms a circle. 28 Nothing less than the theological conviction that the hieroglyphs of the Egyptians contain an inherited wisdom, illuminating every obscurity of nature, speaks from Piero Valeriano's sentence, to speak with hieroglyphics is certainly nothing other than to disclose the nature of things divine and human. 29 In its annunciatory epistle, Valeriano's Hieroglyphica makes the following observation, nor shall there be lacking any opportunity for men of proper sensibility to expound and explore these matters in a way which fits our religion. Not even a consideration of trees or of vegetation is gratuitous in our purposes, since blessed Paul and David before him record that the majesty and awesomeness of God is understood by means of knowledge of the created universe. Since this is how matters stand, who among us is possessed of a mind so slothful, a mind so immersed in things which perish and decay, that he is unable to confess that God surrounds him with benefits without number, especially when he recognizes, as a man, his own creatureliness, and that everything contained in heaven, the air, in water, and on the earth has been produced for the sake of man. 30. At issue in the final phrase, hominis causa, is not the teleology of the Enlightenment, for which human happiness was the supreme purpose of nature, but a wholly different teleology, that of the Baroque. Devoted neither to the earthly nor to the moral felicity of creatures, it is concerned solely with their mysterious instruction. For, in the Baroque, nature is considered as functioning for the purpose of expressing its meaning, for the emblematic presentation of its sense, which, as an allegorical presentation, remains irreparably severed from its historical realization. In its moral examples and its catastrophes, history was considered only a substantive moment of emblematics. What prevails is the rigid countenance of signifying nature, and history is to remain once and for all shut up in the stage property. Whereas medieval allegory is Christian didactic, the Baroque goes back, in a mystical and natural historical sense, to antiquity. It is the Egyptian antiquity, but soon also the Greek. The putative discoverer of its secret treasures of invention was Ludovico da Felder, called Il Morto because of his subterranean grotesque activity as discoverer. Likewise, an ancient painter who, on the basis of a much-cited passage in Pliny on decorative painting, was considered a classic of the grotesque, the balcony painter Serapion, ultimately came to be associated with the personification of the subterranean fantastical, the spectral occult, through the mediation of a hermit with the same name, in E.T.A. Hoffmann's Serapion Brothers. For already at that time the effect of the enigmatic and mysterious seems the proper accompaniment to what is subterranean and mysterious in the derivation of the grotesque from buried ruins and catacombs. The word is to be traced back not to grotta in the literal sense but to the sense of the hidden, the hollowed out, which the cavern and grotto express. For this, the 18th century still had, the expression verkrochen and what has crept into hiding. Thus the enigmatic was at work here from the beginning. 31 Winckelmann does not stand far removed from this. As pointedly as he turns against the stylistic principles of Baroque allegory, his theory remains in many respects closely related to that of earlier authors. Borinski sees this very clearly in his essay in Allegory. Precisely here Winckelmann is still entirely subject to the general influence of the Renaissance belief in the sapientia veterum wisdom of the ancients, in the spiritual bond between primordial truth and art, between intellectual science and archaeology. He seeks in the genuine allegory of the ancients, as breathed in from the fullness of Homeric inspiration, the psychic remedy for the sterility of the eternal repetition of martyr scenes and mythological scenes in the art of the moderns. Only this allegory teaches the artist to invent, and this is what raises him to the height of the poet. 32 The simply edifying thus falls away from the allegorical even more radically perhaps than in the Baroque. 61 The more the development of emblematics ramified, the more impenetrable became this expression. Egyptian, Greek, and Christian figural languages were intermingled. Characteristic of the enthusiasm with which theology met this is a work such as the Polyhistor Symbolicus, composed by the very same Jesuit Caus Sinus whose Felicitas was translated from the Latin by Greffius. 33 Indeed, there could appear no work more suited to safeguard the high political maxims of a genuine wisdom about life than such riddle script, intelligible only to the learned. 34 Herder even suggested, in his essay on Johann Valentin Andrea, that it would have offered asylum to many a thought that one would not have wanted to call by its name in front of princes. Opitz is more paradoxical on the subject. On one hand, he conceives the theological esotericism of this form of expression as confirmation of its noble descent from poetry, while on the other hand he believes the form was introduced in the interests of general intelligibility. From a sentence in Delbin's Art Poétique, poetry was at first simply allegorical theology. He derived the well-known formula from the second chapter of his German poetry: poetry was in the beginning nothing other than a veiled theology. But elsewhere he writes, because the primitive and rude world was too gross and uncouth to be able rightly to grasp and understand the teachings of wisdom and heavenly things, wise men have had to bury and conceal in rhymes and fables, which the common people are particularly inclined to listen to, that which they have invented to cultivate fear of God, good conduct, and proper mores. 35 This conception remained determinate, and in Harsdorfer, perhaps the most thoroughgoing of the elegiasts. It grounds the theory of this form of expression. Just as it had established itself in all the broadest and most restricted regions of the spirit, from theology, the study of nature, and morality down to heraldry, ceremonial verse, and the language of love, so its repertoire of visual properties is unlimited. For every idea, the moment of expression coincides with a veritable eruption of imagery, which lays down the mass of metaphors in chaotic dispersion. It is thus that the sublime is presented in this style. The universal nature of things adds weight to this line of philosophical inquiry, into the question of images, nor has anything disclosed this information which could not be transmitted in inlaid work emblema, in the beholding of which the individual might be enabled to derive useful information about virtue in civil life, so that, as in the case of history illumination can come from coins, so in the case of moral philosophy it may come from inlaid work. 36 The latter comparison is especially felicitous to the nature that bears the imprint of history, namely, as setting there attaches something numismatic. The same author, a reviewer for the Acta Eruditorum, says in another place, "It was pointed out above in the Acta that a thing shows its natural character through symbols and ornamentation, and that no single thing exists in this entire universe which cannot supply just such an appropriate representation as we explain in the first volume of the Philosophy of Images, which came out in the previous year." In support of this assertion, the second volume of this book, which appeared this year, contributes excellent proofs, producing symbols and aptly related themes drawn from both natural and artificial material, from the elements, from fire, from mountains which belch fire, from dusty siege engines and other machines of war, from alchemical instruments too, from underground tunnels, from smoke, from lamps, from sacred fire, from bronze coinage, and from the many species of birds. 37 A single example may suffice to show how far one went in this direction. In Bockler's Ars Heraldica can be found the following, on leaves. One seldom finds leaves on coats of arms, but when they are found, they further the interpretation of the truth, because in several respects they resemble the tongue and the heart. 38 On clouds. Just as clouds billow up over themselves into the heights, so that the fruitful rain afterward pours down, freshening and quickening field, grain, and humanity, so likewise should noble hearts rise as into the heights through virtuous conduct, in order then to be intent on serving the fatherland with their gifts. 39 White horses signify triumphant peace after concluded war and, at the same time, velocity. 40 The most surprising thing is a complete hieroglyphics of color, toward which this book points in its combination of colors 2 by 2, red with silver, craving for vengeance 41 blue, with red, discourtesy 42 black, with purple, constant devotion 43 and this is to mention only a few. The many obscurities in the relation between meaning and sign, did not deter but rather encouraged the use of ever more remote characteristics of the represented object as symbols, so as to surpass even the Egyptians with new subtleties. Aiding in this endeavor was the dogmatic force of the meanings handed down by the ancients, so that one and the same thing can symbolize just as well a virtue as a vice, and therefore in the end anything at all. 44. 62 The state of affairs leads to the antinomies of the allegorical, the dialectical treatment of which cannot be avoided if the image of the Trauerspiel is in fact to be evoked. Any person, any object, any relation can signify any other whatever. With this possibility, an annihilating but just verdict is pronounced on the profane world. It is characterized as a world in which not much depends upon detail. Yet it will be unmistakably apparent, especially to anyone familiar with the exegesis of allegorical texts, that all those stage props of signification, precisely by virtue of their pointing to something other, acquire a potency that makes them appear incommensurable with profane things and elevates them to a higher plane, indeed can sacralize them. In allegorical perception, then, the profane world is both elevated in rank and devalued. This religious dialectic of the content has its formal correlate in the dialectic of convention and expression. For allegory is both of these, convention and expression, and they are inherently in conflict with each other. But just as Baroque doctrine in general conceives history as created event, allegory in particular, if no less conventional than any other form of writing, is nonetheless viewed as created, like Holy Scripture. The allegory of the 17th century is not a convention of expression but the expression of convention. It is the expression of authority as well secret, in keeping with the dignity of its origin, and public, in accordance with the sphere of its validity. And, again, it is the same antinomy that is encountered, in plastic form, in the conflict of cold, facile technique with the eruptive expression of allegorses. Here, too, a dialectical resolution. It lies in the essence of writing itself. That is to say, a lively, free usage of the revealed language, one in which it would lose nothing of its dignity, can be conceived without contradiction. This is not the case with its written form, which allegory laid claim to being. The sacredness of written script is inseparable from the thought of its strict codification. For all sacred script is fixed in complexes that in the end constitute a single and unchangeable complex, or at least seek to become such. Hence, alphabetic script, as a combination of script atoms, is at the furthest remove from the inscription of sacral complexes. The latter take the form of hieroglyphics. If writing is to secure its sacral character as ever again it registers the conflict between sacral validity and profane intelligibility, then it presses toward complexes, toward hieroglyphics. This happens in the Baroque. Externally and stylistically in the drastic character of the typography as in the overburdened metaphor the written presses toward image. No starker contrast to the art symbol, the plastic symbol, the image of organic totality is conceivable than this amorphous fragment as which allegorical image writing reveals itself. 45 In it the Baroque shows itself the sovereign adversary of classicism, something that until now has been recognized only in Romanticism. And the temptation to search out what is common to both should not be resisted. To both, in Romanticism as in the Baroque, what is at stake is not so much a corrective to classicism as a corrective to art itself. And it is hardly to be denied that the Baroque, this contrasting prelude to classicism, affords a higher concreteness and, indeed, a superior authority and a more lasting validation of this correction. Whereas Romanticism, in the name of infinity, form, and idea, critically potentiates the perfected construct, the deep gaze of allegory at one stroke transforms works and things into moving script. 46 Penetrating still is such a gaze in Winckelmann's description of the torso of Hercules in the Belvedere in Rome, as he goes through it piece by piece, limb by limb, in unclassical fashion. 47 Not by chance is the subject a torso. In the field of allegorical intuition, the image is fragment, rune. Its symbolic beauty evaporates once the light of divine learning falls upon it. The false semblance of totality is extinguished. For the eidos is effaced, the simile perishes, the cosmos within it is desiccated. 48 In the dried out rebuses that remain, insight is still there to be grasped by the perplexed brooder. To become aware of the lack of freedom, the imperfection and brokenness of the sensuous, of the beautiful physis, was something forbidden to classicism by its very nature. But this is precisely what Baroque allegory, beneath its mad pomp, proclaims with unprecedented insistence. A deep-rooted presentiment of the problematic of art, it was by no means merely the affectation of a social class but rather religious scruple that relegated artistic activity to leisure hours emerges as a reaction to art's self-glorification in the Renaissance. Even if the artists and thinkers of classicism did not concern themselves with what they took to be a grotesque caricature, certain propositions of neo-Kantian aesthetics attest to the ferocity of the controversy. The dialectical character of this form of expression is misunderstood and rendered suspect as ambiguity. But ambiguity, multivalence, is the basic trait of allegory. The abundance of meanings is something allegory, and the Baroque, glory in. This ambiguity, however, is the abundance of extravagance. Nature, on the other hand, in keeping with the old rules of metaphysics no less than the laws of mechanics, is bound in no small measure by the law of economy. Ambiguity is therefore everywhere in contradiction to purity and unity of meaning. 49 No less doctrinaire are the reflections of Hermann Cohen's student Karl Horst, who was restricted by his topic Problems of the Baroque to a more concrete approach. He nevertheless writes of allegory that it always reveals an overstepping of the boundaries of some other mode, an incursion of the plastic arts into the realm of representation characteristic of the verbal arts. The author continues, and such transgression of boundaries is punished nowhere more ruthlessly than in the culture of pure feeling, which is more the province of the purely maintained plastic arts than of the verbal arts, and which thus brings the former closer to music. In the cold-blooded permeation of the most varied forms of human expression with overbearing thoughts, the feeling and understanding for art is thrown off track and violated. This is what allegory achieves in the field of plastic arts. One could therefore characterize its intrusion as a gross disturbance of the peace within the realm of artistic law and order. Nevertheless, allegory has never been absent from this realm, and the greatest artists have dedicated great works to it. 50. Of course, this latter fact alone should have occasioned a different attitude toward allegory. The undialectical mode of thought of the Neo-Kantian school is incapable of grasping the synthesis that emerges, in allegorical writing, from the struggle between theological and artistic intentions, a synthesis in the sense not so much of a lasting peace as a tragedie between the warring parties. 51. 63. When, with the Trauerspiel, history enters the scene, it does so as script. History stands written on nature's countenance in the sign script of transience. 52. The allegorical physiognomy of natural history, which is brought on stage in the Trauerspiel, is actually present as ruin. In the ruin, history has passed perceptibly into the setting. And so configured, history finds expression not as process of an eternal life but as process of incessant decline. Allegory thereby positions itself beyond beauty. Allegories are in the realm of thought what ruins are in the realm of things. Hence the Baroque cult of the ruin. Borinski, less exhaustive in his argumentation than accurate in his reporting on factual matters, knows of this cult. The broken pediment, the ruined columns shall bear witness to the miraculous fact that the holy edifice has withstood even the most elemental forces of destruction, lightning and earthquake. The artificially ruined appears, then, as the last inheritance of an antiquity still visible in the modern world only in its material form, as a picturesque field of rubble. 53. A note here adds, the rise of this tendency can be traced to the ingenious practice of Renaissance artists who displace the birth and adoration of Christ from the medieval stable into the ruins of an antique temple. In a work by Domenico Ghirlandaio, Florence, Accademia, the ruins still consisted of flawlessly preserved showpieces. In the sculptural, colorful representations of the Nativity, the ruins become an end in themselves as picturesque backdrop for transient splendor. 54. Far more powerfully than any antiquarian reminiscences, the most contemporary feeling for style asserts itself here. What lies broken in pieces, the highly significant fragment, the scrap, this is the noblest material of Baroque creation. For it is a common feature of this literature to heap up fragments uninterruptedly, without any well-defined idea of a goal, and, in the unremitting expectation of a miracle, to pose stereotypes for intensification. Baroque writers must have regarded the work of art as a miracle in just this sense. And if, on the other hand, the artwork beckoned to them as the calculable result of this heaping up, these two conceptions are no less compatible than is that of the longed-for, miraculous work with the subtlest theoretical recipes in the mind of an alchemist. The experimentation of the Baroque poets resembles the practices of the adepts. For them, what antiquity left behind are the elements from which, piece by piece, the new whole is compounded. No, constructed. For the consummate vision of this new thing was ruin. The overweening mastering of antique elements in a construct that, without uniting them into a whole, would still, in destroying them, prove superior to the harmonies of antiquity. This is the function of the technique that applies itself separately, and ostentatiously, to realia, rhetorical flourishes, rules. Literature must be considered ars inveniendi. 55 The notion of the man of genius, the master of ars inveniendi, is that of a man who could operate in sovereign fashion with existing models. Imagination, what the moderns call creative capacity, was unknown as the measure of a hierarchy of minds. The chief reason that no one in German poetry has yet been able to approach our opus, let alone surpass him, which will not happen in the future either, is that, besides the remarkable agility of the excellent nature within him, he is as well read in the Latin and Greek texts as he is proficient in formulating and inventing. 56 The German language, however, as the grammarians of the age saw it, is in this sense only another nature alongside that of the ancient models. Hankamer explains their view as follows: linguistic nature, like material nature, already contains all mysteries. The writer adds no powers to it, creates no new truth out of the self-creating soul that seeks expression. 57 The writer is not supposed to conceal his comminatory practice, since it was not so much the mere whole as its manifest construction that was the center of all intended effects. Hence the ostentation of the craftsmanship that, especially with Calderon, shows through like the masonry wall on a building whose plaster has begun to crumble. Thus for the writers of this period too, one can say, nature has remained the great teacher. Yet nature appears to them not in the bud and blossom but in the overripeness and decay of its creations. Nature looms before them as eternal transience, in that alone did the saturnine gaze of those generations recognize history. Dwelling in their monuments, the ruins, as Agrippa von Netzheim put it, are Saturn's animals. With decay, and with it alone, historical occurrence shrinks and withdraws into the setting. 58 The quintessence in begrip of those decaying things is the extreme opposite of the concept begrip of transfigured nature held in the early Renaissance. Burdake has shown that this latter idea of nature was in no way related to our own. For a long time it remained dependent on the linguistic usage and thought of the Middle Ages, even if the valuation of the word nature and of the idea of nature visibly rises. The theory of art of the 14th to 16th centuries, in any case, understands the imitation of nature as the imitation of a nature formed by God. 59 This nature, however, which bears the imprint of the course of history, is fallen nature. The Baroque propensity for apotheosis runs counter to that period's characteristic mode of observing things. In the full power of their allegorical significance, things carry the seal of the all too earthly. Never do they transfigure themselves from within. Thus their illumination by the limelight of apotheosis. There has hardly ever been a literature whose virtuosic illusionism more thoroughly expunged from its works that transfiguring lustrous appearance with which people once sought, rightly, to define the essence of artistic formation. The lusterlessness of Baroque lyric can be said to be one of its most rigorous characteristics. It is no different in the drama. And so one must press forward through death into that life that for us turns Egypt's night into Goshen's day and robes us in the pearl-studded raiment of eternity. 60 This is how Hallman paints eternal life from the standpoint of the prop room. The obstinate attachment to the stage prop undercut the portrayal of love. Unworldly lasciviousness, lost in its own fantasy, holds sway. A lovely woman, adorned with 1,000 ornaments, is an inexhaustible table that satisfies the many, an eternal spring that always has water, indeed the sweet milk of love, as though live sugar ran in 100 canes. It is the teaching of the fiend, the manner of nearsighted envy, to deny to others the food that comforts but is not consumed. 61 Any adequate veiling of content is missing in the typical works of the Baroque. Their pretensions, even in the lesser literary forms, are oppressive. And the feeling for the small, for the secret, is wholly lacking. Attempts to replace it with the riddling and the hidden prove to be as extravagant as they are vain. In the true work of art, delight knows how to make itself fleeting, how to live in the moment, disappear, become new. The Baroque work of art wants nothing more than to endure, and so clings with all its organs to the eternal. This alone makes it possible to understand how, and with what liberating sweetness, the first dalliances of the new century seduced the reader, and how, for the Rococo period, chinoiserie became the counter-image to hieratic Byzantinism. If the Baroque critic speaks of the Gesamtkunstwerk as the summit of the period's aesthetic hierarchy and as the ideal of the Trauerspiel itself, he thereby reinforces in a new way the spirit of heaviness. 62 As an accomplished allegorist, Harsdorfer was, among many theorists, the most thorough advocate for the interweaving of all the arts. For it is precisely this that is dictated by the ascendancy of allegorical vision. Winckelmann makes the connection only too clear when, with polemical exaggeration, he remarks, "Vain is the hope of those who believe that allegory might be taken so far as to enable one to paint even an ode." 63 Something even stranger must be added. How do the literary works of the century introduce themselves? Dedications, forewords and afterwords, by the writer as well as by others, testimonials and commendations of the great masters are the rule. Like heavy, ornate framework, these short texts inevitably surround the contents of the larger volumes and the editions of collected works. For the gaze that took satisfaction in the object itself was a rarity. One thought to appropriate works of art in all their mundane relations, and far less than in later periods was the engagement with them a private matter free of calculation. Reading was obligatory and was formative. The range of the works produced, their intentional bulkiness and lack of mystery, should be understood as a correlate of this attitude among the public. These works seem destined less to be disseminated by growing over time than to fill their place in the here and now. In so many respects, they have forfeited their reward. But just for this reason, criticism lies unfolded with rare clarity in their continued duration. From the very beginning they were disposed to that critical decomposition which the passage of time worked on them. Beauty is nothing special to the uninitiated. For such people, there is hardly anything less inviting than the German Trauerspiel. Its luster has faded, died away because of its extreme coarseness. What endures is the curious detail of the allegorical references, an object of knowledge nesting in the carefully considered constructions of rubble. Criticism is the mortification of works. The essence of these works is more receptive to this than is any other production. Mortification of works, not therefore as the Romantics have it the awakening of consciousness in living works, but the ensettlement of knowledge in those that have died away. 64 Beauty that endures is an object of knowledge. And though it is questionable whether the beauty that endures still deserves the name, it is none the less certain that nothing is beautiful unless there is something worth knowing in its interior. Philosophy must not attempt to deny that it reawakens the beautiful in works. Science cannot lead to the naive enjoyment of art, any more than geologists and botanists can awaken a feeling for the beauty of a landscape. This assertion is as misguided as the analogy that is supposed to support it is false. 65 The geologist and the botanist are perfectly capable of doing just this. Indeed, without at least an intuitive grasp of the life of the detail within a structure, all appreciation of the beautiful remains mere daydream. In the last analysis, structure and detail are always historically charged. It is the object of philosophical criticism to show that the function of artistic form is precisely this, to make historical material contents, such as lie at the basis of every significant work, into philosophical truth contents. This transforming of material contents into truth content entails the weakening of effect whereby the attractiveness of earlier charms diminishes decade by decade, providing the basis for a rebirth in which all ephemeral beauty completely falls away and the work asserts itself as ruin. 66 In the allegorical construction of the Baroque Trauerspiel, such ruined forms of the redeemed work of art have always stood out clearly. 64 Even the story of the life of Christ lent itself to that turning of history into nature that is fundamental to the allegorical. Although the story has always been interpreted in a worldly, retarding manner, this has seldom been carried so far as it is in the work of Sigmund von Birken. His Poetics gives as examples of poems for births, weddings, and funerals, of panegyrics and victory poems, songs on the birth and death of Christ, on his marriage with the soul, on his glory and his triumph. 67 The mystical instant new becomes the up-to-date now jetzt, the symbolical is distorted into the allegorical. The eternal is separated out from the events of salvation history, and what remains is a living image amenable to all corrective interventions. This corresponds in the most intimate way to the endlessly preparatory, digressive, voluptuously hesitant manner of fashioning form in the Baroque. Hausenstein has aptly remarked that in paintings of apotheoses, the foreground is usually handled with exaggerated realism so as to allow the visionary objects farther away to appear more reliably as such. The drastically rendered foreground works to gather all worldly happening into itself, not only in order to heighten the tension between immanence and transcendence but also in order to secure for this tension the greatest imaginable rigor, exclusivity, and inexorability. It is a gesture of unsurpassable poignancy when, accordingly, even Christ is thrust into the midst of the provisional, the everyday, the precarious. The Sturmuendy-Drang movement made a striking contribution to the question when Merck wrote that it cannot in any way diminish the great man to know that he was born in a stable and lay in swaddling clothes between an ox and an ass. 68 And one should not forget that what is offensive and provocative about this gesture is what is properly Baroque. Whereas the symbol draws man into itself, the allegorical surges out of the ground of being to intercept the intention on its way down and therewith derail it. The same movement is characteristic of the Baroque lyric. In the poems of this period there is no progressive movement but rather a swelling out from within. 69 In order to counter the absorption, the allegorical has to unfold itself in constantly new and surprising ways. The symbol, on the other hand, as the Romantic mythologists understand it, remains steadfastly the same. How striking is the contrast, in the emblem books, between the uniform lines of verse, the vanitas vanitatum vanitas, and the fashionable practice, from mid-century on, whereby one line follows hot on the heels of the other. Allegories become dated because it is in their nature to be disconcerting. If the object becomes allegorical under the gaze of melancholy, and if melancholy causes the life to flow out of it and it remains behind as something dead, though secured in eternity, then just so does it lie before the allegorist, delivered over to him for good or ill grace. That is to say, from now on it is altogether incapable of radiating a meaning, a sense, out of itself, to it comes such meaning as the allegorist confers on it. The allegorist lays meaning into it and sustains it from below. This is to be understood not psychologically but ontologically. In the hands of the allegorist, the thing becomes something other, the allegorist speaks of something other through it, and it becomes for him a key to the realm of hidden knowledge. He venerates it as the emblem of that knowledge. This is what imparts to allegory the character of script. It is a schema and, as this schema, an object of knowledge, belonging inalienably to the object only as a fixed schema, at once a fixed image and a sign that fixes. The Baroque ideal of knowledge, namely, stockpiling, to which the giant libraries were a monument, is fulfilled in image writing. Almost as in China, such writing, inasmuch as it is an image, is not just a sign of what is to be known but an object worthy in itself of knowledge. In this respect as well, allegory arrived at the beginnings of a self-reflection with the Romantics. Above all with Bader. In his work concerning the influence of signs of ideas on their production and formation, he writes, "It is well known that it depends entirely on us to use any natural object whatever as a conventional sign of an idea, as we see done in symbolical and hieroglyphic writing, and this object then takes on a new character only insofar as we wish to make known through it not its natural characteristics but those lent to it, so to speak, by us." 70 A note to this passage provides the commentary. There is good reason for the fact that everything we see in external nature is, for us, already writing, a kind of sign language, to which is nevertheless lacking the most essential thing, the pronunciation, which must have come, in the end, from somewhere else and been given to man. 71 From somewhere else, then, the allegorist takes it up, without in any way evading the arbitrariness that is the drastic manifestation of the power of knowledge. The wealth of ciphers that the allegorist found lying about in the creaturely world, profoundly stamped as it is by history, justifies Cohen's complaints about extravagance. It may not accord with the rule of nature, but it is given incomparable expression through the voluptuousness with which signification holds sway, like a gloomy sultan in the harem of things. It is, indeed, characteristic of the sadist to humiliate his object and thereupon or thereby to satisfy it. That, then, is what the allegorist does too in this age drunk with cruelties both imagined and lived. This plays a part even in religious painting. The opening of the eyes, which Baroque painting develops as a scheme that is altogether independent of the actual situation determined by the painting's subject, betrays and devalues things in an inexpressible manner. 72 The function of Baroque image writing is not so much the unveiling of sensuous things as their denuding. The emblematist does not give the essence behind the image. 73 As script, as caption, of the sort that appears intimately allied with the represented object in the emblem books, the essence of the object is dragged out in front of the image. Fundamentally, then, the Trauerspiel too, having arisen in the realm of the allegorical, is by virtue of its form a drama to be read. To recognize this is not to say anything about the value or possibility of its theatrical performances. But such recognition does make it clear that the select viewer of such Trauerspiels immersed himself in them as though brooding on a problem, and in this respect at least was like a reader, that the situations on stage did not change very often, but when they did it was in a flash, like the aspect of the printed page when it is turned, and it makes clear, finally, how it was that earlier scholarship, in a baffled and reluctant intuition of the law of these dramas, persisted in the view that they had never been performed. 65 This view was certainly in the wrong. Allegory, in fact, is the sole and potent divertissement that the melancholic permits himself. No doubt the overweening ostentation with which the banal object seems to burst from the depths of allegory soon gives way to its disconsolate everyday countenance, and no doubt the sick person's absorption in the isolated and petty is followed by the disappointed gesture of letting the emptied-out emblem fall according to a rhythm that a speculatively inclined observer could find suggestively repeated in the behavior of apes. But pressing forth ever anew are the amorphous details, which alone present themselves allegorically. For if the precept runs each thing should be considered in itself, so that the intelligence will thereby increase and the taste be refined, then the adequate object of such intention is present at every moment. 74 Harsdorfer, in his dialogues, sees a particular genre arising from the fact that, according to Judges 9:8, instead of the animal world of Aesop's fables, lifeless objects forest, tree, stone come to act and speak, while yet another genre originates through the fact that words, syllables, letters appear as characters. 75 Christian Grephius, the son of Andreas, distinguished himself in this last direction with his didactic play The Different Ages of the German Language. What is perfectly clear is this disparateness in the graphic element as a principle of allegorical perception. Especially in the Baroque, one sees the allegorical personage give way before the emblems, which for the most part offer themselves to view in wild, mournful dispersion. A good portion of Winckelmann's essay on allegory is to be understood as a revolt against this style. Simplicity consists in drafting an image that would express the intended matter with as few signs as possible, and this is the distinguishing feature of allegories in the best periods of antiquity. In later periods, we begin to see a plurality of concepts brought together through a plurality of signs in one single figure, as with those divinities known as panthei, which bear the attributes of all the gods. The best and most perfect allegory of a concept, or of several concepts, is comprehended or ought to be represented in a single figure. 76 Thus speaks the will to symbolic totality, as humanism venerated it in the human figure. It is as patchwork, however, that things stare out from the allegorical construct. The genuine theorists in this field, even among the Romantics, thought little of them. Allegories were weighed against the symbol and found to be too light. The German emblem is altogether lacking in that meaningful dignity. It should therefore remain confined to the lower sphere and be totally excluded from symbolic expression. 77 To the statement of Kreutzer's, Gors addresses the following: since you explain the mystical symbol as the formal symbol, wherein the spirit seeks to overcome the form and destroy the body, while you explain the plastic symbol as the pure median line between spirit and nature, you omit the antithesis to the former, the real symbol where the bodily form swallows up the animating soul, and this latter is a position very well suited to the emblem and the German Sinnbild in its restricted sense. 78. The romantic standpoint of these two authors was not so secured that the rational didacticism to which this form seemed suspiciously congenial would not have piqued their animosity. On the other hand, of course, the naive, whimsical, popular quality of many of its products presumably would have appealed to Gores at least. He did not attain any clarity on the matter. And even today it is anything but self-evident that, in granting primacy to the thingly over the personal, to the fragment over the total, allegory stands over against the symbol as its polar opposite and, for that reason, as equally powerful. Allegorical personification has always pretended that its task was not to personify the thing but rather, by fitting it out as person, to give it a form only more imposing. Cicers has made very keen observations on precisely this issue. The Baroque vulgarizes the old mythology, aiming to introduce figures, not souls, into everything, the ultimate degree of externalization after the Ovidian aestheticization and the Neo-Latin profanation of the contents of hieratic faith. Henceforth not the faintest glimmer of a spiritualization of the bodily. The whole of nature is personified not so as to gain interiority but, on the contrary, so as to be emptied of soul. 79. The awkward heavy-handedness that has been attributed alternately to lack of talent on the part of artists and lack of understanding on the part of patrons is something necessary to allegory. All the more remarkable is the fact that Novalis, whose awareness of his divorce from classical ideals was incomparably more acute than that of the later Romantics, demonstrates a profound understanding of the essence of allegory in the few passages in which he touches on this subject. In a flash the dwelling of the 16th-century poet, a high official well acquainted with secret affairs of state and weighed down with obligations, comes to light for the attentive reader of the following note: even business affairs can be treated poetically. A certain archaism of style, a correct disposition and ordering of masses, a faint hint of allegory, a certain strangeness, devotion, and wonder shimmering through the writing, these are some essential features of this art. 80. It is in this spirit that Baroque practice turns toward factual realities. That the Romantic genius communicates with the Baroque spirit precisely in the space of the allegorical is proven no less clearly by this other fragment: poems, merely sonorous and full of beautiful words, but lacking all sense and coherence, at most a few verses intelligible like fragments of the most various things. True poetry can, at most, have an allegorical sense in its overall working and exercise an indirect effect, like music, etc. Nature is therefore purely poetic, and hence the workshop of a magician, or of a physicist, a child's nursery, a storeroom, or larder. 81. This relating of the allegorical to the fragmentary, disordered, and overstuffed character of magicians' dens or alchemists' laboratories, as such things were known precisely to the Baroque, should not be looked upon as in any way casual. Are not the works of Jean Paul, the greatest allegorist among the German poets, just such nurseries and haunted rooms? Indeed, a true history of the Romantic means of expression would need to look nowhere else to demonstrate that even the fragment and irony are modifications of the allegorical. Enough, the technique of Romanticism leads from many sides into the realm of emblematics and allegory. The relation between emblematics and allegory might be formulated as follows: in its developed form, that of the Baroque, allegory carries with it a chord, around the figural center, which is never lacking in authentic allegories. As opposed to conceptual paraphrases, there is grouped the crowd of emblems. They seem arbitrarily arranged. The confused court, the title of a Spanish Trauerspiel, could serve as the schema of allegory. The law of this court is dispersion and collection. Things are assembled according to their meaning, indifference to their existence caused them to be dispersed again. The disorder of the allegorical scenery forms here a contrast to the gallant boudoir. In keeping with the dialectic of this form of expression, the laxity in the arrangement counterbalances a fanaticism in the collecting. Especially paradoxical is the luxuriant distribution of instruments of penance or of violence. The fact that, as Borinski justly says apropos of Baroque architectural form, this style compensates for its overtaxed constructions by its decorative or, in its own terms, gallant manner, certifies it as the contemporary of allegory. 82. Baroque poetics. 2. should be read from the perspective of the critique of style, in the sense of this remark. Its theory of tragedy takes up the laws of ancient tragedy one by one as lifeless components and piles them around an allegorical figure of the muse of tragedy. It was only owing to the classicist misinterpretation of the Trauerspiel, such as the Baroque put into practice in misinterpreting itself, that the rules of ancient tragedy could become the amorphous, obligatory, and emblematic guidelines for the self-fashioning of the new form. In such allegorical shattering and disintegration, the image of Greek tragedy appeared as the only possible as the natural insignia of tragic poetry in general. Its rules become indicators pregnant with meaning for the Trauerspiel, its texts are read as Trauerspiel texts. To what extent that was possible, and remained possible, can be accurately gauged by the Sophocles translations produced at a late period by Hölderlin. It was not for nothing that Hellingrath characterized this period in the poet's career as Baroque. Words robbed of power, you are broken fragments. And, by itself, a thin strip of shadow melts away. Married to a painting, you will gain entry. When a profound emblem helps you to grasp the hidden. Franz Julius von Demnissebeck, Threefold Emblems 83. 66. The philosophical understanding of allegory, and the dialectical understanding of its limit form in particular, is the ground from which the image of the Trauerspiel stands out in vivid and, if the expression be allowed, beautiful colors, the only ground to which the gray of retouching won't stick. In the chorus and the interlude, the allegorical structure of the Trauerspiel comes so insistently to the fore that it never could have entirely escaped the notice of onlookers. But for that very reason the chorus and interlude remain the critical entry points through which one penetrated the structure, which aimed to present itself as boldly as a Greek temple, in order to destroy it. Thus Wackernagel, the chorus is the heritage and property of the Greek stage, and only there is it the organic consequence of historical premises. With us, there has never been occasion for such a thing to develop, and so the attempts made by German dramatists of the 16th and 17th centuries to transplant the chorus to the German stage were bound to fail. 84. There is no question that the Greek choral drama was conditioned by national factors, but there is likewise no question that a similar national conditioning was at work in the ostensible imitation of the Greek in the 17th century. The chorus in the Baroque drama is not something external to it. It is its interior in the same sense in which the carved work on a Gothic altar appears as its interior, behind the altar's open wings with their painted histories. In the chorus or in the interlude, the allegory is no longer colorful, drawn from history, but pure and severe. At the close of the fourth act of Lehenstein's Sophonisbe, there is a confrontation between lust and virtue. Lust is finally unmasked and hears virtue declare, "Good. We shall soon see the angel's beauty. I must remove your borrowed dress. Can a beggar approach in worse attire? Who would not flee before the slave? But throw away the beggar's mantle too. Look, is a swine more foul to behold? This is a canker and this a leprous sore. Do not you yourself shudder at the swelling and pus? Lust is a swan from the neck up, a pig below. Let us also wipe off the makeup from the face. Here the flesh is rotting, and there the louse is eating its way in. Thus the lilies of lust turn into filth. Not yet enough. Pull off the rags, what now is revealed? Carrion, a lifeless skeleton. And now look on lust's inner abode, let someone shovel it into the charnel house. 85. This is the old allegorical motif of Dame World. From such striking passages even authors of the previous century were able now and then to get an idea of what is at issue here. In the choruses, writes Konrad Müller, the pressure of Lehenstein's high-strung nature on his linguistic genius is reduced, because the ornamental flourishes of his language, which seem strange in the dignified temple of tragedy, go well with the dubious vesture of allegory. 86. And as it is manifest in the word, so too is the allegorical manifest in the figural and the scenic. This reaches its high point in the interludes with their personified attributes, the virtues and vices made flesh without in any way being limited to them. For it is clear that a sequence of types, such as is formed by king, courtier, and fool, has allegorical significance. Here again the divinations of Novalis are relevant, genuine display of scenes. This alone belongs in the theater. Allegorical characters, this is what most people see around them. Children are hopes, girls are wishes and desires. 87 These words, full of insight, point to connections between genuine spectacle and allegory. Of course, the figurines of Baroque allegory were different from those pictured by Novalis and, being Christian and courtly, better defined. The fact that the plot turns so rarely and so hesitantly on the morality peculiar to the figures reveals them to be allegorical. In Leo Armneus, it remains utterly unclear whether the man whom Balbus assassinates is guilty or innocent. It is enough that the man be king. Otherwise there is no explaining the fact that virtually any sort of character can enter into the living image of an allegorical apotheosis. Virtue sings the praises of Masonissa, an unsavory rogue. 88 The German Trauerspiel was never able to arrange the traits of character in the myriad folds of an allegorical garment as secretively as Calderon could do it. Nor was Shakespeare's great interpretation of the allegorical figure in new, unprecedented roles something at which it could succeed. Certain of Shakespeare's figures have the physiognomic aspect of the morality play allegory, though this is recognizable only to the practiced eye. In this regard, they go around, as it were, in allegorical camouflage. Such are the figures of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. 89 The inconspicuousness of the allegorical remained unattainable for the German Trauerspiel, thanks to its obsessive earnestness. Citizenship in the secular drama is something that only the comic can grant to the allegorical, but when the comic joins hands with earnestness, every touch of the latter proves unintentionally deadly. 67 The growing importance of the interlude, which already in the middle period of Grephius takes the place of the chorus before the dramatic catastrophe, goes together with the increasing obtrusiveness of its display of allegorical pomp. 90 It reaches its high point with Hallman, just as the ornamental tendency of the discourse overwhelms the constructive tendency and the logical sense, and degenerates into catachresis, so too, the ornamental aspect of the staging, which is borrowed from the rhetorical style, and which is manifest as staged exemplum, staged antithesis, and staged metaphor, conceals the structure of the entire drama. 91 It is evident that these interludes follow from the premises of allegorical perception, premises that have come to light in the preceding passage. Whether, on the model of the Jesuit didactic drama, an allegorical, spiritualiter pertinent exemplum taken from ancient history is treated as with the Dido chorus in Hallman's Adonis and Rossibella or the Callisto chorus in his Katharina. 92 Or whether the choruses develop an edifying psychology of the passions, as Lohenstein prefers to do, or whether, as with Grephius, religious reflection predominates in them. In all these types, to varying degrees, the dramatic incident is conceived not as something unique but as a catastrophe necessary by nature and inherent in the way of the world. Nevertheless, the allegorical application is not itself the apex of the drama's course of action but an extended exegetical interlude. The acts do not spring one from the other but rather are built up like a terrace. The structure of the drama was articulated in broad planes that could be surveyed at a glance. In this way the graded construction of the interlude became the site of an expansive statuary. Running parallel to the mention of an exemplum in a speech is its scenic representation as living image, Adonis. Up to 3, 4, even 7 such exempla can be seen crowded together on the stage, Adonis. The rhetorical apostrophe C, how, has undergone the same scenic transposition in the prophetic speeches of spirits. 93 In the mute representation, the will to allegory uses all its might to draw the fading word back into the space, so as to make it accessible to a perception without imagination. The tendency to establish a, so to speak, atmospheric equilibrium between the space of the dramatic character's visionary perception and that of the spectator's profane perception, a theatrical venture that Shakespeare himself hardly ever undertakes, appears all the more clearly the more unsuccessful these lesser masters prove to be. The visionary description of the living image, the tableau vivant, is a triumph of the Baroque penchant for the drastic and the antithetical, Action and chorus are two separate worlds, as different from each other as dream and reality. 94 It is a feature of Andreas Greiffeus's dramatic technique that, in the action and in the chorus, the real world of things and events is very sharply distinguished from an ideal world of meanings and causes. 95 If these two propositions can be taken as premises, then it is a short step to the conclusion that the world making itself perceptible in the chorus is the world of dreams and meanings. Experience of the unity of dreams and meanings belongs properly to the melancholic. But the radical separation of action from interlude does not exist in the eyes of its chosen spectator either. Here and there the connection comes to light in the course of the dramatic action itself. As when, in the chorus, Lichtenstein's Agrippina finds herself saved by mermaids. But, characteristically, nowhere more beautifully and compellingly than in the person of a sleeper, the Emperor Bassian, in the intermezzo that follows the fourth act of Papinian. During his slumber, a chorus performs its significant routine. The emperor awakes and departs in sorrow. 96 How the poet, to whom ghosts were realities, conceived their connection with allegories remains, furthermore, an idle question, remarks Steinberg unjustly. 97 Ghosts, like the more profound allegories, are apparitions from the realm of mourning. It is the one who mourns, the brooder over signs and the future, who draws them. Less clear are the circumstances surrounding the peculiar appearance of the spirits of the living. The soul of Sophonisbe contends with her passions in the first chorus of the Lichtenstein Trauerspiel, while in Hallmann's scenario to Librata and in Adonis and Rossibella it is a question only of disguise as a ghost. 98 When Greiffeus has a spirit come in the form of Olympia, he produces a new variant of the motif. 99 Of course, what all this means is hardly utter nonsense, as Kirchhoff's would have it. 100 Rather, it furnishes a remarkable testimony to the fanaticism that, in allegory, multiplies even the absolutely singular, the individual character. A still more bizarre allegorization is perhaps in question in a stage direction found in Hallmann's Sophia, when it is not two dead people but, one has to assume, two apparitions of death that as two of the dead armed with arrows, dance a very mournful ballet mingled with cruel gestures directed at Sophia. 101 This sort of thing is related to certain emblematic displays. The emblemata selectiora, for example, contain a plate that shows a rose half blossoming and at the same time half faded, with the sun both rising and setting in the same landscape. 102 The essence of the Baroque is the simultaneity of its actions, writes Hausenstein rather crudely, but with an intuitive grasp of the matter. 103 For where it is a matter of making time present in space and what else is the secularization of time but its transformation into the strictly present, then the most radical procedure is to make events simultaneous. 104 The duality of meaning and reality was reflected in the layout of the stage. The drop curtain made it possible to alternate between an action played on the forestage and scenes extending into the deep recesses of the stage. And the pomp that was deployed unhesitatingly could be properly presented only in the rear portion of the stage. 105 Since the resolution of the dramatic situation was not possible without the concluding apotheosis, the complexities of the plot could unfold only in the restricted space of the forestage. The solution took place in allegorical plenitude. The same division runs through the tectonic structure of the whole. It was suggested above that a classicist framework stands in contrast to the style of expression found in these dramas. Hausenstein was struck by a corresponding fact. He maintains that the mathematical determines the form of exterior construction of palaces and houses, and even to a certain degree of churches, whereas the style of the interiors is the province of unbounded imagination. 106 If, moreover, surprise and even entanglement stand for something in the structure of these dramas, and are to be emphasized in contrast to a classicist transparency of plot delineation, then exoticism in the choice of material is not any more strange. The Trauerspiel occasions the invention of poetic fable more readily than does tragedy. And if reference is made here to the bourgeois Trauerspiel, one could go further in this sense and recall the original title of Klingersturmuende Drang. Der Wehrwartumult is what the author had named this drama. Already, with its vicissitudes and intrigues, the German Trauerspiel seeks intricacy. And here it is palpably clear how it relates to allegory. The sense of its action is set forth in a complicated configuration like letters in a monogram. Birkin terms a certain type of musical drama a ballet, indicating by this means that the position and arrangement of the figures, and the splendor of the outer trappings, are what is most essential here. Such a ballet is nothing other than an allegorical painting executed with living figures and changes of scene. The spoken word is not at all intended to be a dialogue, it is only an explanation of the images, delivered by the images themselves. 107. 68. These observations apply as well to Trauerspiels, although the point should not be forced. That the display of an allegorical typology is at issue in this form is clear from the custom of the double title alone. It would no doubt be worth investigating why only Lichtenstein avoids the practice. Where such double titles are in use, one refers to the subject matter and the other to its allegorical aspect. Following medieval linguistic usage, the allegorical figure appears triumphant. Just as Catherine formerly demonstrated the victory of sacred love over death, so do these two characters show the triumph or victory march of death over terrestrial love. So runs the synopsis of Cardinio und Selland.108. The principal aim of this pastoral play, remarks Hallman apropos of Adonis und Rossi Bella, is the ingenious love that triumphs over death. 109. Virtue triumphant is the subtitle of Haugwitz Solomon. The modern fashion for this form of expression came from Italy, where the triumphi dominated the processions. The impressive translation of the Triumphi, which appeared in 1643 in Cothen, may have contributed to the success of this schema. 110. Italy, as the land of origin for emblematics, has always set the tone in such matters. Or, as Hallman puts it, the Italians, who excel in all sorts of invention, have, likewise demonstrated their art in the emblematic elucidation of human misfortune. 111. Not infrequently, the discourse in the dialogues is only the caption conjured up to accompany the allegorical constellations in which the figures are situated relative to one another. In short, the maxim, as caption for the scenic image, shows it to be allegorical. In this sense, then, sentences functioning as lessons, sententiae, can very aptly be considered beautiful assembled sayings, as Klage terms them in the preface to his Herod drama. 112. Certain indications deriving from Scaliger are still at work in their arrangement. The maxims and didactic sayings are, as it were, the main pillars of the Trauerspiel. They must be spoken not by servants or inferior persons but by the eldest and noblest. 113. Not only the genuinely emblematic expressions but whole speeches now and then sound as though they belonged under an allegorical engraving from the very outset. 114. Thus the hero's opening lines in Papinian, whoever rises above the rest and from the proud heights of rich honor sees how ill the common people fare, how, below him, a kingdom bursts into livid flame, as there the foaming waves spread over the hills and here the wrath of the heavens with lightning and thunder mingled, visits tower and temple, and torrid day burns what the night refreshes. Such a one sees his signs of victory everywhere interspersed with many thousands of corpses, he has, I will admit, much overpassed the common, but, alas, how easily he is gripped by vertigo. 115. What in Baroque painting is an effect of light is here sententia. It flashes up garishly in the dark of allegorical entanglement. Once again a bridge to an older form of expression opens up. If Wilkin, in his work on the critical treatment of the ecclesiastical plays, has compared the roles in such plays to the scrolls that in old paintings, are attached to the figures of persons from whose mouths they issue, then this can just as well be said of many passages in Trauerspiel texts. 116. It disturbs us, M. Meyer could still write 25 years ago, when, in paintings of the old masters, scrolls hang out of the mouths of the figures, and we practically shudder at the idea that at one time every figure created by the hand of an artist would carry in its mouth such a ribbon, so to speak, which the observer was supposed to read like a letter in order then to forget the bearer. Nevertheless, we should keep in mind the following, that at the bottom of this almost childish conception of the single individual lay a magnificent conception of the whole. 117. Of course the impromptu critical consideration of this conception not only will explain it away in a half-hearted manner but also will necessarily fall as far short of any understanding of it as this author does with the explanation that such a way of seeing stems from primitive times, when everything was animated with a living spirit. Rather, and this is to be demonstrated, allegory in the West is, in relation to symbol, a late formation, resting on very productive cultural debates. The allegorical sententia is comparable to the scroll. At the same time, it could be characterized differently as the frame, as the obligatory sector into which the action, constantly varied, enters at a stroke, so as to show itself within it as emblematic subject. What distinguishes the Trauerspiel, then, is absolutely not lack of movement or even slowness of progression. Instead of movement one encounters immobility, remarks Wysocki, but the intermittent rhythm of continual arrest, sudden reversal, and new consolidation. 118. 69. The more openly sententious a line of verse tends to become, the more abundantly the poet tends to furnish it with names of things that correspond to the emblematic description of what is meant. The stage property, whose significance in the Baroque Trauerspiel is established before it gains prominence in the drama of fate, already emerges from latency in the 17th century in the form of emblematic metaphor. In a history of the style of this period such as Erich Schmidt planned but did not complete, a substantial chapter would be needed to document this figural manner. 119. In all such instances, the teeming metaphoric, the exclusively sensuous character of the figures of speech, is to be attributed to a propensity for allegorical modes of expression and not to an oft-invoked poetic sensibility, since precisely the developed language, including, to be sure, the poetic language, avoids continual emphasis on the metaphorical element underlying it. 120. On the other hand, to seek to identify in that modish manner of speaking the principle, by which language is divested of part of its sensuous character in order to render it more abstract, a principle always at work in attempts to make language serviceable to refine social intercourse, is equally wrong-headed. It is an erroneous application of a principle of dandified language a la mode to the fashionable language of the great poetry of that age. 121. For the preciosity of the latter, as of the Baroque style of expression in general, has to do in large part with an extreme recourse to words for concrete things. And there is, on one hand, such mania to make use of these words while, on the other hand, displaying elegant antitheses that when an abstract term seems unavoidable, a concrete term is very often joined to it in such a way that new words are produced. Thus, lightning of calumny, poison of vanity, cedars of innocence, friendship's blood. 122. Or, for Miriam too bites like a viper / and loves the gall of discord more than the honey of peace. 123. The counterpart to such a way of seeing makes a triumphant appearance where the significant division of a living entity into the disjecta membra of allegory succeeds, as in an image of court life in Hallman. Theodoric too has sailed the seas / where ice instead of waves, / secret poison instead of salt / sword and axe instead of rudder, / spider's web instead of sails, / erring plumb line instead of anchor, / surround a glass skiff. 124. Every least notion, writes Cicero very aptly, no matter how abstract, is rolled flat into an image, and this image, no matter how concrete, is then stamped in words. 125. Among the dramatists, none was more susceptible to this mannerism than Hallman. It spoils the thread of his dialogues. For hardly has a discussion of one sort or another begun than in a twinkling it is transformed by one or the other of the interlocutors into a figure of speech, which continues to proliferate in the course of many, more or less varied exchanges. With the observation, lust has no place in the palace of virtues, so he Muse offers a grave insult to Herod, but the latter, far from punishing the offense, lapses immediately into allegory. One sees verbena growing beside noble roses. 126. In many ways, then, the thoughts evaporate in images. 127. Literary historians have often called attention to the outlandish verbal constructions to which this author in particular has been led in the pursuit of concetti. 128. Mouth and spirit are enclosed within a chest of perjury, / of which feverish zeal is now loosening the locks. 129 Look how Pheroras is offered his sorrowful death shroud / in the glass of poison. 130 If truth can illumine the deed of horror / that Miriam's mouth has sucked impure milk / from the breast of Tiridates, / then what God and justice command / and court and king conclude / will be speedily accomplished. 131 Certain words in Hallman, the word comet especially, find grotesque allegorical application. To describe the calamities taking place in the palace in Jerusalem, Antipater remarks that the comets are coupling in Salem's castle. 132 In places, this sort of imagery seems to get out of control, and the poetry degenerates into verbal delirium. An exemplary passage of this kind is found in Hallman, The Cunning of Women. If my snake lies in noble roses / and, darting up, sucks the juice of wisdom, / then Samson too is conquered by Delilah, / and quickly robbed of supernatural strength, / if Joseph has borne the standard of Juno, / and Herod has kissed him in his chariot, / then just see how a salamander, Malch, here, is possibly a mistake for Dolch, dagger, has torn this playing card, / for his marriage treasure herself cunningly carves the beer. 133 In the Maria Stuarda by Haugwitz, a chambermaid speaking of God remarks to the Queen, He so stirs the sea of our hearts / that the proud surge of its waves / often brings us burning pains, / yet this is only the wondrous flood / through whose incomprehensible movement / the sickness of our ill fortune ebbs. 134 This is just as obscure and just as richly elusive as the Psalms of Quirinus Coleman. The rationalistic criticism that proscribes this sort of poetry begins with polemic against its linguistic allegories. What hieroglyphic and enigmatic obscurity hangs over the entire expression, remarks Breidinger of a passage in Lichtenstein's Cleopatra in his critical treatise on the nature, aims, and usage of tropes. 135 In much the same spirit, Bodmer says of Hofmannswalde, he encases concepts in image and figure, / as in a dungeon. 136. 70 This literature was, in fact, incapable of releasing in animate sound the deep meaning thus imprisoned in the signifying image writing. 137 Its language is full of material display. Never has poetry been less winged. The reinterpretation of ancient tragedy is no less strange than the new hymnic form that sought to equal the flights of Pindar, however obscure and baroque those may have been. As Bader has remarked, it is not given to the 17th century German Trauerspiel to voice its hieroglyphics. For its script is not transfigured in sound, on the contrary, the world of this writing remains intent on unfolding, altogether self-sufficiently, its own proper import. Script and sound stand opposed to each other in high-tension polarity. Their relation grounds a dialectic, in the light of which bombast justifies itself as a thoroughly planned and constructive linguistic gesture. The truth is that this view of the matter, one of the richest and happiest, suggests itself to anyone who examines the written sources with an open mind. Only when dizziness before the depths of the abyss overcame the power of investigative reflection could bombast become the bogey of epigonal stylistics. The gulf between signifying image writing and intoxicating speech sound, as it tears open the solid massif of word meaning, necessarily draws the gaze into the depths of language. And although philosophic reflection on this relation was unknown to the Baroque, Boehme's writings furnish unmistakable hints. Where he comes to speak of language, Jacob Boehme, one of the greatest of elegyists, has exalted the value of sound over mute profundity. He developed the doctrine of sensual language or nature language. And, indeed, the latter is not this is decisive the coming into sound of the allegorical world, which, on the contrary, remains bound to silence. 138 Word Baroque and Image Baroque, as Cicers only recently designated these forms of expression, are grounded in each other as poles. The tension between word and script is immeasurable in the Baroque. The word, one may say, is the ecstasy of the creature, is exposure, daring, impotence before God; script is the collectedness of the creature, is dignity, superiority, omnipotence over the things of the world. So it is at least in the Trauerspiel, whereas in Boehme's friendlier vision, there is a more positive image of the spoken sound. The eternal word or divine sound or voice, which is a spirit, has introduced itself into created forms as into a spoken word or sound, with the generation of great mystery, and just as the play of joy is in itself in the spirit of the eternal generating, so also in itself is the instrument, the spoken form, which the living sound guides and with its own eternal spirit will strikes, so that it sounds and resounds, as an organ of many voices is driven by a single current of air, whereby each voice, yes, each pipe, gives out its tone. 139 All that is said, written, or taught about God, without knowledge of the signature, is dumb and without understanding, for it comes, only as a result of an historical delusion, from another mouth in which the spirit without knowledge is dumb. But if the spirit discloses to one the signature, then one understands the other mouth, and understands further how the spirit has revealed itself in sound with the voice. For by the external form of all creatures, by their instinct and desire, by the sound, voice, or language they emit, the hidden spirit is known. Everything has its mouth for the purpose of revelation. And this is the language of nature whereby each thing speaks from out of its own character and always reveals itself. 140 Language that sounds is accordingly the realm of the free originary utterance of the creature, whereas the allegorical image writing enslaves things in the eccentric interlacings of meaning. This language, which for Boehme is that of the blissful creatures and in the verse of the Trauerspiel that of the fallen creatures, is considered natural not only by virtue of its expression but even more because of its genesis. There is of old this controversy concerning words, whether, as external indications of our inner concepts, they are of nature or of nurture, natural or arbitrary, physe or these, and, as concerns words in the major languages, scholars attribute this to the peculiar working of nature. 141 Chief among the major languages was naturally the German language of leaders and heroes, as it is defined for the first time in Fischartsgeschichtklitterung Historical Miscellany of 1575. The theory of its direct derivation from Hebrew was widespread, and it was not the most radical. There were other theories that actually traced Hebrew, Greek, and Latin back to German. In Germany, says Borinsky, it was proved historically, on the basis of the Bible, that the whole world, including classical antiquity, was originally German. 142 Thus, on one hand, efforts were made to appropriate the most remote cultural materials, while on the other hand one strove to gloss over the artificiality of this attitude and to achieve a drastic foreshortening of historical perspective. Everything is arrayed in the same space, a space devoid of atmosphere. As for the complete assimilation of all sound phenomena to an originary state of language, this was steered now in a spiritualistic direction, now in a naturalistic one. The theory of Boehme and the practice of the Nuremberg school represent the extremes. Both took their point of departure only in terms of material, certainly in Scaliger. The passage of the Poetics in question is remarkable enough. In A, breadth. In I, length. In E, depth. In O, compression. With words such as voto and religione, the soul is much amplified, especially with lengthened vowel sounds, as in di, but with shortened sounds too, as in pi. And to indicate all sorts of lengthening, litera, lights, lituus, it, ira, mitus, dives, sire, dicera, diripiant. Di, pi, iit, cannot be spoken without a manifest exhalation of breath. Lituus cavalry trumpet has a sound similar to what it signifies. P is nevertheless somewhat lacking in firmness. For I recognize in pidget, pudet, ponetet, pax, pugna, pes, pruis, pono, power, pigger a quality of feigning. Parse, however, does instill some firmness and steadiness. And pastor exhibits firmness much more than does castor. The same is true of plenum and purum, pasco, and other words of this kind. T, in truth, displays itself most of all. For it is a letter that proclaims its own sound, through S, through R, through T, then, sound is produced. Tuba, tenitruo, tundo. But in the final analysis, although it forms the close of most Latin verbs, nevertheless in those which transmit sound, it itself that is, the letter T adds a sound no less. 4 Rapid sounds a rupture more than rumpo. 143 In an analogous fashion and, of course, independently of Scaliger, Boehme pursued his own speculations on sound. He thinks of the language of creatures not as a realm of words but, as resolved in their sounds and tones. 144A was for him the first letter that issues from the heart, I the center of love supreme, the R, because it rasps, crackles, and rattles, has the character of the fire's source. S was for him sacred fire. 145 It may be supposed that the evidentiary power such descriptions had at this period was owing in part to the vitality of dialects, still everywhere flourishing. For the attempts at normalization undertaken by the linguistic societies were confined to written German. On the other hand, the language of creatures was described naturalistically as onomatopoetic formation. Buchner's Poetics is exemplary in this regard and merely carries to completion the intentions of his teacher Opitz. 146 To be sure, in Buchner's opinion, onomatopoeia does not properly belong in Trauerspiels. 147 But pathos is, in a certain sense, precisely the natural sound of royalty in the Trauerspiel. The Nuremberg school goes the furthest in this direction. Klage maintains that there is no word in German that does not express its meaning through a special figure. 148 Harsdorfer turns the proposition around, in all things that produce a sound from themselves nature speaks our German language, and for this reason some have wished to maintain that the first man Adam could not have named the winged creatures and all animals on the earth otherwise than with our words, because he expressed each innate, self-sounding property according to nature, and it is therefore not surprising that our root words for the most part accord with those of the sacred tongue. 149 From this he deduced the task of German lyric poetry, namely, to capture, as it were, in words and rhythms this language of nature. For him, as for Birken, such a lyric was no less than a religious obligation, for it is God who is revealed in the rustling of the forests, and in the raging of the storm. 150 Something similar is seen again in Sturm und Drang. The universal language of peoples is made of tears and sighs, I understand even the helpless Hottentots, and though I come from Tarrant, I will not be deaf to God. The dust has a will of its own, that is the most sublime idea I have of the Creator, and the almighty instinct for freedom is something I value even in the struggling fly. 151 This is the philosophy of the creature and of its language, dissociated from the context of the allegorical. 71 The attempt to derive the Alexandrine, as verse form of the Baroque Trauerspiel, from that rigorous difference of two halves that often leads to antithesis will not quite do. No less characteristic of this form is the way in which the logical and, if you will, classicist formation of the facade contrasts with the phonetic wildness on the inside. As Omaze has written, the tragic style is full of high-sounding, sonorous words. 152 If, in view of the colossal proportions of Baroque architecture and Baroque painting, it was possible to stress the tendency of both to simulate the filling up of space, then the language of the Trauerspiel, expanding in painterly fashion in the Alexandrine, has the same function. 153 The sententia must however stationary the action it concerns might become at that moment at least simulate movement, therein lay a technical necessity for the pathos. The power that still inheres in such sententiae, because generally in the verse, is made vividly clear by Harsdorfer. Why are such plays for the most part written in verse? Answer, so that the feelings might be most keenly moved. The Trauerspiels and pastoral plays make use of the structure of rhyme, which like a trumpet compels the words and voice, so that they have much greater emphasis. 154 And since the didactic saying, which is often involuntarily in thrall to concealed metaphors, readily drives thinking along beaten paths, the element of sound becomes all the more noteworthy. It was inevitable that, in its treatment of the Alexandrine, stylistic criticism too would fall prey to the general error of the older philology, which was to take the ancient occasions or, indeed, pretexts for the creation of form as indices to its essence. Typical is the following remark, very much to the point in its first part, from Richter's study Battle of Love 1630 and Theatrical Stage 1670, The special artistic value of the great dramatists of the 17th century is connected in the most intimate way to the creative articulation of their verbal style. Much more than through characterization or even composition, the high tragedy of the 17th century maintains its unique stature, though what it achieves with the artistic means of its rhetoric, which in the last analysis are always derived from the ancients. But the image-packed density and the tightly woven structure of the periods and stylistic figures not only challenged the memory of the actors, it was so deeply rooted in the utterly heterogeneous form world of the ancients that its distance from the language of the people was insurmountable. It is to be regretted that we possess nothing at all to document the reception of these plays by the average man. 155 Even if the language of these dramas had been accessible only to scholars, the unschooled always would have had their pleasure in the spectacle. But the bombast suited the expressive impulses of the age, and these impulses tend to be incomparably stronger than the rational comprehension of a plot in all its detail. The Jesuits, with their expert understanding of the public, could hardly have had at their performances an audience made up exclusively of Latinists. 156 They were likely convinced of the old verity that the authority of an utterance is so little dependent on its comprehensibility that, on the contrary, it can actually be heightened through obscurity. 72 The language theoretical principles and the practices of these writers bring out a fundamental motif of allegorical vision at a most surprising place. In the anagrams, the onomatopoetic locutions, and many other sorts of linguistic devices, word, syllable, and sound proudly flaunt themselves emancipated from every traditional nexus of meaning as a thing that can be exploited allegorically. The language of the Baroque is constantly convulsed by rebellions among its elements. And the following passage from Calderon's Herod drama is superior to related efforts, in particular, those of Greffius, only by virtue of its vividness, which it owes to its artistry. Through a coincidence, Miriam, Herod's wife, comes across scraps of a letter in which her husband commands that in the event of his death she be put to death as well, in order to preserve his supposedly endangered honor. She picks up these scraps from the floor and, in highly evocative lines, gives an account of their contents. What do these bits of paper say? Death is the very first word that I find. Here is honor and there I read Miriam what is this? Heavens, save me. For much is said in 3 words, Miriam, death, and honor here is in silence, here dignity, here commands, and here ambition, and here it continues if I die, what doubt can there be? I am already informed by the folds of the paper that link to one another and so unfold this outrage. Entryway, on your green carpet let me piece them together. 157 The words reveal themselves as fateful even in their isolation. Indeed, one is tempted to say, the very fact that isolated as they are they still mean something lends a threatening quality to the remnant of meaning they have retained. In this way language is broken to pieces so as to acquire, in its fragments, an altered and heightened expressiveness. The Baroque naturalized the capital letter in German orthography. Effectively validated with this development is not only the pursuit of pomp but also the dismembering, dissociative principle of allegorical perception. No doubt, for the reader, many of the capitalized words at first gained an allegorical tinge. The shattered language in its bits and pieces has ceased merely to serve the processes of communication and attains a dignity, as newborn object, equal to that of the gods, rivers, virtues, and other similar natural forms shimmering into the allegorical. This happens in an especially drastic way, as has been said, in the work of the young Greffius. Though there is no counterpart to the incomparable passage from Calderon anywhere in German literature, still the vigor of Andreas Greffius does not fare badly in comparison with the Spaniard's refinement. Quite astonishing, in fact, is his mastery of the art of letting characters dispute as though with broken-off pieces of speech. In the second treatise of Leo Arminius, for example, Leo, this house will stand, so long as the enemies of the house fall. Theodosia, if their fall does not injure those that surround this house. Leo, surround it with the sword. Theodosia, with which they protect us. / Leo, which they have drawn on us. / Theodosia, who have supported our throne. 158 When the exchanges become angry and violent, one finds a preference for accumulations of dismembered parts of speeches. They are more numerous in Grephius than in later authors and conform well, alongside the abrupt laconic phrases, to the overall stylistic trend of his dramas, for both produce an impression of the broken and chaotic. 159 Although this technique of presentation lends itself happily to theatrical excitements, it is not in fact limited to drama. In the following passage from a work by Skibbel, it functions as a device of pastoral. Even today, a devout Christian sometimes gleans a drop of consolation / perhaps just one little word / from a spiritual song or edifying sermon, / and swallows it, as it were, so hungrily / that it does him good, / stirs him inwardly, / and so refreshes him / that he must admit / it contains something divine. 160 It is no accident that, in such a form of expression, the reception of the words is left, as it were, to the sense of taste. Sound, for the Baroque, is and remains something purely sensuous, meaning is at home in script. And the vocalized word is only visited with meaning, as though with an ineluctable illness, it breaks off in the midst of being uttered, and a damming up of the feeling about to pour forth awakens mourning. Meaning is encountered here and will continue to be encountered as the ground of sorrow. The antithesis of sound and meaning is bound to be sharpest where it succeeds in giving both in one, without allowing them to converge as an organic linguistic structure. This deducible task is accomplished in one scene that stands out as a masterpiece in an otherwise uninteresting Viennese Hauptund Staatsection. In the glorious martyr Johannes von Nepomuk, Act I, Scene 14, one of the intriguers, Zytho, functions as an echo to the mythological speeches of his victim, Quito, and answers them by presaging death. 161 The reversal from the purely phonetic element of creaturely language to the pregnant irony that echoes from the mouth of the intriguer is highly indicative of this character's relation to language. The intriguer is the master of meanings. In the harmless outpouring of an onomatopoetic natural language, these meanings are the blockage and origin of a mourning for which the intriguer is, with the meanings, responsible. If now it is precisely the echo, the actual domain of a free play of sound, that is, so to speak, stricken with meaning, then it must have fully proven itself a revelation of the linguistic as that age perceived it. For that, too, a form was provided. The echo that repeats the final 2 or 3 syllables of a stanza, often omitting a letter so that it sounds like an answer, warning, or prophecy, is something very pleasing and popular. 162 This form of play, like other, similar ones that were so often taken for trivialities, speaks, then, to the matter itself. In them the linguistic gesture of bombast is so little belied that they could very well serve as illustrations of its formula. Language, which on one hand seeks to legitimate itself as creaturely in the fullness of sound, is on the other hand bound, in the flow of the Alexandrine verse, to a forced logicality. This is the stylistic law of bombast, the formula for the Asiatic words of the Trauerspiel. 163 The gesture that seeks to incorporate meaning in this way is of a piece with the violent deformation of history. To adopt, in language as in life, only the typical forms of creaturely movement and yet to express the entire world of culture, from antiquity through Christian Europe, this is the extraordinary intention that, in the Trauerspiel too, is never renounced. Underlying the enormous artificiality of the Trauerspiel's mode of expression is thus the same extreme longing for nature that is found in the pastoral plays. On the other hand, this very mode of expression, which only represents the nature of language, that is, and so far as possible circumvents profane communication, is courtly and elegant. There really can be no talk of a true overcoming of the Baroque, a reconciliation of sound and meaning, before Klopstock, thanks to what A.W. Schlegel termed the virtually grammatical tendency of his odes. His bombast is based far less on sound and image than on the coordination of words on word order. 73 The phonetic tension in the language of the 17th century leads directly to music as the opposite of meaning-laden discourse. Like all the roots of the Trauerspiel, This one too is intertwined with the roots of the pastoral. What in the Trauerspiel appears at the first as a dancing chorus, and thereafter increasingly as a spoken, oratorical chorus, openly displays its operatic character in the pastoral play. The passion for the organic that has long figured in discussions of the Baroque visual arts is not so easy to trace in the literary realm. 164 And what is at issue in these words, it must be remembered, is not so much the external form as the mysterious inner spaces of the organic. From out of these interior spaces rises the voice. Properly considered, its dominion includes what might be called an organic moment of poetry, as can be studied especially in Hallman, in the oratorio-like interludes. He writes, Palladius, the sugar-sweet dance is dedicated to the gods themselves. Antonius, the sugar-sweet dance sweetens all pain. Suetonius, the sugar-sweet dance moves stone and iron. Julianus, the sugar-sweet dance is something Plato himself must praise. Septitius, the sugar-sweet dance conquers all pleasure. Honorius, the sugar-sweet dance refreshes soul and heart. 165 It can be assumed on stylistic grounds that such passages were spoken in chorus. 166 Thus Fleming, in speaking of Grephius, not too much could be expected of the subsidiary roles. Therefore he leaves them little to say, preferring instead to combine them into the chorus, and in this way he achieves significant artistic effects that could never have been attained through a naturalistic exchange between individuals. Thus the artist turns the constraints of his material into the vehicle of artistic effect. 167 One thinks here of the judges, conspirators, and hangers-on in Leo Armenius, the courtiers in Katharina, the maidens in Julia. Likewise moving in the direction of opera was the musical overture that preceded the spectacle with the Jesuits and with the Protestants. And the choreographic interludes, like the choreographic style of the intrigue, choreographic in a deeper sense, are not by any means foreign to this development, which at the end of the century brought about the dissolution of the Trauerspiel into opera. The contexts for the developments rehearsed above have been expounded by Nietzsche in The Birth of Tragedy. His concern in that book was appropriately to distinguish Wagner's tragic Gesamtkunstwerk from the frivolous opera that had its preparation in the Baroque. He throws down the gauntlet with his condemnation of recitative. And in that way he took his stand with a form that corresponded entirely with the fashionable tendency to give new life to the primal sound of all creatures. The inventors of the recitative could abandon themselves to the dream of having descended once more into the paradisiacal beginnings of mankind, where music also must have had that unsurpassed purity, power, and innocence of which the poets, in their pastoral plays, could give such touching accounts. The recitative was regarded as the rediscovered language of this primitive man, and opera as the rediscovered country of this idyllically or heroically good creature, who simultaneously with every action follows a natural artistic impulse, who with everything he has to say sings at least a little, in order that he may immediately break forth into full song at the slightest emotional excitement. The man incapable of art creates for himself a kind of art precisely because he is the inartistic man as such. Because he does not sense the Dionysian depth of music, he changes his musical taste into an appreciation of the understandable word and tone rhetoric of the passions in the stilo rappresentativo, and into the voluptuousness of the arts of song. Because he is unable to behold a vision, he forces the machinist and the decorative artist into his service. Because he cannot comprehend the true nature of the artist, he conjures up the artistic primitive man to suit his taste, that is, the man who sings and recites verses under the influence of passion. 168 Just as every comparison with tragedy, not to mention musical tragedy, remains insufficient for an understanding of opera, so too it is incontestable that, from the perspective of literature and particularly of the Trauerspiel, opera must appear as a product of decay. The blockage of meaning, as of intrigue, loses its weight, and the course of the operatic plot, as of the operatic language, rolls on without resistance, only to issue in the banal. Together with the blockage disappears mourning, the soul of the work, and as the dramatic structure is emptied out, so also the scenic, which now that the allegory, where it has not simply fallen away, has become hollow spectacle, seeks about for some other justification. 74. The voluptuous pleasure in sheer sound has its share in the decline of the Trauerspiel. Nevertheless, music not by virtue of the author's liking but in its very essence is intimately allied to the allegorical drama. At least this is what the Romantics, who have an elective affinity with the Baroque and ought to be listened to here, would teach in their philosophy of music. At least in this philosophy, and only in it, would be found the synthesis of the antithesis carefully torn open by the Baroque, and only with that synthesis the full legitimacy of the antithesis. At least with such a romantic way of looking at the various Trauerspiels it is asked how music, with Shakespeare and with Calderon, plays a role other than merely theatrical. For that it does. And so the following exposition by a writer of genius, Johann Wilhelm Ritter, might be expected to open a perspective into which any further penetration would have to be renounced as an irresponsible improvisation. Only a fundamental philosophical historical comparative study of language, music, and script would enable such an undertaking. Cited below are passages from a long and, one might say, monological treatise in the form of a letter on Chladni's sound figures, in the course of which a host of vigorous or more tentatively groping thoughts are spun out almost involuntarily. It would seem under the pen of the scholar, it would be beautiful, he remarks of those lines that form various patterns on a scent-covered glass plate as various tones are sounded, if what here became outwardly clear were also precisely what the sound figure is for us inwardly, light figure, fire writing. Each tone, accordingly, has with it immediately its letter. This intimate connection between word and script, the fact that we write when we speak, has long occupied me. I mean, how, really, is the thought, the idea, transformed for us into the word? And do we ever have a thought or an idea without its hieroglyph, its letter, its script? This indeed is how things stand, though we usually give no thought to it. That once, however, when human nature was more vigorous, more thought really was given to it, is proved by the existence of word and script. Their original and, to be sure, absolute simultaneity lay in the fact that the organ of speech itself writes in order to speak. The letter alone speaks, or better, word and script are in their very origin one, and neither is possible without the other. Every sound figure is an electric figure, and every electric figure is a sound figure. 169. I wanted, then, to rediscover, or in any case search for, the primal or natural script by way of electricity. 170. The whole of creation is really language, and thus literally created through the word, and is the created and creating word itself. To this word, however, is inseparably conjoined the letter, both in great things and in small. 171. In such inscription and transcription belong preeminently all plastic arts, architecture, sculpture, painting, and so forth. 172. With these reflections the virtual romantic theory of allegory closes as if with a question. And any answer would have to locate this divination of Ritter's under concepts adequate to it, would have to bring the language of sound and the language of script into proximity to each other, identifying them not otherwise than dialectically, as thesis and synthesis, and securing for that antithetical middle term that is music, the last universal language of humanity since the construction of the tower, its rightful central position as antithesis, all the while studying how script grows out of music, though not directly out of linguistic sound. These are tasks that lie far beyond the reach of romantic intuitions, as they do of untheological philosophizing. This romantic theory of the allegorical remains virtual, yet is an unmistakable monument to the kinship of Baroque and Romanticism. It is hardly necessary to add that explicit considerations of allegory, such as Friedrich Schlegel's in the Dialogue on Poetry, do not attain to the profundity of Ritter's exposition. Indeed, to claim, in accordance with Friedrich Schlegel's lax use of language, that all beauty is allegory is evidently to advance no further than the classicist commonplace according to which all beauty is a symbol. 173. It is otherwise with Ritter. He goes straight to the heart of allegorical perception with his teaching that every image is only image writing. In the context of allegory, the image is only the signature, only the monogram of the essence, not the essence in its veil. Nevertheless, script has nothing ancillary about it, in the reading, it does not fall away like dross. Into what is read it enters as its figure. The printers indeed, the writers of the Baroque devoted their full attention to the figure of script. Of Liechtenstein it is known that he used to reproduce by hand on paper the caption of the engraving Castus amor signus vihiter, Venus improba corvus in its finest print. Face 174. Herder considers Baroque literature, and this still holds true today, to be practically unsurpassed, in printing and ornamentation. 175. Thus an intuition of the comprehensive relations between language and script that philosophically ground the allegorical, and contain within them the resolution of their true tension, was not altogether lacking to the age. If, that is, Strich's supposition, as ingenious as it is illuminating concerning calligram poetry, is correct, namely, that it may have been based on the idea that the varying length of the lines, if it mimics an organic form, must also yield an organically rising and falling rhythm. 176. Pointing in this same direction is Birken's opinion put in the mouth of Floridan in Heroic Tales of Danneberg: every natural occurrence in this world could be the effect or materialization of a cosmic sound or tone, even the movement of the stars. 177. This first establishes the language theoretical unity of Baroque word and Baroque image. Yes, when the highest gathers in his harvest from the graveyard, then I, a death's head, will have an angel's face. Daniel Caspar von Liechtenstein, The Talking Skull of Herr Matthaus Machner. 178. 75. Whatever in the way of far-reaching connections could be brought forward in a method that is here and there perhaps still a bit vague, still tied to cultural history, nonetheless comes together under the aspect of the allegorical, and gathers itself in the idea of the Trauerspiel. For this reason alone the presentation may indeed, must linger so insistently over the allegorical structure of this form, because only thanks to this structure does the Trauerspiel assimilate to itself as content that which has accrued to it from the historical conditions of its time. Moreover, this assimilated content is not to be further developed without the theological concepts that have already proved indispensable to its exposition. If the conclusion to this study makes outright use of these concepts, that is no metabasis eis allogenos. 179. For the allegorical limit form, that is the Trauerspiel, can be critically resolved only on the basis of a higher realm, the theological, whereas, in a purely aesthetic consideration, paradox must have the last word. Such a resolution, like the resolution of anything profane into the sacred, can be accomplished only in the sense of history, of a theology of history, and only dynamically, not statically in the sense of a guaranteed economy of salvation. And this would still be true even if the Baroque Trauerspiel beckoned less clearly toward Sturmuendrang, toward Romanticism, and even if it inspired less insistent hopes, however vain these prove to be, for the salvation of its best part by the most recent experiments in drama, the long overdue construction of its content. This goes without saying will have to take seriously those most intractable motifs from which it seems impossible to derive anything other than statements of fact. Above all, how do matters stand with those scenes of atrocity and martyrdom in which the Baroque dramas revel? As a consequence of the unsophisticated and unreflective tendency of Baroque art criticism, the sources for a direct answer to this question are meager. A hidden but valuable one: it is not possible for the whole human body to enter a symbolic icon, but it is not inappropriate for part of the body to constitute it. 180. This is found in an account of a controversy over the norms of emblematics. The orthodox emblematist could not think differently. The human body could be no exception to the law that ordered the organic to be broken into pieces so as to garner from its fragments the true, the fixed and script-bound meaning. Indeed, where could this law be set forth more triumphantly than in the man who forsakes his conventional physis, equipped as it is with consciousness, in order to parcel it out to the manifold regions of meaning? Emblematics and heraldry have not always submitted unconditionally to this law. In the Ars Heraldica, cited above, it is said of men only that hair signifies diverse thoughts, while the heralds literally cut the lion in two. The head, the breast, and the whole front part signify magnanimity and courage. The hind part, however, the strength, ire, and wrath that come after the roaring. 181. Such emblematic partitioning transferred to the domain of a property relating nevertheless to the body occasions Opitz's priceless phrase management of chastity, which he claims to derive from Judith. 182. Similarly with Hallman, who illustrates this virtue in the chaste Agatha, whose birth member is said to have been found undecayed in the grave many years after her burial. 183. If martyrdom in this way fits out the body of the living emblematically, it is not without importance that physical pain was always present to the dramatist purely and simply as a spur to action. It is not only the dualism of Descartes that is Baroque. As a consequence of the doctrine of psychophysical influence, the theory of the passions comes into consideration in the highest degree. In fact, since the spirit in itself is pure reason, faithful to itself, and since corporeal influences alone put it in touch with the external world, the violent torments it suffers were nearer to hand than so-called tragic conflicts as a basis of intensified affects. If, then, in death the spirit becomes free in the manner of spirits, then the body too now first comes into its own in the highest sense. For this is self-evident, the elegizing of physis can be energetically carried through only by means of the corpse. And the characters of the Trauerspiel die because only thus, as corpses, do they enter the allegorical homeland. They go to rack and ruin not for the sake of immortality but for the sake of the corpse. He leaves us his cadaver as a pledge of ultimate favor, says Charles Stuart's daughter of her father, who, for his part, did not forget to request its embalming. 184. From the standpoint of death, life is production of corpses. It is not only in the loss of limbs, not only in the changes of the aging body, but in all the processes of elimination and purification that the corpse-like falls away, piece by piece, from the body. And it is no accident that precisely nails and hair, which are cut away from the living body as something dead, continue to grow on the corpse. A memento mori wakes in the physis, in the mneme itself. The obsession with death on the part of medieval and Baroque populations would be quite unthinkable if nothing but reflection on their life's end were motivating them. The corpse poems of Wallenstein are not essentially mannerism, although it would not be mistaken to recognize this as an element in them. Remarkable examples of this lyric theme are found among Wallenstein's earliest productions. While still at school, he had the task of celebrating, in accordance with an old schema, the Passion of Christ with alternating poems in Latin and German, arranged in conformity with the parts of the human body. 185. The altar of mindfulness and thankfulness, which he dedicated to his dead mother, is of the same type. 9 unrelenting verses describe the parts of the cadaver in the process of decomposition. This sort of theme must have had a similar urgency for Greffius, and certainly these singular emblematic interests, together with an interest in the natural sciences, determined his study of anatomy, to which he remained always faithful. Models of corresponding descriptions for the drama were found in Seneca's Hercules Aetius in particular, but also in his Phaedra, in the Troads, and elsewhere. The individual body parts are enumerated in anatomical dissection, and with unmistakable delight in cruelty. 186. It is well known, moreover, that Seneca was also a highly respected authority for the theatre of horror, and it would be worth the effort to investigate how far analogous presuppositions underlie those motifs of his dramas that were efficacious at the time. For the Trauerspiel of the 17th century, the corpse becomes quite simply the supreme emblematic prop. The apotheoses are almost inconceivable without it. They are resplendent with pale corpses, and it is the business of the tyrant to supply the Trauerspiel with them. 187. Thus the conclusion of Papinian, which shows traces of the influence of the brigand plays on the late Greffius, brings to light the deeds wrought by Bassianus Caracalla against the family of Papinian. The father and 2 sons are slain. The 2 bodies are brought on stage on 2 biers by Papinian's servants and placed side by side. Plautius speaks nothing further but passes in deep mourning from one corpse to the other, sometimes kissing the head and hands, until she finally sinks down unconscious over the body of Papinian, and is carried off after the dead bodies by her ladies-in-waiting. 188. At the close of Hallman's Sophia, after the steadfast Christian woman and her daughters have undergone their collective ordeal, the inner stage opens and the banquet of death is revealed, the heads of the 3 children with 3 glasses of blood. 189. The banquet of death stood in high esteem. In Greffius it is not yet presented, but instead reported, Prince Murab, blinded by hatred, made reckless by so much suffering, had the pale heads cut off from those who were killed, and when the row of heads that had so injured him was placed on his table for public arraignment, he took the proffered goblet, nearly beside himself, and cried, "This is the chalice I now take hold of, I, the avenger of my own and no longer slave." 190 Later such banquets appeared on the stage, recourse was had to an Italian trick recommended by Harsdorfer and Birkin. Through a hole in the top of a table, the cloth of which hung down to the floor, the head of an actor appeared. On occasion, these exhibitions of the lifeless body occur at the beginning of the Trauerspiel. The introductory stage direction in Katharina von Georgien belongs here, as does Hallmann's curious scenery in the first act of Heraclius, a large field filled with very many corpses of the defeated army of the Emperor Mauritius, together with a number of rivulets issuing from the neighboring mountains. 191. 76 It is not antiquarian interest that bids us follow the traces that, more clearly from this spot than from any other, lead back into the Middle Ages. For an appreciation of the Christian origin of the allegorical vision, in its significance for the Baroque, cannot be valued too highly. And however many and various the spirits that left them, these traces yet mark a way that the genius of allegorical perception followed, even in its changing intentions. The writers of the 17th century often reassured themselves with a backward glance at this trace. In connection with his suffering Christ, Harsdorfer referred his pupil Klage to the passion poetry of Gregory of Nazianzus. 192 Likewise, Grephius translated almost 20 early medieval hymns, into his own language, so well suited to this solemnly resounding style. He has a special love for the greatest of all the hymn writers, Prudentius. 193 The relation between the concerns of Baroque and medieval Christianity has three main aspects. The struggle against the pagan gods, the triumph of allegory, and the martyrdom of the flesh are all equally necessary to both. These motifs are intimately connected to one another. From the perspective of the history of religion, accordingly, they are one and the same. And the origin of allegory can be illuminated only from this perspective. If the dissolution of the ancient pantheon plays a decisive role in this origin, then it is highly instructive that its revival in humanism rouses the 17th century to protest. Rist, Moskirosk, Ziesen, Harsdorfer, and Birkin rail against mythologically embellished literature as, before them, only the old Christian Latin authors had done, and Prudentius, Juvencus, and Venantius Fortunatus are then cited as praiseworthy examples of a chaste muse. True devils is Birkin's term for the pagan divinities, and it is quite striking how a way of thinking belonging to 1,000-year-old past echoes forth from a passage in Hallmann, one that is certainly not indebted to any striving for historical color. 194 In the religious dispute between Sophia and Emperor Honorius, there is this exchange: does not Jupiter protect the imperial throne? Much more than Jupiter is God's true son, answers Sophia. 195 This archaic swiftness of repartee is a direct expression of the Baroque frame of mind. For once again antiquity stood threateningly close to Christianity in the form in which it finally, with regathered energy and not without success, had sought to impose itself on the new learning, as gnosis. With the Renaissance, occultist currents gained strength, particularly as fostered by Neoplatonic studies. Rosicrucianism and alchemy flourished alongside astrology, the old Western residue of Oriental paganism. European antiquity was divided, and with its luminous after-image in humanism there was a resurgence of its dark medieval after-effect. Warburg, out of deep affinity with his subject, has provided a fascinating account of how in the Renaissance celestial phenomena were grasped in human form, so that their demonic power might be contained at least by an image. 196 The Renaissance revives the memory of images. How much so is shown by the conjuration scenes in various Trauerspiels, but at the same time it awakens a speculation about images that is perhaps even more decisive for the formation of style. And the emblematics of this speculation are bound up with the medieval world. There is no creation of allegorical fantasies in the Baroque that would not have its counterpart in that world. The elegiasts among the mythographers, who already had been an object of interest for early Christian apologetics, find new life. At the age of 16, Grotius edits Martianus Capella. It is entirely in the old Christian sense that in the chorus of the Trauerspiel the ancient gods stand with the allegories on one and the same plane. And because, with the fear of demons, the suspect flesh must come to seem especially oppressive, there is already in the Middle Ages a radical attempt to overcome it emblematically. Nakedness as emblem. This could serve as title for the following account by Basold. Only in the beyond were the blessed supposed to share in an incorruptible corporeality and a mutual enjoyment of its beauty in utter purity. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, XXII, 24. Until then, nakedness remained a sign of impurity, such as might be suited to the Greek gods, that is, to infernal demons. By the same token, whenever medieval scholarship came upon unclothed figures, it sought to interpret this impropriety by an often far-fetched, generally hostile symbolism. One need only read the explanations of Fulgentius and his successors as to why Venus, Cupid, and Bacchus are painted naked. Venus, for example, because she sends her devotees away naked and vulnerable, or because the crime of lust cannot conceal itself. Bacchus because drinkers give up their goods, or because the inebriated man cannot keep his most private thoughts to himself. The relations which a Carolingian writer, Walafrid Strabo, strives to uncover in his extremely unclear description of a naked sculptor are puzzled out to a wearisome degree. In question is a secondary figure in the gilded equestrian monument of Theodoric. That, the black not gilded attendant has exhibited his bare skin leads the poet to venture the notion that the naked man augments the particular indignity of the other naked man, that is, the Aryan tyrant whom no virtue adorns. 197. As can be gathered from this passage, the allegorical exegesis tended above all in two directions. It was determined to establish in Christian terms the true demonic nature of the ancient divinities, and it served the pious mortification of the flesh. Hence it is no accident that the Middle Ages and the Baroque both took pleasure in the suggestive juxtaposition of graven images and the bones of the dead. Eusebius, in the Life of Constantine, can tell of skulls and bones within the statues of the gods, and Manling alleges that the Egyptians once interred corpses in wooden images. 77. The concept of the allegorical can do justice to the Trauerspiel only if it is resolutely distinguished not just from the theological symbol but no less clearly from mere verbal embellishment. Allegory certainly did not arise as scholastic arabesque for the purpose of representing the gods of antiquity. Of the playful, disinterested, superior quality usually attributed to it in view of its later manifestations, nothing was originally present, rather the opposite. If the Church had been able with a wave of the hand to banish the gods from the memory of the faithful, allegorias never would have arisen. For it is no epigonal monument to a victory, much more the word that would exorcise an unyielding remnant of ancient life. Of course, in the first centuries of the Christian era, the gods themselves very often displayed a tendency toward the abstract. In the measure in which belief in the gods of the classical period grew weak, representations of the gods, in the form in which literature and art had given them, likewise became free and available as suitable means of poetic presentation. Beginning with the poets of the age of Nero, indeed, with Horace and Ovid, we can follow this process as it reaches its peak in the later Alexandrian school. Its most important and, for the period following, influential representative is Nonnos. In Latin literature, it is Claudius Claudianus, born in Alexandria. In their work everything, every action and every event, is transformed into a play of divine forces. Small wonder that, with these poets, there is ample space as well for abstract concepts. The persons of the gods have for them no greater significance than these concepts. They have both equally become very mobile representational forms of poetic imagination. 198. Thus Usner. This is all, of course, an intensive preparation for allegory. But if allegory itself is more than the volatilization, however abstract, of theological essences, if it is in fact their survival in an unsuitable and, indeed, hostile environment, then this late Roman conception is not the authentic allegorical conception. In the course of such a literature, the world of the ancient gods would have had to die out. Instead, it is precisely allegory that saved it. Indeed, the insight into the transience of things, and the concern to save them and render them eternal, is one of the strongest motives in the allegorical. In the early Middle Ages there was nothing in either art, science, or the state that could be set beside the ruins that antiquity had left behind in all these domains. At that time, awareness of mutability sprang from an ineluctable perception, just as several centuries later, at the time of the 30 Years' War, the same awareness impressed itself upon European humanity. It may be remarked at this point that the most overwhelming devastations forced this experience on people no more bitterly, perhaps, than did the change in legal norms that had been endowed with a claim to eternal validity, a change that was particularly evident at these times of transition. Allegory is most abidingly there where transience and eternity most nearly collide. Usner himself, in the Names of the Gods, has furnished the means for tracing with exactitude the philosophical historical line of demarcation between the only apparently abstract nature of certain antique deities and allegorical abstraction. We must therefore resign ourselves to the fact that the ardent religious sensibility of antiquity could elevate even abstract concepts quite readily to the rank of divinities. If they remained almost always shadowy and as it were bloodless, this can only be because specially instituted divinities necessarily pale before divinities as persons, the transparency of the word. 199 Through these religious improvisations, it may be, the ground of antiquity was prepared for the reception of allegory, the latter itself, however, is of Christian seed. For absolutely decisive in the elaboration of this mode of thought was the fact that, in the realm of idols as in that of bodies, it was not only mutability but also guilt that had to appear as manifestly established. Because of guilt, what is signified allegorically is unable to find fulfillment of its meaning in itself. Guilt not only inhabits the one who contemplates allegorically, and who betrays the world for the sake of knowledge, it also inheres in the object of his contemplation. This way of seeing grounded in the doctrine of the fall of the creature, which drew nature down with it, makes for the ferment of the profound Western allegories, distinguished as it is from the Oriental rhetoric of this form of expression. Because it is mute, fallen nature mourns. 200 Yet the inversion of this proposition leads even deeper into the essence of nature, its sorrow makes it mute. In all mourning there is the inclination to speechlessness, and this is infinitely more than the inability or unwillingness to communicate. What is sorrowful feels itself thoroughly known by the unknowable. To be named even when the namer is godlike and blissful perhaps always remains an intimation of mourning. But how much more so to be not named but only read, to be read uncertainly by the allegorist, and to have become highly significant only through him. On the other hand, the more that nature and antiquity were felt to be guilt-laden, the more obligatory became their allegorical interpretation, understood as their only conceivable salvation. For in the midst of that knowing degradation of the object, the melancholic intention keeps faith, altogether incomparably, with its being as thing. But the prophecy made by Prudentius cleansed of all blood, the marble will finally shine resplendent, the bronzes now taken for idols will stand there guiltless has still not come true after 1200 years. 201 The marble and the bronzes of antiquity still retained for the Baroque, and indeed for the Renaissance, something of the horror with which Augustine had recognized in them the bodies of the gods, as it were. Dwelling in the interior were spirits who could be summoned and who were capable of either harming those who honored and worshipped them or else fulfilling their wishes. 202 Or, as Warburg puts it apropos of the Renaissance, the formal beauty of these figures of the gods, and the exquisite taste with which the artist reconciles pagan and Christian belief, must not be allowed to obscure the truth that even in Italy, around 1520, at the time of greatest artistic freedom and creativity, the antique was as it were revered in the form of a Janus-faced Herm. One face wore a demonic scowl, exacting superstitious awe, the other face was Olympian and serene, inviting aesthetic veneration. 203 Accordingly, the three cardinal moments in the origin of Western allegories are non-antique, anti-antique, the gods break into the alien world, they become evil, and they become creatures. Left behind is the garb of the Olympians, around which, in the course of time, the emblems gather. And this garb is creaturely, like a devil's body. In this sense, curiously enough, the enlightened Hellenistic theology of Euhemeros constitutes, for its part, an element of the nascent popular belief. For the reduction of the gods to simple human beings was accompanied more and more closely by the idea that malevolent magic powers were still at work in the remnants of their cult, above all in their images. The demonstration of their complete impotence was further weakened when satanic substitutes came into possession of the powers denied the gods. 204 On the other hand, along with the emblems and the garb, there remain the words and the names, and to the extent that the life contexts out of which they stemmed are lost, they become origins of concepts in which these words acquire a new content predisposed to allegorical presentation, as is the case with Fortuna, Venus, as Dame World, and the like. That the figures have died away and the concepts withdrawn into abstraction is thus the precondition for the allegorical transformation of the pantheon into a world of magical conceptual creatures. This is the basis of the representation of Amore as a demon of impurity, with claws and bat's wings in Giotto, and this explains the survival of fabulous beings such as the faun, centaur, siren, and harpy, as allegorical figures in the circle of the Christian hell. Of course, since Winckelmann, the classically ennobled world of the ancient gods has been to such an extent fixed for us as the symbol of antiquity in general that we quite forget that it is a new creation of erudite humanist culture. This Olympian side of antiquity, in fact, had first to be wrested from the long-entrenched demonic side, for, in the form of cosmic demons, the ancient divinities played their part, uninterruptedly since the end of antiquity, among the religious powers of Christian Europe and conditioned the form of its practical life so decisively that one cannot deny the authority of pagan cosmology, in particular of astrology, as a parallel system tacitly tolerated by the Christian Church. 205 Allegory corresponds to ancient gods that have died away and become thing-like. Apt, then, in a deeper sense than intended, is the observation, the nearness of the gods is an altogether vital necessity for the vigorous development of allegories. 206. 78 The allegorical way of seeing has its origin in the confrontation between the guilt-laden physis instituted by Christianity and a purer natura deorum embodied in the pantheon. Insofar as the pagan took on new life with the Renaissance, and the Christian with the Counter-Reformation, allegory, as the form of their confrontation, likewise had to be renewed. Especially important for the Trauerspiel, in this regard, is the fact that, in the figure of Satan, the Middle Ages tied fast the knot binding material things to the demonic. Above all, with the concentration of the manifold pagan powers into one Antichrist, rigorously defined in theological terms, matter could be endowed with a dark, sovereign appearance more unequivocally than could a host of demons. And not only did the Middle Ages in this way come to confine research into nature within narrow boundaries, even mathematicians were rendered suspect by this devilish essence of matter. Everything they think about, explains the Sco-Ullman Henry of Ghent, is something spatial, quantum, or else occupies a place in space, like the point. Therefore such people are melancholic and become the best mathematicians, although they are the worst metaphysicians. 207 If the allegorical intention is directed toward the creaturely world of things, toward what has died away or is at best half alive, then the human being does not enter its field of vision. If it holds fast to the emblems alone, then sudden reversal, salvation, is not unthinkable. But it can happen that, in mockery of all emblematic accoutrements, the undisguised grimace of the devil, in triumphant vitality and nakedness, rises up out of earth's womb before the gaze of the allegorist. The sharp, angular features of the Satan were first etched by the Middle Ages into the originally greater head of the ancient demon. Matter created, according to Gnostic Manichaean doctrine, for the sake of the detartarization of the world, and therefore destined to receive what is devilish into itself, so that, with its elimination, the world might show itself purified, recollects in the figure of the devil its own Tartarus nature, mocks its allegorical significance, and derides anyone who thinks he can descend into its depths with impunity in pursuit of it. Thus, just as earthly sorrow belongs to allegories, so is infernal mirth a part of its longing, which is brought to naught in the triumph of matter. Hence the diabolical jocularity of the intriguer, hence his intellectuality, hence his knowing about signification. The mute creature is capable of hoping for salvation through what is signified. The clever versatility of the human being expresses itself and, while it makes, in the most depraved calculus, its materiality human-like in self-consciousness, it counters the allegorist with the derisive laughter of hell. 208 In this way, certainly, the muteness of matter is overcome. It is precisely in laughter that matter superabundantly, in highly eccentric guise, embraces spirit. It grows so spiritual that it greatly overshoots language. Aspiring yet higher, it ends in shrill laughter. However brutish its effect from without, the inner madness is conscious of it only as spirituality. Lucifer, Prince of Darkness, Lord of Deep Sorrow, Emperor of Hellish Wastes, Duke of Sulphurous Waters, King of the Abyss, does not allow of any mockery. 209 The original allegorical figure, as Julius Leopold Klein rightly calls him. As this literary historian has indicated in some excellent remarks, one of the most powerful of Shakespeare's characters is to be understood only in this way, only in terms of allegory, in terms of Satan. It is to the role of vice or iniquity that Shakespeare's Richard III relates himself, vice become historical buffoon devil, attesting in the most remarkable way to his own derivation and development, in the history of the theatre, from the devil in the mystery plays and from the equivocally moralizing vice of the morality play, the legitimate successor to both, devil and vice, as incarnated in an historical figure of flesh and blood. Evidence is cited in a note, Gloucester, aside thus, like the formal vice, iniquity, I moralize two meanings in one word. In Richard III, according to this confessional aside, devil and vice are fused into a tragic warrior hero with a rich historical lineage. 210 But precisely not a tragic hero. Rather, this rapid excursus may find its justification in repeating the indication that, for Richard III, as for Hamlet, as for Shakespearean tragedies in general, the theory of the Trauerspiel is calculated to contain prolegomena to interpretation. For, with Shakespeare, the allegorical reaches far deeper than into the forms of metaphor, where it was seen by Goethe. Shakespeare is rich in wonderful tropes that arise from personified concepts and would not be at all suitable for us, though they are altogether in place with him because in his day all art was dominated by allegory. 211 Novalis puts it more decisively, it is possible to find in a play by Shakespeare an arbitrary idea, allegory, and so forth. 212 But the Sturmuendrang, which discovered Shakespeare for Germany, had eyes only for the elemental in his work, not for the allegorical. And yet what is characteristic of Shakespeare is precisely that with him the two aspects are equally essential. All elemental utterance of the creature becomes meaningful through its allegorical existence, and everything allegorical becomes emphatic through the elemental character of the world of the senses. With the extinction of the allegorical moment, the elemental power is also lost to the drama, until in the Sturmuendrang it finds new life and, to be sure, as Trauerspiel. Romanticism subsequently had an inkling of the allegorical once again. But so long as attention was confined to Shakespeare, this remained an inkling. For in Shakespeare the elemental has primacy, in Calderon the allegorical before Satan, in the sorrow, spreads horror, he tempts. As initiator, he shows the way to a knowledge that is the basis of punishable conduct. If Socrates' teaching that knowledge of the good makes one do what is good may be in error, this is much more the case with knowledge of evil. And it is not as an inner light, a lumen natural, that this knowledge emerges in the night of mournfulness, rather, a subterranean luminosity glimmers from the bowels of the earth. The rebellious, penetrating gaze of Satan is kindled in one who broods on this illumination. Confirmed anew is the importance of Baroque erudition for the literature of the Trauerspiel. For something can present itself allegorically only to one who is knowing. But, on the other hand, if thinking is not so much patiently trained on the truth as it is unconditionally and obsessively in all profundity bent on absolute knowledge, then things in their simple essence elude it and consequently lie before it as enigmatic allegorical indications and afterward as dust. The intention of allegory is so very much opposed to the pursuit of truth that in it is revealed more clearly than anywhere else the unity of a pure curiosity aimed at nothing but knowledge with the proud isolation of the human being. That abominable alchemist, dreadful death. This profound metaphor of Hallmann's is not based solely on the process of decomposition. 213 The magical knowledge of which alchemy forms a part exposes the adept to isolation and spiritual death. As demonstrated by alchemy and Rosicrucianism, or by the conjuration scenes in various Trauerspiels, this epoch was no less given over to magic than the Renaissance. Whatever it touches on, its Midas hand transforms into something meaningful. Transformation of every kind was its element, and the schema of such transformation was allegory. Insofar as this passion did not remain confined to the period of the Baroque, it is the more suited to reveal Baroque elements in later periods. It lends legitimacy, then, to a more recent usage of the term that would recognize a Baroque gesture in the late Goethe, as in the late Hölderlin. Knowledge, not action, is the form of existence most characteristic of evil. Accordingly, physical temptation, conceived in purely sensual terms as lust, gluttony, and sloth, is far from being its sole basis. Indeed, strictly speaking, it is not at all an ultimate and specifiable ground of being. Rather, the latter is disclosed in the fata morgana of a realm of absolute, that is, godless spirituality, a realm bound to the material as its counterpart, such as can be concretely experienced only through evil. Its ruling disposition is that of mourning, at once the mother of allegories and their content. And from this disposition stem three original satanic promises. They are of a spiritual kind. In the figure now of the tyrant, now of the intriguer, the Trauerspiel shows them continually at work. What entices is the semblance of freedom in the exploration of the forbidden, the semblance of independence in the secession from the community of the pious, the semblance of infinity in the empty abyss of evil. For it belongs to all virtue to have before it an end, namely, its model in God, just as all depravity opens an infinite progress into the depths. The theology of evil is thus much more readily to be deduced from the fall of Satan, in which the above-mentioned motifs are confirmed, than from the cautionary formulas in which church doctrine usually represents the snarer of souls. The absolute spirituality that is signified in Satan forfeits its own life in emancipating itself from the holy. Materiality here emptied of soul becomes its homeland. The purely material and this absolute spiritual are the poles of the satanic realm, and consciousness is the mock synthesis with which they ape the genuine synthesis, that of life. The speculating of this consciousness, however, estranged from life and clinging to the object world of emblems, finally encounters the knowledge of demons. They are called diem ones, according to Augustine's City of God, because this Greek word says that they possess knowledge. 2:14 As for the verdict on fanatical spirituality, it came highly spiritually from the mouth of Francis of Assisi. To one of his disciples absorbed in all too deep a study, it points out the right way. One single demon knows more than you. 2:15. 79 In the form of knowledge, instinct leads down into the empty abyss of evil in order there to assure itself of infinity. But this is also the abyss of bottomless profundity. 2:16 Its data are incapable of entering into philosophical constellations. Hence they are present merely as a fund of gloomy splendors in the emblem books of the Baroque. More than any other form, the Trauerspiel operates with this fund. Tirelessly transforming, interpreting, and deepening, it interchanges its images with one another. Above all, in this exchange, contrast rules. Nevertheless, it would be misleading, or at least superficial, to attribute to a pleasure in mere antithesis those numberless effects in which, visually or only verbally, the throne room is transformed into a dungeon, the pleasure chamber into a tomb, the royal crown into a garland of bloody cypresses. Even the contrast of semblance and being does not exactly chime with this technique of metaphors and apotheoses. Its basis is the schema of emblems, out of which, by means of an artifice that had to overwhelm in constantly new ways, the signified palpably springs forth. The crown signifies the cypress wreath. Among the great many documents of this furor for emblems, the evidence has long since been gathered. 217 There is nothing to surpass the proud crassness of Hallmann's transformation of a harp into the executioner's axe, when the political sky flashes its lightning. 218 The following exposition from his funeral orations belongs here as well, for when we consider the innumerable corpses with which partly the ravages of the plague and partly the weapons of war have filled not only our Germany but almost the whole of Europe, then we must acknowledge that our roses have been transformed into thorns, our lilies into nettles, our paradises into graveyards, and indeed our entire being into an image of death. Therefore I hope it will not be taken amiss if, upon this universal stage of death, I venture in turn to open my paper graveyard. 219 Such transformations also have their place in the choruses. 220 As falling bodies tumble head over heels in their fall, so the allegorical intention would tumble from image to image, prey to the vertigo of its bottomless depths, if precisely in the most extreme among these images it were not obliged to veer about in such a way that all its darkness, vainglory, and distance from God seemed nothing but self-deception. But to separate the rich store of images signifying this turnabout into holy salvation from that grimmer store signifying death and hell is to misunderstand the allegorical entirely. 221 For it is precisely in visions of the intoxication of destruction, visions in which everything earthly turns to rubble, that there is revealed not so much the ideal of allegorical immersion as its limit. The bleak confusion of Golgotha, legible as schema of allegorical figures in a multitude of engravings and descriptions of the period, is not simply a symbol of the wilderness of human existence. In it, transience is not so much signified, allegorically presented, as itself signifying presented as allegory. As the allegory of resurrection. At the last, in the death marks of the Baroque only now in backward turning great arcs and as salvific allegorical vision veers about. The 7 years of its immersion are only a day. For this time of hell, too, is secularized in space, and the world that abandoned and betrayed itself to the deep spirit of Satan is God's. The allegorist awakens in God's world. Yes, when the highest gathers in his harvest from the graveyard, then I, a death's head, will have an angel's face. 222 This dissolves the cipher of the most fragmented, most extinct, most dispersed. And with that, of course, there is lost to allegory all of what is most its own, the secret, privileged knowledge, the arbitrary rule in the realm of dead things, the presumed infinity of empty hopes. All this turns to dust with that one turnabout whereby allegorical immersion has to clear away the last phantasmagoria of the objective world and, thrown back entirely upon itself, rediscovers itself no longer playfully in the earthly world of things but seriously under heaven. Precisely this is the essence of melancholy immersion, that its ultimate objects, in which it thinks to assure itself most fully of what is debased, abruptly change into allegories, and that these allegories fulfill and revoke the nothingness in which they present themselves, just as the intention finally does not faithfully abide inside of bones but faithlessly leaps across to resurrection. 80 In tears we scattered seed on fallow ground and went away in sorrow. 223 Allegory goes away empty-handed. The absolute evil that it fostered as enduring profundity exists only in allegory, is purely and simply allegory, signifies something other than what it is. And, to be sure, it signifies precisely the non-being of that which it represents. The absolute vices, as instanced in tyrants and intriguers, are allegories. They are not real, and their instantiation is something they have only for the subjective gaze of melancholy. They are this gaze, which is annihilated by its own monstrous progeny, because they signify only its blindness. They point to the absolutely subjective profundity as that to which alone they owe their existence. Through its allegorical figure, the absolutely evil reveals itself as subjective phenomenon. The immense anti-artistic subjectivity in the Baroque coincides here with the theological essence of the subjective. The Bible introduces evil with the concept of knowledge. To become as one knowing good and evil, this is what the serpent promises the first human beings. 224 But it is said of God after the creation, and God saw everything he had made and, behold, it was very good. 225 Knowledge of evil therefore has no object. There is no such object in the world. It first arises, with the desire for knowledge, or rather for judgment, in man himself. Knowledge of good, as knowledge, is secondary. It results from practice. Knowledge of evil, as knowledge, it is primary. It results from contemplation. Knowledge of good and evil is thus contrary to all objective knowledge. Referring as it does to the depths of the subjective, it is at bottom only knowledge of evil. It is empty talk, in the profound sense in which Kierkegaard has used this expression. 226 as the triumph of subjectivity and the inception of an arbitrary rule over things. This knowledge is origin of all allegorical vision. In the very fall of man emerges the unity of guilt and signifying before the tree of knowledge as abstraction. The allegorical lives in abstractions, as abstraction, as a capacity of the spirit of language itself. It is at home in the fall. For good and evil, being unamiable as they are nameless, stand outside the language of names, the language in which paradisiacal man named things and which, in the abyss opened by this question, he forsakes. The name is, for languages, only a ground in which the concrete elements are rooted. The abstract elements of language, however, are rooted in the judging word, in judgment. And while, with the earthly tribunal, the vacillating subjectivity of judgment is anchored deep in reality by means of punishments, in the heavenly tribunal the semblance of evil comes wholly into its own. There the avowed subjectivity comes to triumph over every deceptive objectivity of law and assimilates itself, as the work of highest wisdom and primordial love, as hell, to divine omnipotence. 227 It is not semblance, nor saturated being, but rather the real, effective reflection of empty subjectivity in the good. In the absolutely evil, subjectivity grasps its own reality and sees it as the mere reflection of itself in God. In the worldview of allegory, then, the subjective perspective is incorporated without remainder into the economy of the whole. Thus the columns of a Baroque balcony in Bamberg are designed to present in reality exactly the appearance they would have if seen from below in a regular construction. And thus, also, the incandescent ecstasy is saved, as it needs to be, secularized in the sober matter of fact, without a spark of its fire being lost. In a hallucination Saint Teresa sees the Virgin Mary laying roses upon her bed. She tells her confessor, "I see none," he replies, "but Our Lady brought them to me," answers the saint. In this sense, avowed subjectivity displayed as such becomes the formal guarantee of the miracle, because it announces the divine action itself. And there is no turn of events which the Baroque style would not conclude with a miracle. 228 It is the Aristotelian idea of the thaumaston, the artistic expression of wonder, the biblical semia, that, since the Counter-Reformation and especially since the Council of Trent, has dominated architecture and sculpture as well. What is to be awoken is the impression of supernatural forces at work in powerfully projecting and ostensibly self-supporting structures precisely in the upper regions, structures interpreted and accentuated by the perilously soaring angels of the sculptural decoration. Solely in order to reinforce this impression, the reality of these laws is recalled in an exaggerated manner from the other side in the lower regions. Why the constant references to the power of these sustaining and heavily laden forces, these immense pedestals, the doubly and triply augmented projecting columns and pilasters, the measures taken to reinforce and secure their cohesion, all in order to support a balcony? Why, if not to make vivid the wonder suspended above by illuminating the difficulties involved in supporting it below? The Pondericion Mysteriosa, the intervention of God in the work of art, is presumed possible. 229 Subjectivity which, like an angel, falls into the deep is retrieved by allegories and is held fast in heaven, in God, through Pondericion Mysteriosa. Nevertheless, the transfigured apotheosis, as Calderon makes it known, is not to be realized with the banal resources of the theatre, as implemented in chorus, interlude, and pantomime. It necessarily builds from a meaningful constellation of the whole, which it accentuates only more or less lastingly. The weak development of the plot, which seldom even remotely approaches that of the Spanish dramatist, accounts for the insufficiency of the German Trauerspiel. Only the plot would have been capable of bringing the organization of the scene to that allegorical totality with which, in the image of apotheosis, something different in kind from the images of succession stands out, affording both entry and exit to morning. The mighty design of this form should be thought to its conclusion. The idea of the German Trauerspiel can be treated only if this condition is satisfied. Because the idea of the building plan speaks more impressively from the ruins of great buildings than from even the best preserved of lesser structures, the German Trauerspiel of the Baroque has a claim to interpretation. In the spirit of allegory it is conceived as ruin, as fragment, from the beginning. If other forms shine resplendent as on the first day, this form captures the image of the beautiful as on the very last. Appendix A, Trauerspiel and Tragedy, 1916. Appendix B, The Role of Language in Trauerspiel and Tragedy, 1916. Guide to Names. Acknowledgements. Index. Appendix A, Trauerspiel and Tragedy, 1916, 1. It may be that a deeper understanding of the tragic will have to come not only, and not primarily, from art but from history. At the very least, it may be supposed that the tragic marks a boundary of the realm of art no less than of the field of history. The time of history passes over into tragic time at distinct and outstanding points of its course, namely, in the actions of great individuals. Between greatness, in the sense of history, on one hand, and tragedy, on the other, there is an essential connection which of course cannot be resolved into identity. But this much is certain: historical greatness can be represented in art only in the form of tragedy. Historical time is infinite in every direction and unfulfilled at every moment. This means we cannot conceive of a particular empirical event that would have a necessary relation to the specific time in which it occurs. Time is for the empirical event only a form, but, what is more important, as a form it is unfulfilled. The event does not fulfill the formal nature of the time in which it lies. For we should not assume that time is nothing but the measure by which the duration of a mechanical change is reckoned. This sort of time is indeed a relatively empty form, and to think of its being filled makes no sense. The time of history, however, is something different from that of mechanics. The time of history determines much more than the possibility of spatial changes of a specific magnitude and regularity as measured by the moving hands of a clock simultaneously with spatial changes of a more complex structure. And without specifying the something more and something other that historical time determines, in short, without defining its difference from mechanical time, we may say that the determining force of the historical form of time cannot be fully grasped by, or wholly concentrated in, any empirical eventuality. Rather, an event that is complete in historical terms is altogether indeterminate empirically. It is, in fact, an idea. This idea of fulfilled time appears in the Bible as its dominant historical idea, as messianic time. But, in any case, the idea of fulfilled historical time is not understood as the idea of an individual time. This determination, which naturally transforms the meaning of fulfillment, is what differentiates tragic time from messianic time. Tragic time relates to the latter as individually fulfilled time relates to divinely fulfilled time. Tragedy is distinguished from Trauerspiel through the different ways they relate to historical time. In tragedy the hero dies because no one can live in fulfilled time. He dies of immortality. Death is an ironic immortality, that is the origin of tragic irony. The origin of tragic guilt lies in the same sphere. Such guilt has its roots in the tragic hero's very own, individually fulfilled time. This time proper to the tragic hero which, like historical time, cannot be further defined here marks all his deeds and his entire existence as if with a magic circle. When the tragic development suddenly makes its incomprehensible appearance, when the smallest misstep leads to guilt, when the slightest error, the most improbable coincidence, results in death, when the words of appeasement and resolution that are seemingly available to all remain unspoken, then we are witnessing the effect of the hero's time on the action, since in fulfilled time everything that happens is a function of that time. It is almost a paradox that this function becomes manifest in all its clarity at the moment when the hero is completely passive, When tragic time bursts open, so to speak, like a flower whose calyx emits the astringent perfume of irony. Not infrequently it is in moments of complete calm during the hero's sleep, as it were, that the fatality of his time fulfills itself, and likewise the meaning of fulfilled time in the tragic fate emerges in the great moments of passivity, in the tragic decision, in the retarding moment, in the catastrophe. The measure of Shakespearean tragedy resides in the mastery with which it sets off the different stages of tragedy from one another and makes them stand out, like repetitions of a theme. In contrast, classical tragedy is characterized by the ever more powerful upsurge of tragic forces. The ancients know of tragic fate, whereas Shakespeare knows of the tragic hero, the tragic action. Goethe rightly calls him romantic. Point 2. Death in the tragedy is an ironic immortality, ironic from an excess of determinacy. The tragic death is overdetermined, that is the real expression of the hero's guilt. Perhaps Hebel was on the right track when he said that individuation was original sin. Point 3. But it is all important to ask what it is that the sin of individuation offends against. In this way the question of a connection between history and tragedy can be formulated. We are not speaking here of an individuation to be comprehended with reference to man. Death in the Trauerspiel is not based on the extreme determinacy that individual time confers on the action. It is not conclusion, without the certitude of a higher life and without irony. It is the metabasis of all life, eis allogenos. Point 4. In mathematical terms the Trauerspiel is comparable to one branch of a hyperbola whose other branch lies in the infinite. The law of a higher life prevails in the restricted space of earthly existence, and all things play until death puts an end to the game, so as to continue, in another world, the greater repetition of the same game. It is this repetition on which the law of the Trauerspiel is founded. Its events are allegorical schemata, symbolic mirror images of a different game. We are transported into that game by death. Point 5. The time of the Trauerspiel is not fulfilled, yet it is finite. It is non-individual, but without historical generality. The Trauerspiel is in every respect a hybrid form. The generality of its time is spectral, not mythic. Its innermost relation to the peculiar mirror nature of play Spiegel Natur des Spiels is indicated by the fact that it has an even number of acts. As in all other respects, Schlegel's Alarcos is exemplary here, just as in general it is an outstanding work with which to conduct an analysis of the Trauerspiel. Point 6. Its characters are of royal rank and station, as must necessarily be the case in a consummate Trauerspiel, given the symbolic level of meaning. This form of drama is ennobled by the distance that everywhere separates image and mirror image, signifier and signified. Thus, the Trauerspiel is certainly not the image of a higher life but only one of two mirror images, and its continuation is not less phantasmal than itself. The dead become ghosts. The Trauerspiel artistically exhausts the historical idea of repetition. It thus fastens on a problem that is completely different from that of tragedy. In the Trauerspiel, guilt and greatness call not so much for determinacy let alone overdetermination as for greater expansion, the most general extension, and not for the sake of the guilt and greatness, but simply for the repetition of those circumstances. The nature of temporal repetition, however, is such that no closed form can be based on it. And even if the relation of tragedy to art remains problematic, even if it may be both more and less than an art form, it nevertheless remains in every case a closed form. Its temporal character is exhausted and delimited in the dramatic form. But the Trauerspiel is in itself unclosed, and the idea of its resolution no longer lies within the realm of drama. And here is the point where, proceeding from the analysis of form, the distinction between tragedy and Trauerspiel decisively emerges. The remains of the Trauerspiel are called music. Perhaps it is the case that, just as tragedy marks the transition from historical time to dramatic time, the Trauerspiel marks the passage from dramatic time into the time of music. 1. Trauerspiel und Tragödie and die Bedeutung der Sprache in Trauerspiel und Tragödie, GS 2:133, 140, were written in 1916 and published posthumously. Trans. Rodney Livingstone, modified. On their dating, cc. 84. Benjamin's letter of October 7, 1923, to Florence Christian Rang speaks of my original theme, Trauerspiel, and tragedy, and of deducing the form of the Trauerspiel from the theory of allegory, c. 210. See also c. 120 to 121, 309. Trans. 2. Benjamin refers to Part 2 of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's essay of 1815, Shakespeare und kein End, Shakespeare and no end. He echoes Goethe's pronouncement in a short piece written in 1918, Shakespeare, wie es euch gefällt, Shakespeare, as you like it, for the greatest romantic is Shakespeare, though he is not only that, gs 2:610. Trans. 3. Benjamin alludes to Hebel's 1843 essay on dramatic theory, Mein Wort über das Drama. My views on the drama. Trans. 4. The phrase metabasis eis allogenos, transformation into another kind, occurs in Aristotle's cosmological treatise, De Caelo, on the heavens, 350 BCE, 268b. Trans. 5. Seingeschiedenisses sind gleich Nieschaftsschemen, Sinnbild like Spiegelbilder eines anderen Spiels. In dieses Spiel Instructor Todd. Spiel means both game and play. The term schemen can be read as either the plural of schema, scheme, or the plural of schemen, phantom. The latter reading, though seemingly less plausible here, would correspond to the translation of schemenhaft as phantasmal, below. Trans. 6. Friedrich Schlegel's Alarcos was first performed in 1802 at the Weimar Court Theatre under Goethe's direction. Appendix B, The Role of Language in Trauerspiel and Tragedy, 1916. The tragic rests on a lawfulness governing the spoken word between human beings. There is no tragic pantomime. Nor is there a tragic poem, tragic novel, or tragic event. Not only does the tragic belong exclusively to the realm of human speech in the drama, it is actually the only form originally suited to human dialogue. That is to say, no tragedy exists outside human dialogue, and there is no form of human dialogue other than the tragic. Wherever a non-tragic drama appears, there is no original unfolding of the law that is proper to human discourse, there is only the manifestation of a feeling or relation in a linguistic context, in a linguistic phase. The dialogue in its pure manifestations is neither sad nor comic but tragic. To that extent, tragedy is the classic and pure dramatic form. The sad has its full gravity and its deepest and unique expression neither in the words of the drama nor in words generally. Sadness is not confined to mourning plays, Trauerspiels. What is more, the mourning play is not the saddest thing in the world, a poem can be sadder, as can a story or a life. For mourning is not, like the tragic, a ruling force, the indissoluble and inescapable law of orders that attain closure in the tragedy, rather, it is a feeling. What metaphysical relation does this feeling have to language, to the spoken word? That is the riddle of the Trauerspiel. What inner relation at the heart of mourning releases it from the existence of pure feeling and lets it enter the order of art? In tragedy, words and the tragic arise together, simultaneously, in the same place each time. Every speech in the tragedy is tragically decisive. It is the pure word that is immediately tragic. How language in general can fill itself with mourning, and be the expression of mourning, is the basic question of the Trauerspiel. Alongside that other question, how can mourning as a feeling gain entry into the linguistic order of art? The word, operating in conformity with its pure conveyed meaning, becomes tragic. 1. The word as pure bearer of its meaning is the pure word. But alongside this word there is another that transforms itself as it moves from the place of its origin toward a different point, its estuary. The word in transformation is the linguistic principle of the Trauerspiel. There is a pure emotional life of the word in which it purifies itself by developing from a sound of nature to the pure sound of feeling. For this word, language is only a transitional phase in the cycle of its transformation, and in this word the Trauerspiel speaks. It describes a path from natural sound via lament to music. In the Trauerspiel, Sound is laid out symphonically, and this is both the musical principle of its language and the dramatic principle of its division and its splitting into characters. It is nature that only for the sake of the purity of its feelings ascends into the purgatory of language, and the essence of the Trauerspiel is already contained in the old adage that all of nature would begin to mourn if ever it were endowed with language. For the Trauerspiel is not the spherical transit of feeling through the pure world of words on a course leading back, in music, to the liberated sorrow of blessed feeling. Rather, midway through this passage, nature sees itself betrayed by language, and that tremendous stemming of feeling becomes mourning. Thus, with the double dealing of the word, with its meaning, nature comes to a standstill, and whereas creation wished only to pour forth in purity, it was man who bore its crown. This is the significance of the king in the Trauerspiel, and this is the meaning of the Haupt und Staatsektionen. These plays represent the stemming of nature, a tremendous damming up of feeling, as it were, to which a new world suddenly opens up in the world of meaning, of unfeeling historical time. Once again the king is both man, an end of nature, and also king, bearer and symbol of meaning. History emerges together with meaning in human language, this language is immobilized in meaning. The tragic threatens, and man, the crown of creation, is salvaged for feeling only by becoming king, a symbol, as the bearer of this crown. And the nature of the Trauerspiel remains a torso in this sublime symbol. Sorrow fills the sensuous world in which nature and language meet. The two metaphysical principles of repetition interpenetrate in the Trauerspiel and establish its metaphysical order, cycle and repetition, circle and two. For it is the circle of feeling that is completed in music, and it is the two of the word and its meaning that destroys the tranquility of deep longing and diffuses sorrow throughout nature. The interplay between sound and meaning in the Trauerspiel remains something spectral, terrifying. In its nature it is possessed by language, the prey to an endless feeling like Polonius, who is gripped by madness in the midst of his reflections. Point 2. The play must find its redemption, however, and for the Trauerspiel that redemptive mystery is music, the rebirth of feelings in a supersensuous nature. The necessity of redemption constitutes the play element of this art form. 4. Compared with the irrevocability of the tragic, which makes an ultimate reality of language and linguistic order, every creation whose animating soul is feeling, sorrow, must be called a play and game. The Trauerspiel rests not on the foundation of actual language but on the consciousness of the unity of language achieved through feeling, a unity that unfolds in words. In the midst of this unfolding, errant feeling gives voice to sorrow in lament. But this lament must resolve itself. On the basis of that presupposed unity, it passes over into the language of pure feeling, into music. Mourning conjures itself in the mourning play, but it also redeems itself. This tension and release of feeling in its own realm is play. In it, sorrow is only a tone in the scale of feelings, and consequently there is, so to speak, no pure Trauerspiel, since the diverse feelings of the comic, the terrible, the horrifying, and many others each have their turn in the round dance. Style, in the sense of unity of feeling, is reserved for tragedy. The world of the Trauerspiel is a special world that maintains its great and high worth even in the face of tragedy. It is the site of an authentic conception of word and speech in art. The faculties of speech and hearing still stand equal on the scales, and ultimately everything depends on the ear for lament, for only the most profoundly heard and perceived lament becomes music. Whereas in tragedy the eternal immobility of the spoken word prevails, the Trauerspiel gathers the endless resonance of its sound. Guide to Names. Leon Battista Alberti, 1404–1472, was an Italian humanist, architect, and poet, whose works such as De Pictura, 1435, can be said to have initiated Renaissance art theory. Johann Valentin Andrea, 1586–1654, was a Protestant theologian and satirical writer. Saint Augustine, 354–430, early Christian church father and philosopher, Bishop of Hippo, achieved an epoch-making integration of classical and biblical traditions in such works as De Civitate Dei, The City of God, and his autobiography, Confessions. Franz von Baader, 1765–1841, was a German philosopher and theologian in the tradition of German Pietism. His collected works were published in 16 volumes between 1851 and 1860. Vinzens, Vincent of Beauvais, d. before 1264, was a French Dominican scholar best known for his Speculum Magus, the most complete scientific encyclopedia of the 13th century. Henry Bergson, 1859–1941, French philosopher and professor at the Collège de France, was the author of widely read works such as Métier et Mémoire, 1897, L'Erreur, 1900, and L'Évolution créatrice, 1906. He received the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1927. Friedrich von Basold, 1848–1928, was a German historian, best known for his Geschichte der deutschen Reformation, 1890. Sigmund von Birken, 1626–1681, German Protestant poet, dramatist, historian, and translator, was active in Nuremberg, where he presided over the local literary society founded by Harsdorfer and Klage. His Poetics of 1679 set down hundreds of examples and rules for writing poetry. Georg Andreas Bachler, 1644–1698, was a German architect and engineer, author of Theatrum Machinarum Novum, 1661, and Architectura Curiosa Nova, 1664. Johann Jacob Bodmer, 1698–1783, Swiss scholar and critic, collaborated with J.J. Breidinger on a weekly critical journal modeled on Addison's Spectator. His edition of the Nibelungenlied, 1757, and Studies of the Mincingers, 1758–1759, helped awaken interest in Middle High German. Jacob Boehme, 1575–1624, was a German shoemaker and mystic, author of Aurora, Oder die Morgenrot im Aufgang, 1612, Pub 1634, which was condemned as heretical by ecclesiastical authorities. His writings later influenced German Romantic artists and thinkers and their successors. Anicius Manlius Boethius, ca. 480–524, Roman philosopher and senator, composed his now classic work, De Consolatione Philosophiae, 524, while imprisoned and awaiting execution. Hans Heinrich Borchardt, 1887–1964, German linguist, Germanist, and historian of theater, professor at Munich and elsewhere, was the author of Das Europäische Theater in Mittelalter und in der Renaissance, 1934. Karl Borinski, 1861–1922, German literary historian, studied Renaissance art theory and the beginnings of German literary criticism, with special attention to the poetics of Martin Opitz. He was author of Geschichte der deutschen Literatur, 2 volumes, 1921. Johann Jacob Breidinger, 1701–1776, Swiss scholar, influenced the literary ideals of German classicism through his Kritische Dichtkunst, 1740. His Fabeln aus den Zeiten der Minzinger, 1757, later sparked the interest of the Romantics in the literature of the Middle Ages. Augustus Buchner, 1591–1661, was a German classical philologist and theorist of the German literary Baroque. His Guide to German Literature, Wegweiser zur deutschen Dichtkunst, was published in 1663. Jacob Burckhardt, 1818–1897, influential Swiss historian of art and culture and friend of Nietzsche, is best known for Die Kultur der Renaissance in Italian, 1860. Konrad Berdych, 1859–1936, was a German historian who, in works such as Dante und das Problem der Renaissance, 1924, argued for a continuity between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, in opposition to the interpretations of Jacob Burckhardt and Friedrich Nietzsche. Samuel von Butzschecki, 1612–1678, was a popular philosophical writer and poet of the Baroque age. Pedro Calderón de la Barca, 1600–1681, the most important playwright of the Spanish Baroque theatre, was the author of La vida es sueño, Life is a Dream, 1629–1635, and many other works. Together with Shakespeare, he was a defining figure for the early German Romantics. Martianus Capella was a Latin writer of the 5th century AD who probably practiced law in Carthage. His chief work was the prose and verse allegory Satyricon, a kind of encyclopedia of contemporary culture. His works were edited in 1598 by Hugo Grotius. Cardinio und Selland, 1647, play by Greffius. Carolus tu Ardus, 1649, play by Greffius. Ludovico Castelvetro, 1505–1571, was an Italian critic and philologist, author of a translation and exposition of Aristotle's Poetics, 1570, along with commentaries on Cicero, Dante, and Petrarch. Nicolas Cassin, 1583–1651, a French Jesuit, was the author of De Symbolica Egyptiorum Sapientia, 1623. He also produced a theory of the passions. Georgius Cedrenus was an 11th century Byzantine historian, author of Synopsis Historian, a history of the world from the biblical creation story to his own day in the 1050s. Ernst Friedrich Chladni, 1756–1827, was a German physicist and authority on acoustics. He studied the vibration of strings and plates by means of sound figures. Hermann Cohen, 1842–1918, was founder of the Marburg School of Neo-Kantianism and the author of systematic works on logic, metaphysics, aesthetics, ethics, and religion. Benjamin heard him lecture in Berlin and cites his work on many occasions. François Comefus, 1605–1679, Dominican priest and professor of theology, undertook the publication of patristic texts and polemical works. The Council of Trent, in its effort to clarify the Church's position toward the Protestant Reformation, met in 25 sessions between 1545 and 1563 in northern Italy, laying the foundation of the Counter-Reformation. Friedrich Kreutzer, 1771–1858, German classical philologist, argued in his Symbolik und Mythologie der alten Völker, Besonders der Griechen, 1810–1812, that the mythology of Homer and Hesiod came from an Eastern source, rather than from Greek tribal culture. A professor at Heidelberg, 1807–1845, he published also Die Historische Kunst der Griechen, 1803, and Zuergeschichte der klassischen Philologie, 1854. Benedetto Croce, 1866–1952, Italian philosopher, literary critic, and statesman, was the author of books on Hegel, 1906, Vico, 1911, Goethe, 1919, and Dante, 1920. His celebrated lectures on aesthetics were first published in 1901. The Curia is the administrative body of the Holy See in the Roman Catholic Church. Herbert Cissers, 1896–1985, German literary historian, was the author of Deutsche Barockdichtung. Renaissance, Baroque, Rococo, 1924, von Schiller's Nietzsche, 1928, and other works. He enjoyed a successful academic career under the National Socialist regime in Prague and Munich. Alphonse Delbene, 1538–1608, was a French Catholic prelate, politician, historian, and poet. Wilhelm Dilthey, 1833–1911, was the author of Weltanschauung und Analyse der Menschenzeit Renaissance und Reformation, 1913, Pädagogik, 1934, and other influential works of philosophy. Charles du Ducange, 1610–1688, French scholar, was the author of Histoire de l'Empire de Constantinople sous les Empereurs Français, 1657, and the compiler of glossaries. Hans Ehrenberg, 1883–1958, Jewish-born German evangelical theologian, philosopher, literary historian, and opponent of Nazism, was the author of Die Geschichte der Menschen unserer Zeit, 1911, Autobiography of a German Pastor, London, 1943, In der Schule Pascals, 1954, and other works. Epicharsis, 1665, play by Lohenstein. Bernhard Erdmannsdorfer, 1833–1901, German historian and professor at Heidelberg, was the author of works on German history from the 17th through the 19th centuries. Eusebius of Caesarea, 260, 339, called the father of church history, was a Palestinian-born theologian and scholar who stood in favor with Emperor Constantine, to whom he dedicated his panegyric Vita Constantini, left unfinished at the author's death. Don Diego Saavedra Fajardo, 1584–1648, was a Spanish writer and diplomat whose chief works include Idea de un Principe Politico Cristiano and Republica Literaria. Marsilio Ficino, 1433–1499, an Italian philosopher, was commissioned to translate into Latin works of Plato and several Neoplatonists. Willy Fleming, 1888–1980, German literary historian, was author of many books on the German Baroque, including Das Deutsche Barockdrama, 1931–1934, Deutsche Kultur im Zeitalter des Barock, 1937–1939, Andreas Greffius, in Monographie, 1965, and Baroque Drama, 1965. Venantius Honorius Fortunatus, 530–610, was an Italian-born Latin poet who wrote short poems, hymns, verse epistles, and prose lives of saints. Fulgentius of Rusp, 468–533, an early Christian prelate and church father living in northern Africa, was the author of works attacking the Arian and Pelagian heresies. Gallican Articles, 1682, asserted the independence of the French king in the temporal order and restricted papal power in the life of the Roman Catholic Church in France. Stephan George, 1868–1933, German lyric poet influenced by Baudelaire and Mallarmé, was leader of the George Circle, a conservative association of poets and intellectuals around the turn of the 20th century. George was instrumental in the modern rediscovery of Hölderlin's work. Benjamin's essay Stephan George in Retrospect, 1933, appears in SW2. Heinrich Wilhelm von Gerstenberg, 1737–1823, was a German poet, critic, and translator, whose Brief über Merkwürdigkeiten der Literatur, 1766–1771, formulated critical principles of the Sturm-und-Drang movement. He was the author of the tragedy Ugolino, 1768. George Gottfried Gervinus, 1805–1871, German literary and political historian, is best known for his works on the history of German literature, on the history of the 19th century, and on Shakespeare. Arnold Juylinx, 1625–1669, Flemish philosopher and professor at Leiden, follower of Descartes, taught the doctrine of occasionalism, which sees no necessary connection between mundane events. Johann Carl Friedrich Gillow, 1863–1913, a German art historian resident for many years in Vienna, is best known for his studies of Dürer's Melancholia. J. W. von Goethe, 1749–1832, renowned German lyric poet, novelist, and dramatist, associate of Herder and Schiller, exercised a dominant influence on the Sturm-und-Drang movement and on German Romanticism. Joseph Gors, 1776–1848, was a German writer, founder of the Reinigungsmerkur, 1814, and author of Die Christ-like Mystik, 4 volumes, 1836–1842. Baltasar Gracian, 1601–1658, Spanish writer and Jesuit priest, was the author of a philosophical novel El Criticon, The Fault Finder, 1651, 1657, and most famously, of a collection of aphorisms translated as The Art of Worldly Wisdom, 1647. Wilhelm Grimm, 1786–1859, leading German philologist and linguist, collaborated with his brother Jacob on their collection of fairy tales, 1812, and their Dictionary of the German Language, Volume 1, 1854. Hugo Grotius, 1583–1645, Dutch jurist, published De jure belli et paces, regarded as the beginning of the science of international law, in 1625. Andreas Greffius, 1616–1664, German Baroque poet and playwright, a leader of the second Silesian school of dramatists, composed comedies and Trauerspiels, including Leo Armneus, 1646, Katharina von Georgian, 1647, Cardinio und Selland, 1647, Ermorded Majestat oder Carolus Stuardus, 1649, and Papinian, 1659. Antonio de Guevara, 1480–1545, Spanish writer and Franciscan monk, was the author of popular didactic works and of biographies of Roman emperors. Francesco Guicciardini, 1483–1540, Florentine historian and statesman, was the author of A History of Italy, Pub 1561. Hermann Gundert, 1886–1948, German linguist and professor at Heidelberg, was the author of Grundfragen der Sprachwissenschaft, 1925, and von der Sprache der Götter und Geister. Bedeutungsgeschichtlich Untersuchungen zur Homerischen und Edischen Göttersprache, 1921. Max Halby, 1865–1944, a German naturalist playwright, was known for Jugend, 1893, and Mutter Erde, 1897. Johann Christian Hallmann, ca. 1640, ca. 1716, was a German Baroque dramatist. He attended the same secondary school in Breslau, Silesia, that Martin Opitz and Daniel Caspar von Lohenstein had attended. He is the author of Trauerspiels such as Antiochus und Strato Nica, 1669, Mariam, 1670, and Sophia, 1671. Paul Hankemer, 1891–1945, was a German historian of literature, especially of the 17th century. He is the author of Jacob Bohm, 1924, Deutsche Gegenreformation und Deutsches Barock, 1935, and other works. George Philipp Harsdorfer, 1607–1658, German scholar and poet, collaborated with Johann Kluge in founding the Pegnitz-Sorten, 1644, named after the river Pegnitz in Nuremberg, a literary society devoted to the purification of the German language. His writings in German and Latin fill 50 volumes. August Adolf von Haugwitz, 1647–1706, was a German Baroque poet and dramatist. His early play Solomon, 1684, shows the influence of Greffius. Haupt und Staatsaction, literally, principal action and act of state, a popular theatrical genre about affairs of state, incorporating both tragic and comic elements, discussed in sections 45 and 46 of Benjamin's Trauerspiel book. Wilhelm Hausenstein, 1882–1957, German diplomat, art historian, and journalist, is the author of Der Eisenheim Alter de Matthias Grunewald, 1919, Giotto, 1923, Zweisprach über Don Quixote, 1948, and other works on classical and modern art. Christian Friedrich Hebel, 1813–1863, was a German poet and dramatist, best known for his bourgeois tragedies, such as Maria Magdalena, 1844, and Agnes Bernauer, 1855. G. W. F. Hegel, 1770–1831, German idealist philosopher, friend of Schelling and Hölderlin, was a professor at Heidelberg and Berlin. His works, including Die Phänomenologie des Geistes, 1807, and Wissenschaft der Logik, 3 volumes, 1812–1816, constituted the leading system of metaphysics during the second quarter of the 19th century. Norbert von Hellingrath, 1888–1916, a member of the circle around the German poet Stefan George, was editor of the first critical historical edition of Hölderlin's works, which began appearing in 1913. His edition of Hölderlin's translations of Pindar was published in 1910. Henry of Ghent, d. 1293, scholastic philosopher, was Archdeacon of Bruges and professor of theology at Paris. His chief work, left unfinished at his death, was Summa Theologica. Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744–1803, philosopher, poet, and critic, was a leading voice in the Sturm-und-Drang movement and was particularly important for his theory of language. Jean Hering, 1890–1966, Alsatian philosopher and theologian, author of Phenomenologie et Philosophie religieuse, 1926, helped introduce phenomenology into France in the late 1920s. E.T.A. Hoffmann, 1776–1822, German Romantic writer and composer, published 4 volumes of stories under the title Die Serapionsbrüder, 1819–1821. Christian Hoffmann von Hoffmannswaldau, 1616–1679, was a Silesian poet. Friedrich Hölderlin, 1770–1843, German lyric poet, published highly original literal translations of Sophocles' Oedipus the King and Antigone in 1804. Toward the end of his active career as a writer, he was declared legally insane in 1807, and spent the rest of his life in a carpenter's house in Tübingen, where he continued intermittently to write poetry. He also at some point translated portions of Sophocles' Ajax and Oedipus at Colonus. Arno Holz, 1863–1929, was a German naturalist, poet and dramatist, author of the tragicomedy Tromelus, 1904. Horace, Quintus Horatius Flaccus, 65–8 BCE, Roman lyric poet and satirist, enjoyed the favor of Emperor Augustus. Franz Christoph Horn, 1781–1837, was a German Romantic literary historian, author of Poesie und Beredsamkeit der Deutschen, 1822–1829. Arthur Hubscher, 1897–1985, was a German scholar noted for his work on Schopenhauer. Christian Friedrich Hunold, Süd Menens, 1680–1721, was the author of Die Verliet und Galante Welt, 2 volumes, 1700, Sathirische Roman, 1705, and textbooks in rhetoric. Judith, the non-canonical biblical heroine and subject of many European paintings, is the slayer of the Assyrian general Holofernes. Gaius Vettius Juvencus, a Roman Spanish Christian and author of Latin poetry, is known for his verse rendering of the Gospel narrative, Evangeliorum Libri, ca. 330, which attacks Homer and Virgil as lying pagans. Augusta Kirchhoffs, 1835–1903, Dutch-born linguist and cryptologist, was a professor of German at the École de Hautes Études Commerciales in Paris. Søren Kierkegaard, 1813–1855, Danish philosopher and Protestant theologian, is the famed author of Either/or, 1843, Fear and Trembling, 1843, and The Sickness unto Death, 1849. Johann Kluge, 1616–1656, a German poet active in Nuremberg, was known for his mystery plays in verse. He founded, with Harsdorfer, the literary group known as the Pegnitz-Sorten. Julius Leopold Klein, 1810–1876, Hungarian-born German writer, was the author of historical tragedies and comedies and of the unfinished Geschichte dramas, 13 volumes, 1865–1876. Friedrich Maximilian von Klinger, 1752–1831, was the author of a historical drama about the American Revolution, Sturm-und-Drang, 1776, which gave its name to the Sturm-und-Drang movement in German literature. He also wrote philosophical novels, such as Faust's Leben, Taten, und Hollenfereit, 1791, and Der Weltmann und der Dichter, 1798. Friedrich Gottlieb Klopstock, 1724–1803, was the greatest 18th-century German lyric poet before Goethe. He is best known for his epic poem The Messiah and his pastoral odes. Karl August Koberstein, 1797–1870, German literary historian and professor at Sculpferde, was the author of a comprehensive history of German literature, Grundrisse Geschichte der deutschen Nationalliteratur, 1827. Karl Krumbacher, 1856–1909, German scholar, author of Geschichte der Byzantinischen Literatur, 1891, was the founder of the Byzantinische Zeitschrift, 1892. Quirinus Coleman, 1651–1689, was a German Baroque poet and self-proclaimed mystic, born in Silesia and burned at the stake for heresy in Moscow. His collection of mystical poems, Der Kulpsalter, was first published in 1684. Joseph Felix von Kurs, 1717–1784, an Austrian dramatist, impresario, and actor, under the stage name of Bernardin, was the author of both Trauerspiels and comedies. Karl Lachmann, 1793–1851, was a German classical philologist, medievalist, and translator of Shakespeare. Karl Lamprecht, 1856–1915, a German historian and advocate of universal cultural history, was the author of Die Kulturhistorische Methode, 1900, and other works. Marcus Landau, 1837–1918, a German literary historian, was the author of works on Italian literature, particularly Boccaccio and Jewish history. Kurt Lotte, 1891–1964, German classical scholar and philologist, author of Römische Religionsgeschichte, 1960, was known for his work on ancient Roman religion. Gottfried Wilhelm von Leibniz, 1646–1716, German philosopher and mathematician, was the author of Monadology, 1714, and other works. He is credited with discovering calculus independently of Newton. Johann Anton Leiswitz, 1752–1806, German lawyer and dramatic poet, friend of Lessing, was an important figure in the Sturm-und-Drang movement. His one completed play, Julius von Tarent, 1776, was a precursor of Schiller's The Robbers, 1781. Jacob Michael Reinhold Lenz, 1751–1792, German lyric poet and dramatist, led a wandering life after a mental breakdown and died on a street in Moscow. He was the author of realistic dramas, such as Der Hofmeister, 1774, later adapted by Bertolt Brecht, as well as comedies, satires, and critical works. Leo Armneus, 1646, play by Grephius. Gotthold Ephraim Lessing, 1729–1781, epitomized the German Enlightenment with such works as the comedy Minna von Barnhelm, 1763, the dramatic poem Nathan der Wise, 1779, the critical study Laocoon, 1766, and dramas that were prototypical of the bourgeois tragedy. Life is a Dream, La Vida es Sueño, 1629–1635, play by Calderón. Rochus von Lilienkron, 1820–1912, was a German historian and professor of German literature at Jena, known especially for his collection of German folk songs, Volkslieder, 5 volumes, 1865–1869. Justus Lipsius, 1547–1606, Flemish scholar, published editions of the Roman historian Tacitus and of the Tragedies, 1589, and philosophical works, 1605, of Seneca. Daniel Caspar von Lohenstein, 1635–1683, German playwright, poet, and diplomat, was a chief representative of the Second Silesian School and the author of Trauerspiels such as Agrippina, 1665, and Epicharus, 1665. George, György, Lukács, 1885–1971, Hungarian Marxist philosopher, literary critic, and politician, defended a social realism for literature. He is best known for his book Soul and Form, 1911, The Theory of the Novel, 1916, 1920, and History and Class Consciousness, 1923. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527, Renaissance Italian political philosopher, historian, and diplomat of the Florentine Republic, was the author most famously of Il Principe, The Prince, 1513, containing his theory of government and practical statecraft. Claude Maldret, 1621–1674, was a French Jesuit priest and classical scholar, known for his edition of the works of the Byzantine historian Procopius, with critical commentary. Victor Mannheimer, 1877–1942, was a German literary historian who specialized in the Baroque age. He published Die Lyrik de Andreas Grephius. Studie und Materialien in 1904. Johann Christoph Mannling, 1658–1723, was the author of Der Europäische Heliken, 1704, and Deutsch Poetisches Lexikon, 1715. Claude-François Mies Trier, 1631–1705, was a French antiquarian, professor of rhetoric at Lyons, and Jesuit priest who made a study of heraldry, emblems, and mottos. His published works include L'Art des Emblems, 1662, and La Philosophie des Images, 1682. Johann Heinrich Merck, 1741–1791, German author and critic, exercised a considerable influence on the younger writers of the Sturm und Drang before committing suicide. Richard M. Meyer, 1860–1914, German literary historian and professor at Berlin, published a biography, Goethe, 1895, and a study of 19th-century German literature, Die Deutsche Literatur des 19. Jahrhundert, 1900. Emil Meyerson, 1859–1933, Polish-born French chemist and philosopher of science, was the author of Identität et Realität, 1908, De l'explication dans les sciences, 2 volumes, 1921, and La déduction relativiste, 1925. Jacob Miner, 1855–1912, Austrian literary historian and philologist, was a professor of Germanic philology at Vienna and the author of Schiller, 2 volumes, 1889–1890. He also edited works by Novalis, Tieck, the Schlegel brothers, and other Romantic writers. Ulrich von Wilamowitz-Moellendorff, 1848–1931, influential German classical scholar, author of Einleitung in die Griechische Tragödie, 1907, was the editor of Philologische Untersuchungen, 1880–1925. He was a schoolmate of Friedrich Nietzsche, whose interpretation of Greek tragedy he later attacked on philological and historical grounds. Franz Joseph Mohn, 1796–1871, German historian, was director of the State Archive of Baden, 1835–1868. His anthology, Schauspiel des Mittelalters, 2 volumes, 1846, was an important source for Benjamin's analysis of the medieval antecedents to Baroque drama. Johann Michael Moskirosk, 1601–1669, was the author of a book of visions, Wunderliche und Wahrhaftigkeit Philanders von Sittewald, 1643, and other satires on the manners of his day. Joseph Nadler, 1884–1963, was an Austrian historian and professor of the history of literature at Freiburg and Vienna, specializing in German literature since the 17th century. The Natural Daughter, Die Natur Tochter, 1804, presented as a Trauerspiel, is a verse drama by Goethe concerning the French Revolution. Friedrich Nietzsche, 1844–1900, German philosopher and classical philologist, exerted a revolutionary influence on the artists and thinkers of Benjamin's generation through such works as Die Geburt der Tragödie aus dem Geist der Musik, The Birth of Tragedy out of the Spirit of Music, 1872, also Sprach Zarathustra, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, 1883, 1885, and Jenseits von Gut und Böse, Beyond Good and Evil, 1887. Novalis, Suit of Friedrich von Hardenberg, 1772–1801, poet, novelist, and theorist, was at the center of the Athenaeum Circle in early German Romanticism, subject of Benjamin's 1919 dissertation, The Concept of Criticism in German Romanticism, SW 1:116, 200. The Nuremberg school goes back to the Meistersinger Hans Sachs, 1494–1576, and included, in the 17th century, the writers and poets Sigmund von Birken, George Philipp Harsdorfer, and Johann Klage. Magnus Daniel Omaze, 1646–1708, German poet and philosopher, professor at Altdorf, was the author of Ethica Plato Nica, 1669. Martin Opitz von Boberfeld, 1597–1639, German civil servant, didactic poet, and pastoral novelist, head of the so-called First Silesian School of Poets, was the author of the book Von der Deutschen Poeterie, 1624, one of the first poetological treatises on vernacular literature. He was dedicated to promoting German as a literary language alongside Latin and Greek. Ossian was a legendary Irish warrior and bard of the 3rd century, author of supposed Gaelic poetry from which James Macpherson alleged he translated the poems Fingal, 1762, and Temera, 1763. Erwin Panofsky, 1892–1968, influential German art historian and associate of the Warburg Institute, taught at New York University and Princeton. He is known for his works Die Perspektive als Symbolisk Form, 1927, Studies in Iconology, Humanist Themes in the Art of the Renaissance, 1934, and Early Netherlandish Painting, 2 volumes, 1953. Papinian, 1659, play by Greffius. Blaise Pascal, 1623–1662, French philosopher and scientist, entered the Jansenist community at Port Royal in 1655. His Pensées were published after his death. Jean-Paul, suit of Jean-Paul Friedrich Richter, 1763–1825, German writer and humorist, was the author of novels, romances, and philosophical and political writings, including Vorschule der Ästhetik, 1804, and a classic work on pedagogy, Levana oder Erziehungslehre, 1807. Julius Petersen, 1878–1941, German literary historian, was the author of Literaturgeschichte als Wissenschaft, 1914, and of books on Schiller, Goethe, Lessing, and others. Pliny, Gaius Plinius Secundus, AD 23–79, Roman scholar, was the author of an Encyclopedia of Natural Science, Historia Naturalis, 37 books, and other works. Aurelius Clemens Prudentius, 348–410, was a Latin Christian poet, residing probably in Spain. In addition to hymns, he composed treatises on the origin of evil and on the divinity of Christ. Werner Richter, 1888–1969, German literary historian, was the author of Liebeskampf 1630 und Schoberny 1670. Ein Beitrag zur Deutschen Theatergeschichte des 17. Jahrhunderts, 1910. Alois Riegel, 1858–1905, was a pioneering Austrian art historian who lectured on Baroque art at the University of Vienna in 1894–1895, ushering in a new evaluation of the period style. His second book, Stilfragen, Grundlegungen zu einer Geschichte der Ornamentik, 1893, introduced the concept of Kunstwollen, will to art, which was elaborated in his Spetromus Kunstindustrie, 1901. Cesare Ripa, 1560–1622, Italian iconographer, was the author of the highly influential Iconologia, first published 1593, an emblem book based on Egyptian, Greek, and Roman models. The German poet Johann von Rist, 1607–1667, wrote words and some of the music for many sacred and secular songs and for allegorical musical plays. Johann Wilhelm Ritter, 1776–1810, German physicist and philosopher, studied medicine at the University of Jena and carried out scientific research on chemistry and galvanism, discovering the existence of ultraviolet rays through their photochemical action. Benjamin cites and comments on a letter from Ritter in German Men and Women, 1936, in SW 3:184, 186. Franz Rosenzweig, 1886–1929, German philosopher and theologian, author of Der Stern der Erlösung, The Star of Redemption, 1921, founded the new Jewish Lehrhaus, House of Learning, in Frankfurt in 1920 and collaborated with Martin Buber on a German translation of the Hebrew Bible in the later 1920s. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712–1778, French philosopher and author, precursor of European Romanticism, was the author of Le Contrat Social, 1762, Émile, Au Trait de l'Éducation, 1762, Confessions, 1781, and Rêveries du Promeneur Solitaire, 1782. Peter Paul Rubens, 1577–1640, Flemish painter, was renowned for his landscapes and portraits, especially of historical and sacred subjects. Claudius Salmasius, Latinized form of Claude de Saumaise, 1588–1653, French classical scholar and professor at Leiden, is chiefly remembered for his Defensio Regia pro Caroloi, 1649, which occasioned a rebuttal by John Milton. Paolo Sarpi, 1552–1623, Italian prelate, historian, scientist, and statesman, known for his history of the Council of Trent, opposed the temporal power of the Pope. Friedrich Fritz Saxel, 1890–1948, Viennese art historian, became director of the Warburg Library after Abbe Warburg's death and was instrumental in moving the Warburg Institute to London in 1933. His lectures were published in 2 volumes by the Warburg Institute in 1957. Julius Caesar Scaliger, 1484–1558, French scholar of Italian descent, was the author of Poetics Libri Septem, 1561, a widely read exposition of Greco-Roman rhetorical theory and poetics. His interpretation of Aristotle's theory of tragedy helped turn his contemporaries toward classicism. Max Scheler, 1874–1928, was a prominent German philosopher and phenomenologist who taught at the universities of Cologne and Frankfurt. He is the author of Vom Wegen im Menschen, 1921, and other works. F. W. J. Schelling, 1775–1854, author of Philosophische Untersuchungen über das Wesen der menschlichen Freiheit, 1809, was, with J. G. Fichte and G. W. F. Hegel, one of the 3 most important philosophers in the tradition of German idealism. Johann Georg Schiebel, 1656–1684, was a German Baroque poet. Johann C. F. von Schiller, 1759–1805, German poet, playwright, critic, and editor, is, with Goethe, the central figure of Weimar classicism. His philosophical essays exerted an important influence on European Romanticism. August Wilhelm von Schlegel, 1767–1845, German man of letters, founded, with his brother Friedrich, the journal Athenaeum, 1798, the central organ of early German Romanticism. He published influential lectures on dramatic literature and the fine arts in 1803–1804. Friedrich Schlegel, 1772–1829, author of Losend, 1799, and Gespräch über die Poesie, 1799–1800, was a central figure in early German Romanticism and the leader of the Athenaeum Circle. Erich Schmidt, 1853–1913, German literary historian, director of the Goethe-Schiller Archive in Weimar and professor in Berlin, was the author of books on Goethe, Lessing, Rousseau, and Richardson. Carl Schmitt, 1888–1985, German jurist and political theorist, provided ideological justification for National Socialism between 1933 and 1936. He is the author of Die Diktator, 1921, Politische Theologie, Wir Kapital zur Lehre von der Souveränität, 1922, Der Nomos der Erde, 1950, and Hamlet oder Hecuba, 1956. Benjamin wrote him on December 9, 1930, describing the Trauerspiel book as indebted to Schmidt's theory of sovereignty. Arthur Schopenhauer, 1788–1860, is best known as the author of Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung, 2 volumes, 1818–1819, 1844, and as the proponent of a philosophical pessimism. Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand Salger, 1780–1819, German idealist philosopher and professor at Berlin, was the author of Philosophische Gespräche, 1817, and of influential works on aesthetics and the romantic concept of irony. Paul Stahel, 1880–1919, German literary historian, a student of Erich Schmidt, and author of one of the first close studies of the Salesian playwrights, considered the Baroque to be a phase of the Renaissance and the Trauerspiel to be a form of tragedy, arguments opposed by Benjamin. Caspar von Stieler, 1632–1707, was a soldier, poet, and linguist, who reflected the experiences of the 30 Years' War in his poetry. Walafrid Strabo, 808–849, was a German Benedictine abbot, theologian, and poet, writing in Latin. His poem De Imagine Tetrici is concerned with an equestrian statue depicting a nude emperor on horseback believed to be Theodoric the Great, 454–526, king of the Ostrogoths and ruler of Italy, and later a hero of German legend as Dietrich von Bern. Joseph Stranitzky, 1676–1726, popular Viennese playwright and actor, was famous for his performances in the role of Hans Wurst in the Haupt und Staatskirchen. Fritz Strich, 1882–1963, was a German-born Swiss literary historian and professor at Bern, whose 1916 article on the lyrical style of the 17th century brought a stylistic analysis derived from art history into literary studies. Sturm und Drang, Storm and Stress, a proto-romantic movement in German literature, music, and painting that took place from the late 1760s to the early 1780s. Torquato Tasso, 1544–1595, the Italian poet, was the author of a set of discourses on the art of poetry, 1594, along with pastoral poems and tragedies, but was known principally for his epic poem Jerusalem Librata, Jerusalem Delivered, 1575. Quintus Septimius Tertullian, 160–230, Latin ecclesiastical writer, presbyter in Carthage, and church father, was the author of many works in defense of the Christian life, including Apologeticus and Ad Martyrs. Giovanni Tricino, 1478–1550, was an Italian writer, neo-Aristotelian scholar, and papal nuncio, known for his Sophonisba, 1515, the first tragedy of modern literature written entirely in accordance with classical models. Ernst Troeltsch, 1865–1923, was a leading liberal German Protestant theologian and philosopher of history, the author of such works as Der Historismus und seine Probleme, 1922, and Die Glaubenslehre, 1925. Andreas Tscherning, 1611–1659, was a German poet in the tradition of Martin Opitz, as well as a hymn writer and professor of poetry at the University of Rostock. Hermann Usner, 1834–1905, a German classical philologist and scholar of comparative religion, whose students included Friedrich Nietzsche, Hermann Diels, Paul Naderp, and Abai Warburg, was the author of Götterne Men, 1896, and other books. Piero Valeriano, 1477–1558, was an Italian writer and favorite of the Medicis. His popular Hieroglyphica, 1556, was a nearly 1,000-page folio constituting the first Renaissance dictionary of symbols and the first modern study of hieroglyphics. Lope de Vega, 1562–1635, Spanish dramatic poet and founder of the Spanish national drama, was the reputed author of many hundreds of plays, of which 431 are extant. Marcus Vitruvius, Roman architect and engineer of the 1st century BCE, was the author of De Architectura, in 10 books, dedicated to Augustus. Johannes Volkelt, 1848–1930, professor of philosophy at Basel and Leipzig, published his opposition to positivism in such works as Kant's Erkenntnistheorie, 1879, Erfahrung und Denken, 1886, and Phenomenologie und Metaphysik der Zeit, 1925. Joost van den Vondel, 1587–1679, Dutch poet, dramatist, and translator, was the author of more than 30 biblical and historical dramas. Johann Heinrich Voss, 1751–1826, was a German classicist, poet, and translator who produced outstanding German versions of the Odyssey, 1781, and the Iliad, 1793. Together with other of his writings, Anti-Symbolic, 2 volumes, 1824–1826, written in opposition to Friedrich Kreutzer, made important contributions to the study of mythology. Wilhelm Wackernagel, 1806–1869, was the author of Geschichte der deutschen Literatur, 1851–1853, Altdeutsches Wörterbuch, 1861, Poetic, Rhetoric, Stylistic, 1873, and other works. Abai Warburg, 1866–1929, German art historian, carried on influential researches in European Renaissance art and material culture. He was associated with Erwin Panofsky and Fritz Saxel under the auspices of the Warburg Library and, later, the Warburg Institute. Werner Weissbach, 1873–1953, German art historian and professor at Basel, contributed to the early 20th century revaluation of Baroque style, which he associated with the German expressionism of his own day. Franz Werfel, 1890–1945, was a Prague-born Austrian novelist, playwright, and poet, best known today for The Song of Bernadette, 1941, and Jakubowski and the Colonel, 1944. Richard Maria Werner, 1854–1913, German literary historian, was author of Deutsche Dichter und Denker der Neuzeit, 1910, and of books on Goethe, Hebel, Lessing, and others. Zacharias Werner, 1768–1823, German poet and romantic dramatist, was the author of Attila, 1808, Wanda, 1810, and the one-act play Der 24. Februar, 1810, a premier tragedy of fate. Christian Wernicke, 1661–1725, German poet and satirist, was the author of Überschriften und Epigrammata, 1701, and the heroic poem Hans Sachs. Johann Joachim Winckelmann, 1717–1768, exerted great influence on the fields of archaeology and art history through his scholarly writings, which presented an idealized view of classical antiquity. William Butler Yeats, 1865–1939, Irish poet and dramatist, a leader of the Irish literary revival, was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1923. He is the author of The Wild Swans at Cole, 1917, A Vision, 1926, The Tower, 1927, and many other works. Philip von Ziesen, 1619–1689, rhetorician, poet, and novelist, founded in 1643 a literary society that aimed to purify the German language of barbarisms. Leopold Ziegler, 1881–1958, German philosopher and critic, was the author of Gestaltwandel Götter, 1920, Das Heilige Reich der Deutschen, 1925, and other works. Julius Wilhelm Zinkgräf, 1591–1635, German poet and publisher, was installed as Kreuz-nach-State-Scrivener in 1632. Jonas Zonaras was a 12th-century Byzantine chronicler and theologian, author of a compendium of world history in 18 books, Extracts of History.